Deadlines. A darkly cozy mystery with a killer twist. A V Mystery Book 1 by Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco.
Chapter 1. A Death Most Hypothetical. Have you ever imagined the death of someone or something? Not just that they die, but how, and ways to kill them. No? Just me? Well, fudge. My fountain pen glides across the cream-colored page of my leather-bound journal, the morning light filtering through the library windows as I sit at my desk before opening hours, savoring the quiet. The Ravenswood Library always feels most like mine in these early hours, before the patrons arrive with their questions about printer jams and forgotten passwords. With deliberate strokes, I begin crafting Gerald Rutherford's fictional demise. His name forms in my flowing script, and I feel the familiar tingle of creative satisfaction. Gerald Rutherford will die on Thursday at precisely 2:17 p.m. I pause, considering the setting. The Town Plaza dedication seems fitting, his crowning achievement, the ultimate monument to his ego. He will stride across the scaffolding with his signature pompous gait, that affected swagger that makes him look like he's perpetually walking into a country club he owns. The mayor will attempt to conduct the ceremony, but Gerald will insist, no, demand, to personally unveil the plaque bearing his name. Gerald Rutherford believes this moment deserves Gerald Rutherford's personal touch, he'll announce, referring to himself in the third person as he always does when he wants to sound important. Those Italian leather shoes, the ones he makes sure everyone knows cost more than most people's monthly rent, will betray him. One precise misstep on the metal framework. A momentary loss of balance. I pause mid-sentence, tapping the pen against my lower lip. This is my favorite part, crafting the perfect details that make a death not just tragic, but poetic. The pen returns to the page with renewed purpose. He'll tumble through the air, his expensive suit fluttering like the wings of an exceptionally well-dressed and extraordinarily surprised bird. His manicured hands will grasp at nothing but air. The crowd will gasp in unison, a Greek chorus of horror. And then, in a twist of sublime irony, he will land directly on his own commemorative plaque, impaled by his own legacy. A fitting end for a man who spent his life stabbing others in the back to construct his empire. I sit back, a small smile playing at the corners of my mouth. There's something deeply satisfying about killing people on paper. No mess, no consequences. Just the perfect moral symmetry that real life so rarely provides. What do you think, Morticia? Too dramatic? As if summoned by my question, Morticia appears silently on my desk, materializing like a wisp of smoke. Her luminous green eyes fix on mine, tail twitching with what I choose to interpret as approval. I've never understood how she manages to move so quietly or appear so suddenly, but I've stopped questioning it. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I cap my pen and close the journal with a satisfied sigh, running my fingers over the worn leather cover before tucking it into my desk drawer. Another day, another death, I murmur, rising to prepare the library for the day. The library hums with quiet activity. Mrs. Donahue puzzling over the romance section, a few students huddled over textbooks, and Mr. Peterson pretending he's not napping behind his newspaper. I'm reorganizing the new arrivals display when the double doors burst open with enough force to make the nearest bookshelf tremble. I demand to speak with whoever's in charge of this so-called repository of knowledge, a voice booms across the quiet space. I don't need to look up to know who it is. Gerald Rutherford's voice cuts through the peaceful atmosphere like a chainsaw through a stack of rare first editions. His expensive suit and slicked-back silver hair mark him as distinctly out of place among our cozy stacks as he storms toward the circulation desk, where Cleo is working. Cleo's wide eyes find mine over the top of a book cart, her expression somewhere between panic and morbid delight at the unfolding drama. I give her a slight nod. I'll handle this, and make my way toward the human thundercloud currently terrorizing my workplace. Mr. Rutherford, I say, approaching with what I hope is professional detachment. How can I help you today? He pivots, zeroing in on me like a missile finding its target. Ah, Ms. Varnell, just the person I was looking for. He thrusts a late fee notice at me, one of the automated ones our system sends out. $5.23 for negotiation tactics for business leaders, returned 2 weeks late. Explain this, he demands, as though I've personally accused him of tax fraud. That's a standard late fee notice, Mr. Rutherford, when items are returned past their due date. I know what a late fee is, he snaps, color rising in his cheeks. Gerald Rutherford doesn't pay late fees. Do you have any idea how much money I've donated to this town? To this very building? I bite back the observation that referring to himself in the third person doesn't actually strengthen his case. Instead, I keep my voice level. Library policy applies equally to all patrons, Mr. Rutherford. His face darkens further as he gestures toward the local history display near the entrance, our rotating exhibit currently featuring Ravenswood's development over the decades. And what exactly is that supposed to be? I follow his gesture to the glass case containing newspaper clippings about contested land developments, several bearing his name in less than flattering contexts. The headline "Rutherford Project Faces Opposition from Historical Society" is particularly prominent. That's our monthly historical exhibit. This month's theme is Growing Pains, Ravenswood's expansion through the decades. This is clearly targeted harassment, Gerald hisses, leaning across the circulation desk close enough that I can smell his cologne, something expensive with notes of entitlement and aftershave. Your little display makes me look like some kind of villain. Did you curate this yourself, Miss Varnell? I maintain my composure, though my fingers curl tightly around my pen. Mrs. Donahue has abandoned her romance novels to watch the scene unfold, and even Mr. Peterson has woken from his nap, newspaper lowered to reveal wide, interested eyes. The Historical Society provides those materials, Mr. Rutherford. We rotate through different aspects of town development each month. Last month was agriculture, next month is education. Your developments happen to feature prominently in recent town history. Featured prominently? Those articles make me look like I'm bulldozing historic sites for profit. His voice rises with each word, causing a mother to hustle her children from the children's section toward the exit. Those articles are part of the public record, I explain, my tone remaining even despite the white-knuckle grip on my pen. The library doesn't editorialize history. We present it as it was reported. As it was misreported, you mean? I take a slow breath. If you'd like to submit materials offering your perspective on these developments, I am sure the Historical Society would consider including them in future exhibits. Gerald studies me for a moment, and I can almost see the gears turning behind his narrowed eyes. His expression shifts from anger to something more calculated as he straightens his tie and lowers his voice. Your uncle, our esteemed mayor, might be interested to hear how his niece treats the town's most generous benefactor. The threat lands with practiced precision. Ah, I wonder how secure your position really is, Miss Varnell. The mention of Uncle Thaddeus sends a cold ripple down my spine. My uncle and I aren't close, but he takes family loyalty seriously when it's convenient for his political image. I'm simply doing my job, Mr. Rutherford, I reply, my voice cooler than before. The late fee can be paid at the circulation desk, cash or card. From the corner of my eye, I notice movement between the reference shelves. Marla Dibbs, Gerald's mousy assistant, hovers with an armful of business periodicals. Her posture suggests she's trying to make herself invisible, but her attention is fixed on our exchange, clearly listening to every word with an unreadable expression. When I look her way, she quickly averts her gaze, suddenly fascinated by the spine of Financial Quarterly. Gerald follows my gaze, his jaw tightening when he spots his assistant. Marla, are you finished with that research yet? She startles like a deer in headlights, nearly dropping her stack of magazines. Almost, Mr. Rutherford, just gathering the last few articles on the zoning regulations. Well, hurry up, we have actual work to do. He turns back to me, voice dripping with disdain. Unlike some people who spend their days alphabetizing dusty books and creating little hit pieces disguised as historical displays. I say nothing, which seems to irritate him more than any retort. After a moment of tense silence, he slaps a $20 bill on the counter. Keep the change, he sneers. Consider it a donation. God knows this place needs it. With that, he stalks toward the reference section, snapping his fingers for Marla to follow him like a trained puppy. She scurries after him, but not before casting a quick glance back at me. Something in her expression I can't quite read. Apology? Fear? Calculation? Holy strawberry shortcake, Cleo whispers, materializing beside me. I thought he was going to spontaneously combust right here in the biography section. That would violate our no combustion policy, I murmur, watching Gerald's retreating form. Too much paperwork. The $20 bill sits on the counter like evidence of a crime. I pick it up, feed $5.23 into the cash register, and place the remainder in the donation jar with perhaps more force than necessary. That evening I return to my journal, the confrontation with Gerald still simmering under my skin. Morticia watches from her perch on the windowsill of my home as I flip to this morning's entry. I hadn't intended to revisit Gerald's fictional demise, but my pen seems to have a mind of its own tonight, adding embellishments with vindictive precision, more detailed than my usual scenarios. The angle of his fall will be exactly 43 degrees. His Rolex will catch the sunlight for a split second, creating a flash that momentarily blinds the photographer from the Ravenswood Gazette. This will be why there's no picture of his actual impact, only the aftermath. His expression will freeze in shock, not fear, but indignation, as though the universe itself has personally offended him by subjecting Gerald Rutherford to the laws of gravity. His final thought will be outrage that his Armani suit is about to be ruined. The plaque's corner will catch him just below the sternum, the brass edge surprisingly sharp for something that passed a safety inspection. By the time anyone reaches him, his eyes will already be fixed on the clouds, seeing nothing. He never saw the last step coming. I close the journal with more force than necessary, a chill running through me despite the warmth of my apartment. My fictional deaths have always been my private catharsis, clever, ironic, but fundamentally harmless. But tonight, as I reread what I've written, I realize how satisfying it felt to craft Gerald's death in such precise detail. Morticia watches from the windowsill with unblinking green eyes, her tail slowly swishing back and forth. She tilts her head slightly, as if privy to secrets I don't yet understand. It's just creative writing, I tell her defensively. Everyone has hobbies. She blinks once, slowly, judgment radiating from her in waves. Fine, I mutter, slipping the journal into my bedside drawer. I'll make tomorrow's entry about something less personal. Maybe a generic insurance fraudster or a telemarketer. But as I turn off the light, I can't shake the feeling that something has shifted, as though by putting Gerald Rutherford's fictional death on paper with such vivid detail, I've somehow changed something fundamental in the fabric of Ravenswood. Morticia's eyes gleam in the darkness, 2 pinpoints of knowing green light. "Stop looking at me like that," I whisper. "It's just words on a page." She doesn't blink, doesn't move, just watches as if she knows exactly what's coming next. Chapter 2. Deadline met. My phone alarm blares at 6:15 a.m., cutting through a restless sleep filled with dreams of falling bodies and accusatory plaques. I fumble for it blindly, my hand slapping against the nightstand before finally silencing the noise. Morticia stretches lazily across the foot of my bed, completely untroubled by my fitful night. Her black fur is pristine despite the tangled mess of my sheets. "At least one of us slept well," I mutter, reaching for my phone again. I squint at the screen, one eye still half closed, and begin my morning ritual of scrolling through news alerts. Local politics, weather warning for afternoon rain, library funding meeting next week, Gerald Rutherford found. I freeze mid-yawn. The headline seems to expand, consuming my entire screen. Local developer Gerald Rutherford found dead at Town Plaza, construction site. My stomach plummets as though I'm the one who's fallen. I sit bolt upright, suddenly wide awake, and read the article with growing horror. Prominent local developer Gerald Rutherford, 58, was discovered deceased early this morning at the Town Plaza construction site. According to preliminary reports, Rutherford appears to have fallen from scaffolding sometime yesterday evening. He was impaled on decorative elements below, including a commemorative plaque bearing his name as a primary donor to the project. The Ravenswood Police Department is investigating the circumstances of the death. "Matching snickerdoodle," I whisper, my voice a thin thread of sound in the quiet apartment. No. No. My hands shake as I pull my journal from its drawer, nearly dropping it twice. Morticia watches with unnerving intensity as I flip frantically to yesterday's entry, the pages rustling like dry leaves. "Cinnamon twist, cinnamon twist, cinnamon twist," I mutter under my breath, the closest I'll allow myself to actual profanity. I find the entry and scan my own handwriting, comparing it to the news report. Location, Town Plaza, check. Manner of death, fall from scaffolding, check. Time, evening, check. Detailed, impaled on his own commemorative plaque, check. I feel the blood drain from my face. It's all there, matching with impossible precision, even the angle of his fall. The article mentions he landed at an odd trajectory that puzzled first responders. "This isn't possible," I whisper. But the evidence stares back at me in black ink on cream paper. My own handwriting has become an accusation. I slam the journal shut and stumble to the bathroom. The mirror reflects a woman I barely recognize, pale, wide-eyed, hair a tangled mess around my shoulders. I splash cold water on my face, trying to steady my breathing. "Get it together, Virginia," I tell my reflection. "Coincidences happen. But this isn't just any coincidence. This is exact. This is damning." My reflection offers no reassurance, just the haunting memory of Detective Stone's words after the archive case wrapped up. "Your imagination is impressive, Varnell, but keep it on paper." His voice had been light, almost teasing, but with an undercurrent of genuine concern. Now those words carry a weight that makes my journal feel like a ticking bomb. I grip the edge of the sink, knuckles whitening. Stone already thinks my hobby is macabre. This will confirm every suspicion he's had. The tremor in my voice betrays my growing dread. If the detective sees the similarity between my journal entry and Gerald's death, I'll be his prime suspect. Or worse, he'll think I witnessed the murder and said nothing. I dress mechanically, selecting a black cardigan and gray dress that seem fitting for the day's grim revelations. The journal goes into my tote bag. I can't leave it at home. What if someone breaks in? What if they read it? What if they already have? I arrive at the library 15 minutes early. The familiar brick building with its ivy-covered walls and arched windows usually brings me comfort, but today it offers no sanctuary from my spiraling thoughts. I clutch my tote bag closer to my side, feeling the hard edge of the journal pressing against my ribs. The morning passes in a blur of mechanical motions. My shelf returns, my hands automatically finding the correct spots, while my mind wanders far from the Dewey Decimal System. I help patrons find research materials, update the catalog system, and approve a new display for Banned Books Week, all while feeling strangely disconnected from my body. Inside, my thoughts race with nauseating possibilities. Either I've manifested a man's death through writing, or someone has read my journal and used it as a blueprint for murder. Both scenarios seem equally implausible, yet one of them must be true. At 11:30, Mrs. Pembroke arrives for her twice-weekly visit, her white hair immaculately styled despite the humidity-threatening rain. "Terrible business about Gerald Rutherford," she says as I check out her usual selection of mystery novels and one surprisingly spicy historical romance. Though between us, I can't say he'll be much missed. "You knew him well?" I ask, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Well enough to avoid him at parties," she replies, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Not to speak ill of the dead, but the man collected enemies like some collect stamps, very enthusiastically and with complete disregard for their value." I nod, scanning her books with unsteady hands. "Any enemies in particular?" Mrs. Pembroke looks surprised at my interest. "Well, I suppose his wife stands to inherit quite a fortune. And that assistant of his, Marla something, she always looked like she was one demand away from poisoning his coffee." I hand her the books, my mind filing away these potential suspects. "Enjoy your reading, Mrs. Pembroke." "I always do, dear, though none quite match the excitement of real life these days, do they?" As she leaves, I notice a small article about Gerald's death posted on the community bulletin board near the entrance. Someone has already pinned up a handwritten note beside it. "Meeting cancelled. Rutherford Plaza Naming Ceremony Committee." The irony makes my stomach turn. During my lunch break, I retreat to the quietest corner of the reference section with my journal. The large oak table is usually occupied by students, but it's empty today, a small mercy. I methodically review yesterday's entry again, searching for details I might have missed or changed. The specificity is haunting. I'd described the way sunlight would catch on his watch before he fell. The article had mentioned police recovering pieces of a broken Rolex scattered near the body. I'd written about his expression freezing in indignation rather than fear. The first officer on scene had reportedly commented on the victim's oddly affronted expression, preserved even in death. Is the universe itself playing some cosmic prank by turning my morbid hobby into reality? Or is something far more sinister at work? I stare at the page until the words begin to swim before my eyes. My concentration shatters when two elderly patrons, Mr. Finch and Dr. Wexler, retired professors who consider the library their second home, settle into nearby armchairs with their newspapers. Their hushed conversation is clearly audible in the quiet space. "Did you hear how he landed?" Mr. Finch asks, rustling his newspaper. "Straight onto that fancy plaque with his name on it. The fall was so cinematic, it's like something out of a book." "Poetic justice, if you ask me," Dr. Wexler replies. "Remember how he tried to bulldoze the historic district last year? Karma has a long memory." I knock over my tea in panic, hot liquid seeping into the corner of my journal. I grab tissues from my bag, frantically blotting the pages, heart hammering against my ribs. The professors look over, concerned, but quickly return to their conversation when I wave away their offers of help. I'm still dabbing at the damp pages when Cleo appears, her yellow cardigan bright as sunshine against the library's muted tones. "V, I've been looking everywhere for—" She stops, immediately sensing something wrong as she kneels to help me clean up. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I manage a hollow laugh. Let's just say my latest journal entry aged poorly. Her eyes widen. "Ooh, what did you write? Wait, did it have something to do with Gerald Rutherford?" My head snaps up. "Why would you think that? Because you two had that super tense confrontation yesterday and now he's dead?" Cleo says, as if it's obvious. "I mean, I was shelving in fiction when he went all petty dictator on you. He was awful. Though I didn't think your death journal powers worked that quickly." She says it lightly, teasingly. She doesn't know that her joke has struck at the very heart of my fears. "It's just a weird coincidence," I say firmly, more to convince myself than her. She doesn't look convinced. "So, what did you imagine for him? Eaten by library book returns? Paper cuts to death?" "What? He was a jerk to you, to everyone. He was trying to get Mrs. Liu's bookshop condemned so he could expand his stupid plaza." I close my journal with a snap. Well, now he's dead and it's not something to joke about. "Since when are you squeamish about death?" Cleo studies me with unusual intensity. "V, seriously, what's wrong? You're actually shaking." I take a deep breath. "Nothing. It's just unsettling when someone you just saw dies suddenly." "True," she concedes, "especially someone who threatened your job. Speaking of which, have you heard from your uncle? The mayor's office has been suspiciously quiet about Rutherford's death." I shake my head. My relationship with Uncle Thaddeus is complicated at best, and I hate leveraging our family connection for information. But maybe today, I'll make an exception. "I'll call him later," I say, gathering my things. I should get back to the desk. That afternoon, I find myself searching the faces of every library visitor, paranoia creeping in like fog. What if Gerald's death wasn't an accident? What if someone deliberately staged it to match my words? If so, how could they possibly have known what I wrote? As far as I know, Detective Stone is the only one aware of my journaling habit, and even he doesn't read the actual entries. He just knows I write fictional deaths. Would he think I'd escalated from imagining deaths to causing them? "Virginia." The voice makes me jump. I turn to find my uncle, Mayor Thaddeus Vexley, standing by the circulation desk, his suit immaculate as always, his expression grave. "Uncle Thaddeus, I wasn't expecting you." Clearly. He glances around, ensuring no patrons are within earshot. "I thought I should inform you personally that Detective Stone will be conducting interviews regarding Gerald Rutherford's death. Given your altercation with Gerald yesterday, you may be called in to provide a statement." Ice forms in my stomach. It wasn't an altercation. He was rude to me in my workplace. "Nevertheless," my uncle straightens his already straight tie, "I would appreciate if you kept our family name out of any unpleasantness. The election is only months away." Of course, his political career always comes first. "I'll try not to get murdered between now and November," I say dryly. "Wouldn't want to inconvenience your campaign schedule." His jaw tightens. "This isn't a joke, Virginia. Gerald was a powerful man with powerful friends. His death will have consequences for this town. Consequences, like not having to rename our historic plaza after a man who wanted to demolish half of it? Be careful," he warns. "Detective Stone takes his job very seriously. Don't give him any reason to look too closely at you." With that parting shot, he leaves, nodding politely to Cleo as they pass in the doorway. She watches him go with narrowed eyes. What did Mayor Creepy want? To remind me that my family loyalty should extend to providing him with convenient alibis, I mutter, then quickly change the subject. "Any news about the, incident?" Cleo's expression brightens with gossipy excitement. "My friend at the coffee shop overheard the officers saying they found something weird at the scene. A page torn from a book or journal. They're trying to figure out where it came from." My blood freezes in my veins. What kind of page? They didn't say. But weird, right? She leans closer. What if the killer left it as like a signature? I force a non-committal sound, my mind racing. Did I tear a page from my journal? No. I checked it this morning, all intact. But what if someone copied it? What if someone has been watching me write? The rest of the day passes in a haze of mounting dread. After closing time, I sit alone at my desk, the journal open before me. The library is silent except for the occasional creaking of the old building settling for the night. Outside, rain has finally arrived, pattering against the windows. I weigh my options carefully. I could hide the journal, but that looks guilty if it's discovered later. I could admit everything to Stone preemptively, but that makes me a suspect in a crime I didn't commit. I could pretend the similarities are coincidence, but the details are too precise for anyone to believe that. Ultimately, I decide to continue as normal while being more cautious. Running would only confirm suspicions, and I have nothing to hide. Except, of course, the fact that I imagined in precise detail a death that actually occurred. I trace my fingers over the entry one last time, then close the journal and tuck it into my bag. Tomorrow, I'll have to face Detective Stone. Tomorrow, I'll need to be calm, collected Virginia Varnell, sardonic librarian with an unusual hobby, not this panicking mess of a woman who fears her own imagination has somehow become lethal. That night, sleep eludes me completely. I stare at my ceiling, listening to the rain, my thoughts chasing each other in endless circles. The realization crystallizes like ice in my veins. Either I've developed some horrific power to manifest deaths through writing, or someone else knows about my journal and used my words as a blueprint. Both possibilities are equally terrifying. What have I done? I whisper into the darkness. From the windowsill, Morticia watches with inscrutable green eyes, her tail slowly swishing back and forth. For the first time, I wonder if my cat knows something I don't. Something about the thin veil between imagination and reality, and how easily it can be torn. Chapter 3. The Cat and the Cop. I'm reshelving biographies in the history section, arranging the lives of long-dead men and women in alphabetical order, like that might somehow impose order on the chaos of existence, when I feel it. A shift in the library's atmosphere. The ambient chatter drops to whispers. Pages stop turning. The comforting white noise of my domain falls silent in patches, like someone's turning down the volume knob, section by section. I glance up from Harriet Tubman's biography to see patrons casting furtive glances toward the entrance. Following their gaze, I see him. Detective Alexander Stone, his tall frame and slightly rumpled suit making him stand out among the cozy stacks like a wolf in a knitting circle. Stone's eyes scan the room with focused intensity. I can practically see the gears turning behind that perpetually serious expression. Cataloging exits, noting witnesses, looking for me. Our eyes lock. Fudge pops. I slide Tubman back into place with deliberate calm, smoothing the spine with fingers that don't quite want to cooperate. He's making his way toward me now, badge already in hand. No point running. Where would I go? This is my territory after all. I lift my chin and prepare my best, mildly inconvenient librarian expression. He stops a precise 3 feet away, close enough for semi-private conversation, far enough to maintain professional distance. Several patrons pretend not to watch us while absolutely watching us. Ms. Varnell, he announces just loudly enough for nearby book browsers to hear. I have some questions regarding Gerald Rutherford. His gray eyes watch my reaction with professional detachment that doesn't quite mask his scrutiny, like he's reading me for tells, the way I might examine first editions for signs of forgery. The badge in his hand catches the light from the window. Unnecessary theater, since everyone in Ravenswood knows exactly who Detective Stone is. I'd find it amusing if my heart wasn't attempting to punch through my ribcage. In my office, then? I gesture toward the back without waiting for his response. unless you'd prefer to interrogate me between Teddy Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt, which would certainly give them something new to disagree about. I lead him through the stacks, painfully aware of my footsteps on the hardwood floor, of the eyes following our progress, of the weight of my journal in my bag tucked under my desk. Every step feels like a performance in a play, where everyone knows their lines except me. As we pass the reference desk, I catch Cleo's wide-eyed stare. She's clutching a stack of returned books to her chest like a shield, her pastel cardigan a splash of inappropriate cheerfulness in this unfolding drama. She mouths, "Call me later," with such exaggerated movements that Stone could probably read her lips from 20 feet away. Then she disappears behind the periodicals shelf with uncharacteristic discretion, though I'm certain she'll position herself somewhere with optimal eavesdropping potential. I unlock my office door, mentally cataloging what's visible inside. Desk, chair, filing cabinet, stacks of acquisition forms. A half-empty cup of tea, cold by now, my bag tucked neatly under the desk, containing the damning journal. Nothing suspicious, just the usual organized chaos of a librarian's life. "Tea?" I offer reflexively as I settle behind my desk. Stone remains standing, creating an intentional power imbalance that I counter by leaning back in my chair and crossing my legs. "Two can play detective games." "No, thank you," he replies, predictably. "Is this about his overdue business periodicals?" I ask, with false lightness, because I can assure you, detective, his account has been cleared posthumously. Stone doesn't smile. Stone never smiles. He positions himself with his back to the small window, placing me in the light while his face remains partially shadowed. It's a classic interrogation technique, and I hate that I recognize it. "You had an altercation with Mr. Rutherford yesterday," he states rather than asks, his gaze steady. "Witnesses say he threatened your job security and seemed quite agitated with you personally." The unspoken question hangs in the air between us. "Did you kill him, Miss Varnell?" I maintain my composure, though I can feel a prickle of sweat at the nape of my neck. This isn't my first dance with Detective Stone. During the archive case last spring, we reached an uneasy détente. He thinks I'm odd, I think he's insufferable. We both think the other is hiding something. We're both right. If by altercation you mean he threw a tantrum over a $20 late fee, then yes, I say, keeping my voice even. He also took issue with our historical display on Ravenswood's founding, apparently including documents about how his grandfather acquired town property during the Depression reflects poorly on the Rutherford legacy. I allow myself a thin smile. If arguing with Gerald Rutherford qualified as motive for murder, detective, I'm afraid half the town would be on your suspect list. I'm proud of how steady my voice sounds, considering my heart is performing gymnastics in my chest. Stone's expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes shifts, a flicker of what might be amusement before it's swallowed by professionalism. He opens his mouth to respond, when a streak of black fur materializes from nowhere, winding between our legs. Morticia, my feline alarm system and emotional support predator. She brushes against my ankles first, a warm, familiar pressure. Then, to my surprise, she moves to Stone, rubbing against his perfectly pressed trouser leg and leaving a constellation of black hairs. A rare honor. Morticia typically treats strangers with aristocratic disdain. Stone's expression softens momentarily as he glances down. "Hello again," he murmurs to her, and I'm struck by the gentleness in his voice, a tone I've never heard him use with humans. The moment passes quickly. Stone refocuses, pulling out a small notebook as Morticia leaps gracefully onto my filing cabinet. "Where were you between 7 and 9 p.m. last night?" he asks, pen poised. The question I've been dreading. I force myself to meet his gaze directly. "At home, writing?" I respond truthfully. No point lying when he could easily check with neighbors. Alone, unfortunately, unless you count Morticia as a reliable witness. I gesture to the cat, who is now settled on the shelf behind Stone's head, watching our exchange with eerie attention. Her green eyes seem to say, "I told you so." Stone makes a note, but doesn't comment. Instead, he closes his notebook and studies me with an intensity that makes me want to fidget. I resist the urge. "I'm curious about your latest journal entry, Miss Varnell," he says finally. His tone is deliberately casual, but his eyes hold the weight of their shared history from the archive case. "The one about death scenarios?" The room suddenly feels too small, too warm. My mind flashes to our conversations during the Enid Burble investigation, when he'd discovered my peculiar hobby of crafting fictional deaths. He'd been suspicious then, but ultimately accepted my explanation of harmless creative exercises. Now, with Gerald dead in a manner matching my latest scenario, those suspicions have clearly resurfaced with a vengeance. I feel the blood drain from my face before I can control my reaction. The cold rush of panic lasts only seconds before I force myself back to the present, but it's long enough. Stone noticed. Of course he did. "Still fixated on my literary exercises, detective?" I respond with forced lightness, gripping the edge of my desk to stop my hands from trembling. "I thought we established during the archive case that imagination isn't a crime." My fingers unconsciously tap against the wood, a nervous habit I thought I'd broken years ago. Stone's gaze flicks to my hand, then back to my face. Nothing escapes his notice. It's infuriating. He leans forward slightly, lowering his voice. "The problem, Miss Varnell, is that Gerald Rutherford died in a manner that witnesses describe as theatrical and ironic." He pauses meaningfully. "Two qualities that feature prominently in your exercises." The pause before the last word is deliberate and damning. "Are you accusing me of something, detective?" I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. Because I was under the impression that having bad taste in business associates isn't actually criminal. "I'm not accusing you of anything," Stone says, straightening. "I'm simply gathering information. Mr. Rutherford died in what appears to be a staged accident, falling from scaffolding and being impaled on a commemorative plaque bearing his own name. It's the kind of death that seems authored." Ice slides down my spine. Those details weren't in this morning's news report, but they match my journal entry with devastating precision. "That's unfortunate," I manage, swallowing hard. "And certainly dramatic, but I fail to see what it has to do with me." Stone studies me for a long moment. "I think you do see, Ms. Varnell. In fact, I think you see more than most people in this town." He tucks his notebook away and moves toward the door, then pauses with his hand on the knob. "I'll be back tomorrow with more questions. In the meantime, don't leave town." "Why would I?" I counter, finding my footing in annoyance. Unlike some people, I have a job that requires regular attendance. The corner of his mouth twitches, almost a smile. "Almost. Oh, more thing," he says. "If you happen to remember any other literary exercises that might become relevant to my investigation, I'd appreciate hearing about them before they happen." He leaves without waiting for my response, closing the door with a quiet click that somehow sounds as final as a slammed door would have. I remain at my desk, suddenly unable to stand. My legs feel like they're made of library paste. Morticia leaps down from her perch and settles on my lap, a warm weight anchoring me to reality. "What am I going to do?" I whisper to her, running my fingers through her silky fur. Morticia purrs in response, tail swishing lazily as if to say this was inevitable from the moment I wrote Gerald's fictional death. She's not wrong. The journal has placed me in Stone's crosshairs once again, not as a witness this time, but as a suspect. Someone knows about my journal. Someone used my written fantasy as a blueprint for murder. Or, the thought chills me despite the office's warmth, what if my writing somehow caused this? What if the power of imagination is more dangerous than I ever suspected? Either way, I'm in serious trouble. And the worst part? A small, deeply buried part of me is fascinated by the puzzle, by the twisted mirror between my words and reality. It's the same part that compels me to write death scenarios in the first place, the part I've spent years pretending doesn't exist. Maybe that's what Stone sees when he looks at me. Maybe that's why he suspects me. Because in my heart, beneath the sarcasm and the carefully constructed walls, I know the truth. I didn't kill Gerald Rutherford. But I imagined his death with such vivid precision that someone could follow it like a recipe. And now, unless I can figure out who that someone is, I'm going to take the blame. Chapter 4. Widow in White. I stand at the back of the crowded funeral service at Ravenswood First Presbyterian Church, dressed in a modest black dress that's seen too many library fundraisers, cataloging the attendees with the same methodical attention I apply to new acquisitions. My gaze sweeps across the pews, noting who sits where, who seems genuinely grieved, and who's simply performing sorrow for social currency. The calculated arrangement feels like shelving books by subject, predictable patterns with occasional surprises. Family in front, 1 widow, 0 children, suspiciously few relatives, business associates in the second row, faces set to appropriately somber, hands clutching phones, they check when they think no one's looking, random townspeople filling the rest, half here for the gossip, half for the refreshments. The church interior feels oppressively warm and smells of too many lilies. I resist the urge to fan myself with the program as I observe Lydia Rutherford in the front row. The widow's blonde waves are perfectly styled and her designer black dress immaculate as she dabs dry eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. Every few minutes, when she thinks no one is watching, she checks her reflection in a compact mirror. Grief, apparently, requires precision. I spot Cleo across the aisle, looking uncharacteristically subdued in a navy cardigan, the closest thing to black in her wardrobe. Her apparent solemnity is betrayed by the spiral notebook partially hidden in her lap, where she's frantically scribbling observations with a pen topped by a tiny plastic magnifying glass. A birthday gift from me that I'm now regretting. Mrs. Pembroke, our elderly patron with cataloging suggestions that border on demands, catches my eye and nods solemnly. I nod back, grateful for the excuse to shift position. After the remarkably brief eulogy, during which the pastor stumbles twice over Gerald's charitable contributions to the town, I linger near a cluster of town council members, pretending to study the memorial program while eavesdropping. Councilwoman Dana Holt, notorious for her inability to modulate her voice, whispers too loudly to the Parks Department head. Lydia told me he was changing his will this week. Apparently there were concerns about loyalty among his associates. The Parks Director raises an eyebrow. Any specifics? Not yet, Dana says, tapping her fingernails against her purse. But she mentioned his executive assistant had been acting strangely. What was her name? Martha? Mabel? Marla, I murmur involuntarily. Dana turns, surprised to find me so close. Yes, Marla Dibbs. Did you know her, Virginia? Only from her calls to the library, I reply, keeping my voice neutral. She was always very precise about Mr. Rutherford's appointments. Dana nods, looking thoughtful. Well, apparently she's been taking long lunch breaks and making personal calls. Gerald thought she might be looking for another job. Or worse. I file this information away, wondering what worse might entail in Gerald Rutherford's paranoid mind. The mourners migrate to the church hall for refreshments, forming constellations of gossip around trays of mediocre finger sandwiches. I position myself strategically near the coffee urn, pretending to doctor my coffee while observing Mayor Vexley. My uncle consoling Lydia with practiced sympathy that doesn't reach his eyes. My dear, the town shares your grief, he says, patting her hand with the same rhythm he uses when giving campaign speeches. Gerald was a visionary, irreplaceable. Lydia nods, her mascara still flawlessly intact. Thaddeus, you've been so supportive. I don't know what I'd do without the protection of friends like you. Something in her emphasis on protection makes my uncle stiffen slightly. Of course, he says, his political smile never faltering. That's what communities do in times of crisis. We protect our own. I'm still puzzling over this exchange when Cleo appears at my side with 2 cups of punch, her eyes bright with excitement behind the solemnity she's trying to project. "This is better than episode 3 of Widows Who Wail," she whispers, handing me a cup of suspiciously red liquid. "Did you see Marla Dibb sitting alone in the back corner? And why is Gerald's business partner sweating so much? It's freezing in here." Her true crime enthusiasm momentarily pierces my carefully maintained detachment. I can't help but scan the room for Marla, finding her hunched in a metal folding chair, clutching a napkin she's shredded into confetti. "Maybe he didn't switch to the seasonal wardrobe," I replied dryly, though I note that Cleo's right. The business partner is perspiring visibly despite the aggressive air conditioning. Not everyone plans their funeral attire with your attention to detail. Hal, Cleo rolls her eyes. "But seriously, V, something's off. I made a timeline of who arrived when, and Marla was actually here before Lydia. Who gets to a funeral before the widow, and she brought her own handkerchief, black with her initials embroidered in silver. That's..." She searches for the word, "premeditated grief." "Or good planning," I counter, though I tuck the observation away. "Some people are just prepared. And some people just know when to show up," Cleo mutters, nodding toward the side entrance where Detective Stone has appeared, not in uniform, but in a dark suit that looks uncomfortably formal on his athletic frame. My attention shifts quickly to Lydia, who's now holding court near the memorial photo display. Her voice carries just enough to be overheard by those nearby, a practiced technique of saying private things publicly. "Gerald was so worried lately," she's saying to a circle of attentive listeners. "Said someone was watching him, that he felt threatened. I should have taken it more seriously." Her performance hits all the right notes of retrospective guilt, each line delivered with a slight tremor. I move closer to the photo display, ostensibly examining the collection. It features Gerald's corporate headshot rather than any personal family photos. All business, even in death. As I study them, I catch the moment when Lydia's grief mask slips. Someone asks about funeral costs, and a flash of calculation crosses her face. "Thankfully, Gerald's life insurance was substantial," she answers, the pause barely perceptible. I'm mentally cataloging these inconsistencies when Lydia suddenly notices my presence. The widow's expression cools as she approaches with syrupy politeness. "Miss Varnell, how unexpected to see you here," she says, her voice honeyed but her eyes sharp. "Gerald mentioned your imaginative way of thinking. Some might find it dangerous." The emphasis makes it clear this isn't idle conversation. My heart pounds in my chest, but I maintain my neutral expression. "My condolences on your loss, Mrs. Rutherford," I say evenly. "The library valued Mr. Rutherford's contributions." "I'm sure," she says with a slim smile. "Though I recall he had some concerns about recent displays. Historical accuracy is so important, don't you think?" Before I can respond, Mayor Vexley appears at my elbow, his grip on my arm a bit too tight as he steers me away. "Not now, Virginia," he whispers, his public smile never wavering as he adds loud enough for others to hear. "My niece, always supporting the community in times of need." "Uncle Thad," I acknowledged, subtly trying to extract my arm from his grip. "I was just offering condolence." "Of course you were," he says, still smiling as he walks me toward a less populated corner. "Just as I'm sure you're here purely out of respect and not to investigate." "Investigate?" I echo, keeping my voice innocent. "It was an accident, wasn't it?" His smile tightens. "Accidents happen in small towns all the time. Best not to question them too closely." He finally releases my arm. "I'd hate to see your unusual hobbies become a topic of conversation." The threat hangs in the air between us, not even thinly veiled. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," I say, maintaining eye contact. "Good," he nods. "Keep it that way." He checks his watch. "I have a meeting. Remember what I said, Virginia. Some things are better left unwritten." As he walks away, my blood runs cold. The reference to writing can't be coincidence. What does he know about my journal? And how? I retreat to a quiet corner, processing this disturbing interaction, when Cleo finds me again. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she says, then grimaces. "Sorry. Too on the nose for a funeral?" "It's fine," I mutter. "Just a weird conversation with my uncle." "Speaking of weird," Cleo says, opening her notebook with flourish, "you need to see this." The pages are filled with observations, times of arrival for key mourners, who spoke to whom, inconsistencies in Lydia's story, all organized with surprising thoroughness beneath the heading, "The Plaque Plunge, Who Pushed Gerald?" in sparkly purple ink. "Cleo," I hiss, "you can't just—" I know," she waves dismissively. "But look at this. Marla arrived at 9:42, exactly 18 minutes before the service. Lydia arrived at 10:03, technically late, in a separate car from her sister who was supposedly staying with her for support." I glance over at Marla, who's now standing alone by the exit, her posture rigid as she watches Lydia holding court. "And check this out," Cleo continues, flipping to another page. "I've been tracking inconsistencies. Lydia told Mrs. Pembroke that Gerald was working late the night he died, but told Councilwoman Holt he was meeting his lawyer about the will. Both can't be true. I have to admit her thoroughness is impressive. Have you ever considered a career in library science?" I ask, half serious. No," Cleo wrinkles her nose. "Too many rules, not enough excitement. But this," she taps her notebook, "this is where detailed record-keeping really shines." I looked back at her notes, something niggling at the back of my mind. "Did you happen to note what time the business partner arrived?" Cleo flips back a page. "Tyler Royce? 9:58, looking flustered, kept checking his phone until the service started." "And did he speak to Marla?" "Not that I saw," Cleo says, scanning her notes, "but he did have a very tense-looking conversation with the mayor while everyone was filing in." I'm about to ask another question when I notice Detective Stone watching us from across the room. His expression is unreadable, but his focus is unmistakably on me and Cleo's notebook. "We should go," I murmur, nodding subtly in Stone's direction. Cleo follows my gaze and sighs. "Fine, but we're continuing this debriefing later. I've got theories." "I'm sure you do," I reply, gathering my purse. "Save them for somewhere less populated." As we leave the funeral, I mentally cross-reference the whispers and observations against my journal entry about Gerald's death. While I imagined his death as cosmic justice, poetic irony for a man who built his reputation on the backs of others, someone in that room had made it a reality. And the way Lydia looked at me suggested the widow might know more about my private thoughts than should be possible. It was as if she'd read my journal herself, recognized the blueprint of her husband's death, and was silently acknowledging our shared secret. But that would mean someone had access to my private writing. Someone had been in my home, touched my journal, read my darkest fantasies. Or worse, someone knew me well enough to predict exactly how I'd imagined Gerald Rutherford dying. Either possibility makes my skin crawl as we step into the autumn sunshine outside the church. Detective Stone stands by his unmarked car across the street, watching as we descend the steps. His gaze feels heavy, weighted with suspicion. Cleo chatters about her observations as we walk to my car, but my mind is racing ahead, cataloging possibilities, eliminating unlikely scenarios, and circling back to the most disturbing one. Someone is trying to frame me. And based on the looks I received today, from Lydia, from my uncle, from Stone, it's working. Chapter 5, The Fine Print. I slip into the library a full 40 minutes before opening, nodding to Mrs. Pembroke, who's already dusting the reference section. Her early arrival is as predictable as her cardigan collection. Today's offering a pale lavender that probably smells like mothballs and talcum powder. "Morning, Virginia," she calls, her voice carrying in the empty space. Going down to tackle that donation mess? Someone has to, I reply, hefting my canvas tote filled with archival supplies. Might as well be the person least likely to sneeze herself into next Tuesday. Mrs. Pembroke chuckles. Well, good luck. Those boxes have been giving me the evil eye since October. I head toward the basement door, pausing only to scratch Dewey, the library cat, behind his ears. Unlike Morticia, Dewey craves attention, positioning himself strategically near the circulation desk for maximum petting opportunities. Library mascot, dust mite detector, and living antidepressant all in one convenient orange package. Hold down the fort, I tell him. He blinks in solemn agreement. The basement stairs creak beneath my combat boots as I descend. I've always found it fitting that our library's foundation is quite literally built upon decaying knowledge, boxes of donations, outdated reference materials, and the occasional piece of furniture too ugly to display but too expensive to discard. Our own little paper catacombs. I flick the switch, and the fluorescent lights stutter to life with an asthmatic buzz. One of them flickers ominously, casting intermittent shadows across the stacks of bankers' boxes labeled Historical Society Fall Donation. Each is stuffed with books that Ravenswood's most dedication collection of history buffs deemed unworthy of their shelves but too precious for the dumpster. Lucky us. I set down my bag and pull out my supplies: acid-free gloves, clipboard with intake forms, dust mask, and a small battery-powered lamp for when the overhead lighting inevitably gives up. I snap the gloves on with the grim determination of someone preparing for surgery rather than cataloging. Let's see what treasures await, I mutter to myself, pulling the first box toward me. 3 hours and 2 boxes later, I've established a rhythm. Most of the books are exactly what I expected: outdated town directories, self-published family histories, and enough amateur genealogies to populate a small nation. I've separated them into piles: add to collection, duplicate, discard, too damaged, and my personal favorite, why does this exist? The latter category currently features a hand-illustrated cookbook from 1967 titled Gelatin for Every Occasion that includes recipes for something called salmon surprise mold. The surprise, I assume, is why anyone thought this was a good idea. I'm reaching for the third box when my phone buzzes. A text from Cleo. Stone in circulation area asking about you. Told him you're communing with dead books. He didn't laugh. Update me on any hot basement discoveries. Great, just what I need. Detective Broody disrupting my morning. I quickly reply, if he comes down, create a distraction, fire alarm, flash mob, anything. Her response is immediate. On it. Practicing my choking sounds now. I slide my phone away with a sigh and pull the third box toward me. This one's heavier, filled with leather-bound volumes rather than paperbacks. As I lift out the first book, Ravenswood Municipal Records 19125, I notice the distinct scent of expensive leather and binding glue that's held up remarkably well despite the age. Methodically, I work through the stack, examining each for condition and relevance. Most contain predictably dry content: tax assessments, town meeting minutes, maps showing property lines. I'm about to move on when the spine of one book catches my eye. Ravenswood Founding Families, a comprehensive history. Something about its weight feels off. It's too light for its size, the heft inconsistent with the other leather-bound tomes. I lay it flat and carefully open the cover. Fudging unbelievable, I whisper. The book's interior has been hollowed out, creating a perfect rectangular cavity within the pages. Nestled inside is a slim leather ledger, smaller than a standard notebook but thicker than a passport. I gently extract it, something primal in my librarian's soul recoiling at the book mutilation, while my curiosity drowns out the professional outrage. The ledger bears no title, just an embossed date range on its cover, 19822018, and a small ornate R symbol in the lower right corner. The craftsmanship is exceptional. This wasn't mass-produced but custom-made, the leather of the highest quality. I glanced toward the stairs, listening for any approaching footsteps before carefully opening to the first page. Inside, columns of meticulous handwriting document what appears to be financial records. Each entry follows the same format: date, amount, cryptic description, and initials. The heading at the top reads, Anonymous Contributions, Ravenswood Development Fund. My archivist's brain immediately categorizes this as something never intended for public consumption. This isn't just a ledger, it's a record of secrets. I flipped through several pages, scanning entries that span 20 years of contributions to various town projects: the Riverwalk renovation, the courthouse repairs, the arts center expansion. Each entry includes notations like insurance or considerations, besides substantial figures. Many entries feature the initials Gr. Gerald Rutherford, particularly for the newest entries related to the Plaza project. Holy jam jars, I murmur, connecting dots I didn't even know existed until now. The pattern becomes unmistakable as I turn more pages. Every mysteriously expedited permit, every controversial zoning change that preservation-minded residents had quietly complained about, all align perfectly with contributions documented in these pages. It's essentially a 2-decade record of bribery disguised as civic generosity. My hands tremble slightly as I near the final entries. The most recent page contains an entry from just 3 weeks ago, a substantial transfer labeled Final Payment, contingent on M's cooperation. Below it, in different handwriting, someone had added, Leverage obtained. A chill slides down my spine. Who is Mem? Marla, Gerald's assistant? Someone else entirely? The implications form a knot in my stomach. If Gerald was using this ledger to track his influence purchases, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it could explain why someone wanted him dead. Or if Gerald was using it to blackmail someone. The basement door creaks open, interrupting my spiraling theories. I shove the ledger under my clipboard and busy myself with another book, heart hammering against my ribs. Virginia? They said you were down here cataloging our town's illustrious history. I would recognize that forced joviality anywhere. Uncle Thaddeus Vexley, mayor of Ravenswood and master of perfectly timed interruptions. His expensive leather shoes appear on the stairs first, followed by the rest of him. Immaculately pressed suit, silver hair styled with military precision, campaign smile firmly in place. The perfect picture of small-town leadership, except for the anxiety flickering behind his eyes as they dart around the basement. Uncle Thad, I acknowledge, not bothering to stand. What brings you to our subterranean paradise? Running low on ribbon-cutting opportunities above ground? He chuckles, the sound as genuine as a department store Santa. Can't I check in on my favorite niece? I'm your only niece, I correct automatically. And you hate the basement. You once said it smelled like scholarly decay and broken dreams. Did I? How poetic. His gaze lands on my workspace, scanning the books spread across the table. Finding anything interesting in these old donations? I subtly slide my tote bag over the corner of the ledger peeking out from beneath my clipboard. Just working through the backlog, Uncle Thad. The Historical Society wasn't particularly organized with their donations. My smile carries none of the warmth expected in a family exchange. But he pretends not to notice, running a finger along a nearby shelf and examining the dust with distaste. I was just meeting with the library board about budget matters and thought I'd come say hello. He strolls closer, eyes repeatedly drifting to my bag and the books scattered across the table. I'm sure you've heard we're finalizing details for Gerald's memorial service at the plaza. Lydia's insisting we continue with the dedication as planned. Quite courageous of her, don't you think? Quite, I agree flatly. Nothing says I'm grieving like a commemorative plaque unveiling. Uncle Thad's smile tightens. Gerald put a lot of work into that plaza. It would be a shame not to honor his contribution to our community. Is that what we're calling it now? Contribution? His eyes narrow fractionally. You've never appreciated the complexities of civic leadership, Virginia. Not everything is as black and white as library categorization. On the contrary, I say, tapping my pen against the clipboard, I find categorization incredibly nuanced. Take our local history section. We have books on Ravenswood's public achievements filed right alongside documentation of its greatest shames. Context matters. The subtext hangs between us, heavy as the dust motes floating in the flickering fluorescent light. He steps closer, lowering his voice. Your mother always said you had a knack for discovering things others would prefer stay buried. A family trait, I suppose. The mention of my mother aches like a bruise pressed too hard. How thoughtful of you to remember. Family is everything, Virginia. He places a hand on my shoulder, squeezing too firmly. And family loyalty is something I've always valued above all else. I hope you understand that. The threat is velvet-wrapped but unmistakable. Crystal clear, Uncle Thad. His phone chimes, saving me from further avuncular intimidation. He checks the screen and sighs. Duty calls. Don't work too hard down here. All this dust can't be good for you. I'll try to contain my archival enthusiasm. He pauses at the base of the stairs. Oh, and Virginia, Detective Stone was asking about you earlier. Something about inconsistencies in your statement. Might want to prepare yourself. With that parting shot, he ascends the stairs, leaving me alone with the ledger and a growing sense of dread. I count to 420 slowly, giving him plenty of time to leave the building. Then, I retrieve the ledger from beneath my bag and examine it once more. If my uncle came down here specifically looking for this, I can't leave it in the library. But I can't risk being caught with it either. My eyes fall on the "Why Does This Exist" pile, where a particularly ostentatious leather-bound copy of The Count of Monte Cristo sits. It's oversized and gaudy, a Victorian-era reproduction that no one will miss. Perfect, I whisper, pulling it toward me. I carefully remove its innards, creating a hollow space just large enough for the ledger, then slide it inside. A fitting hiding place for documents detailing revenge, betrayal, and ill-gotten fortunes, if I do say so myself. After finishing my cataloging shift with meticulous documentation of absolutely nothing noteworthy, I pack up my supplies and the hollowed-out count containing its illicit contents. I smile at Mrs. Pembroke on my way out, grateful that Cleo's shift ended an hour ago. Her perceptiveness would have immediately caught the tension in my shoulders and the careful way I'm clutching my tote bag. The walk home feels longer than usual, each step weighted with the knowledge tucked against my hip. My apartment building appears at the end of the block, unremarkable and exactly what I need right now, anonymous in its mediocrity. As I fish for my keys, the ledger's implications tumble through my mind. Gerald's death. My uncle's warning. The mysterious M and whatever leverage had been obtained. The plaza dedication still moving forward despite its patron's demise. Inside my apartment, Morticia greets me with her customary indifference, stretching lazily on the windowsill before deigning to acknowledge my presence with a slow blink. Don't give me that look, I tell her, setting my bag down carefully. You'd have taken it too. I hang my jacket, wash my hands, and make tea, the mundane rituals of normality while my mind races. Only once the apartment is secured, door locked, kettle whistling, Morticia fed, do I pull the curtains closed against the encroaching evening. That's when I notice it. Across the street, where normally there's nothing but an empty parking space or Mrs. Finkelstein's ancient Buick, sits a dark sedan. Its windows are tinted too dark to see inside, the model unremarkable except for its complete lack of distinguishing features. It's the kind of car designed to blend in while observing. The kind of car that wasn't there this morning. I step back from the window, Morticia twining between my ankles as if sensing my sudden unease. Well, I whisper to her, the ledger burning a hole in my consciousness. It seems we have an audience. Chapter 6. Murder, she ranted. I cradled my chipped library mug between my palms, inhaling the bergamot-scented steam rising from my Earl Grey. The break room was blessedly, miraculously empty, a rare alignment of scheduling stars that allowed me 15 minutes of uninterrupted peace with Lord Peter Wimsey investigating murder at an advertising agency. You see, Wimsey solves crimes without needing to create a wall display visible from space, I murmured to no one, sinking deeper into the sagging couch cushions. The quiet felt almost supernatural. No Mrs. Pembroke complaining about the teens congregating near the periodicals. No patrons wandering in looking for restrooms. No. The break room door burst open with such force it bounced against the wall, sending my tea sloshing. "Son of a snickerdoodle," I muttered, grabbing a napkin. Cleo stood in the doorway, a vision in lavender cardigan and floral skirt, her blonde waves escaping from what had probably been a neat ponytail earlier this morning. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes wide with the particular gleam I recognized as her true crime mode activating. "Have you seen this?" she demanded, slapping the morning edition of the Ravenswood Gazette down on the table with the dramatic flair of a prosecutor presenting murder evidence. She jabbed her finger at a below-the-fold headline, "Ruffin Finances Under Scrutiny. Development Mogul Faced Audit Before Death." I carefully set down my book, mourning my vanished moment of solitude. "Good morning to you too, Cleo." "Morning, V," she chirped, the greeting an afterthought as she began pacing the break room's worn linoleum. "Listen to this. Sources close to the investigation confirm that Gerald Rutherford was under scrutiny from financial regulators regarding suspicious transactions dating back to 2018. I maintained my carefully cultivated expression of disinterest, taking another sip of tea as Cleo continued her circuit of the room. "Further inquiry reveals a pattern of financial irregularities involving the Ravenswood Plaza development and several offshore accounts," she read, gesticulating with half a blueberry muffin that had materialized in her hand, crumbs scattered across the floor as she pivoted. "Confidential sources suggest Rutherford had begun cooperating with investigators to avoid prosecution." "Fascinating," I said flatly, though privately I tucked this information away. If Gerald had been turning informant, that expanded our suspect pool considerably. "Don't you see?" Cleo exclaimed, finally pausing for breath. Her voice dropped to a theatrical whisper as she leaned across the table toward me. "This is classic Episode 3 material. The victim wasn't just killed. They were silenced." Her expression held the hopeful eagerness of someone who'd been podcasting about murder for years and finally had a chance to solve one. I'd seen that look before, usually right before she'd dragged me into situations requiring apologies to local law enforcement. "Cleo," I began my standard disclaimer, but she was already rummaging through her oversized tote bag, the one with "Crime Scene, Do Not Cross" embroidered on the side. "I came prepared," she announced, pulling out a brand new corkboard still wrapped in plastic. She set it reverently on the break room table, followed by a package of color-coded pins, a stack of index cards, and, I felt my resolve weakening, a spool of red string. I stared at the red string. The red string stared back. "Absolutely not," I stated firmly, even as my fingers betrayed me by reaching out to touch the spool. "We are not turning the library into a set from Mindhunter." My objection lacked conviction as Cleo unwrapped the corkboard with the reverence usually reserved for rare first editions or particularly decadent desserts. "But I've already got a system," she said, her voice carrying that dangerous note of organizational competence that spoke directly to my librarian's soul. "Yellow pins for financial motives, blue for personal grudges, pink for suspicious behaviors, and purple for timeline inconsistencies." I pressed my lips together, but the damage was done. The methodical color coding had breached my defenses. "Look," Cleo continued, sensing weakness, "we don't even have to call it investigating. Let's call it archival research with a specific focus. That's just investigating with more syllables." "But doesn't it sound better?" She grinned. "Besides, don't you want to know why someone used your journal as inspiration?" I frowned. "That's low, even for you. But effective." She wiggled her eyebrows hopefully. I sighed, the sound of surrender. We could check the archive records of Gerald's business dealings strictly for historical context. Cleo squealed, clapping her hands together. I knew you'd see reason. Operation Bookworm Detective is officially a go. We are absolutely not calling it that, I said, already regretting everything as I stood. And this, I gestured to the corkboard, stays in your car for now. Fine, temporary setback. She gathered her investigative toolkit, cramming it back into her tote. Archives first, then conspiracy wall. It's not a conspiracy if someone actually died, Cleo. Details. She waved dismissively, following me out of the break room. Lead on, head librarian Varnell. The archives occupied the library's basement, a maze of metal shelving illuminated by fluorescent lights that hummed and occasionally flickered. The municipal records section smelled of paper, dust, and the faint mustiness that permeated spaces below ground level. I pulled the chain on an additional light, casting shadows across the labeled boxes and bound volumes. Gerald's business dealings would be filed under property transfers, municipal approvals, and possibly incorporation documents, I explained, running my finger along the shelving. Start with these boxes while I check the Planning Commission records. Cleo saluted and dove into the task with disturbing enthusiasm. I sometimes wondered if in an alternate universe she'd become an investigative journalist instead of a librarian with too many true crime podcasts in her queue. Half an hour later, we had assembled a small mountain of folders on the reading table. As I flipped through the plaza development approvals, something felt off. These documents look edited, I said slowly, holding up a page where the corner had been suspiciously clipped. Like someone went through and removed specific information. Cleo looked up from her own stack. Same here. There's a folder for Rutherford Development Corporation, but half the contents are missing, and look. She pushed a document toward me. These partnership records have names physically removed, not redacted with marker, but literally cut out. I examined the pages, noting the precision of the excisions. This wasn't a hasty job done with scissors. Someone had used an X-Acto knife or similar tool to surgically remove certain names. This level of tampering suggests institutional involvement, I said quietly. Not something done by an individual, but... The overhead light chose that moment to flicker, then dim momentarily, before buzzing back to full brightness. Cleo grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging into my sleeve. Someone doesn't want this information found, she whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration that contrasted sharply with the cold dread pooling in my stomach. This was moving beyond amateur sleuthing into something potentially dangerous. Let's photograph what we have and go back upstairs, I said, trying to sound casual. The basement's giving me a headache. Cleo nodded, already pulling out her phone. Good call. Plus, better reception upstairs if we need to call the police. Or for me to update my "in case I go missing" document. That's not reassuring. Preparedness is key in any investigation, she replied cheerfully, rapidly photographing documents. I gathered the most telling records, the ones with obvious tampering, and returned the rest to their boxes. As we headed back upstairs, I couldn't shake the feeling we were crossing a line from which there would be no easy retreat. No, I said for the third time, arms crossed. Absolutely not. But the supply closet is perfect, Cleo protested. It's got that little desk, it's private, and Mrs. Pembroke never goes in there because of her dust allergies. We stood in the narrow hallway behind the reference section, Cleo clutching her tote bag like it contained state secrets rather than craft supplies. We are librarians, I hissed. We catalog books and help people find information on urban beekeeping requirements. We don't set up murder investigation headquarters. We're also citizens with a civic duty, she countered. And technically, the library charter states we preserve and protect community knowledge. If helping solve a murder isn't protecting community knowledge, what is? I pinched the bridge of my nose. That is a spectacular misrepresentation of the charter's intent. But not technically wrong, she grinned. Come on, V, you already found that ledger. And someone's clearly removing evidence. Don't you want to know why your journal was copied? Don't you want to clear your name? She had me there. After a moment, I sighed and unlocked the supply closet door. Fine, but this is temporary, and if anyone asks, we're organizing the summer reading program materials. Yes. Cleo did a little victory dance and slipped inside, immediately commandeering the small desk. This is perfect. We have wall space, a door that locks, and... She flicked on the desk lamp, appropriately moody lighting. I leaned against the doorframe, watching as she unwrapped the corkboard and set it up against the back wall. I'm only doing this to clear my name, I reminded her, and to figure out who had access to my journal. Of course, she agreed solemnly, then ruined the effect by bouncing on her toes as she unpacked her investigation supplies. Now, help me put up what we know. Against my better judgment, I found myself joining her, pinning newspaper clippings to the board while Cleo organized her color-coded system. We worked with surprising synchronicity, me methodically analyzing documents and connections, while Cleo contributed local gossip and social context. Lydia Rutherford inherited everything, Cleo said, pinning up a yellow-tagged card. Classic motive. According to what we found in the archives, Gerald was changing business structures right before his death, I added, connecting this to another card with a piece of red string. He was removing himself from certain partnerships. Ooh, like a preemptive divorce from his sketchy business deals, Cleo said. And look. She pointed to another document. These initials keep appearing. RPP. Any idea who that is? I frowned. No, but they're connected to 3 different development projects, including the plaza. As the afternoon progressed, our board grew increasingly complex. Red string crisscrossed between potential suspects. Lydia Rutherford with her financial motive, Mayor Vexley and his political entanglements, the mysterious Reaper, and Marla Dibbs, whose decade as Gerald's assistant had made her privy to all his secrets. Marla could know where all the bodies are buried, Cleo mused, tapping a pink pin. Metaphorically speaking. Or literally, I guess. I stepped back, studying our creation with begrudging pride. The visual representation revealed multiple motives, but no clear culprit. The tampering with archives suggested someone with institutional access or authority, which pointed to my uncle. But the precision of the murder, matching my journal entry so closely, required someone with intimate knowledge of my writing. If we're really doing this, I said finally, voicing what I'd been avoiding, we need to talk to Detective Stone. Cleo gasped, then squealed with inappropriate delight. She immediately dug into her bag and pulled out a small photograph, which she pinned to the board with a heart-shaped pin. Where did you even get his picture? I asked, reaching over to remove the heart pin and replace it with a standard red one. Police department website, she replied with a grin. They did a community outreach piece last month. He was very photogenic while explaining proper bike lock protocols. I rolled my eyes. Focus, please. We need his insight on the financial angle, but approaching him is risky. He already suspects I'm involved somehow. Or he thinks you're fascinating and enigmatic, Cleo suggested, waggling her eyebrows. He thinks I'm withholding evidence, I corrected, which technically I am. Cleo's expression softened. You know, we could just show him your journals. Explain your hobby. I shook my head. Not yet. First we need leverage, something concrete that proves someone else had motive and opportunity. The library's closing announcement echoed through the PA system, reminding patrons they had 15 minutes to complete their selections. We should wrap up, I said, glancing at our corkboard masterpiece. But first, tell me what you think about approaching Marla. She worked closest with Gerald and might know about these financial irregularities. Cleo tapped her chin thoughtfully. Good angle, but she's famously private, doesn't socialize much. She comes to the library every Thursday evening for the mystery book club, I pointed out, which happens to be tomorrow. A slow smile spread across Cleo's face. Vivarnal, are you suggesting we manipulate a library program for investigative purposes? I'm suggesting we take advantage of an established community gathering to have a casual conversation with a person of interest. Potato po, Tota Aztec Cleo grinned, gathering her things. Either way, I'm impressed. Maybe there's hope for you as a detective after all. Librarian, I corrected firmly. Just a librarian. With an unfortunate connection to a murder investigation. As we locked up the supply closet, I couldn't help but glance at our creation. A web of red string, newspaper clippings, and color-coded pins that somehow made the chaos of Gerald's death feel more manageable. For the first time since finding the newspaper headline, I felt something other than dread. It wasn't quite hope, but it was close. Chapter 7, The Assistant's Agenda. I stood before the intimidating glass tower of Rutherford Developments, adjusting my blouse in a futile attempt to appear more professional. The morning sun reflected off the building's mirrored surface, temporarily blinding me, an omen if I'd ever seen one. Beside me, Cleo literally vibrated with excitement, clutching a notebook I could only describe as a crime against office supplies. It was emblazoned with interview questions, suspects, and witnesses in glitter pen that sparkled offensively in the sunlight. I prepared good cop/bad cop scenarios, she whispered, leaning close enough that I could smell her cinnamon latte breath. But I'm flexible about which one I play. We're not playing anything, I muttered. We're having a professional conversation about literary donations, nothing more. Right, totally professional, got it. She winked dramatically. But just so you know, I make an excellent bad cop. I once made my nephew confess to eating all the brownies by just staring at him. Your nephew is 4. 5 next month, and he's very emotionally advanced for his age. I took a steadying breath and pushed through the revolving door, Cleo hot on my heels. The reception area exuded cold corporate efficiency. All chrome, glass, and eerily identical potted plants that looked like they'd been designed by committee rather than nature. A security guard with the demeanor of week-old oatmeal looked up from behind a curved marble desk. "Can I help you?" His tone suggested he'd rather do anything else. I stepped forward with my most librarian-like authority. "Virginia Varnell, Ravenswood Library. We're here about cataloging Mr. Rutherford's book donations." It was a lie so smooth I almost believed it myself. Gerald Rutherford had never donated a book in his life, unless you counted the water-damaged golf manual he'd once left in the return bin with a coffee stain shaped suspiciously like Florida. The guard frowned. "Don't have any appointment listed." "It was arranged with Ms. Dibbs directly," I continued, my face a mask of bureaucratic certainty, "for the memorial collection." Behind me, Cleo not so subtly attempted to photograph the lobby with her phone. I heard the artificial shutter sound twice, before noticing the guard's eyes narrowing. "No photos in the building," he barked. "Oh, sorry," Cleo chirped, dropping her phone into her purse. "Force of habit. I document everything for my scrapbook." I resisted the urge to close my eyes in despair. The guard reluctantly waved us through after checking something on his computer. 20th floor, sign in when you get there." The elevator ride was mercifully brief, though Cleo managed to whisper no fewer than 14 questions about corporate security protocols and whether I thought the elevator had surveillance cameras. I chose to focus on the clinical hum of machinery instead of answering. When the doors opened on the 20th floor, we stepped into a space that hummed with quiet, expensive efficiency. Unlike the grand lobby, this floor had the feel of actual work happening. Phones ringing distantly, the soft clacking of keyboards, the occasional murmur of conversation. A receptionist directed us down a hallway lined with frosted glass offices. Marla Dibbs's workspace stood in stark contrast to the sleek surroundings. Her desk was cluttered with stacks of labeled folders, multiple calendars, and 3 different types of hand sanitizer. Post-it notes formed a yellow halo around her computer monitor. The woman herself appeared smaller than I expected, with mouse-brown hair pulled into a tight bun that seemed to be straining her facial muscles. Her fingers nervously tapped against her keyboard as she rose to greet us. "Ms. Varnell?" she asked, her voice higher than I'd anticipated. "From the library?" "Yes, and this is my colleague Cleo Larson." Cleo beamed, extending her hand with enthusiasm that made Marla flinch slightly before accepting the greeting. "I'm not sure why the library needs to know about Mr. Rutherford's reading habits now," Marla said, a nervous tick pulsing below her left eye. Her gaze darted between us before settling on a framed photo of Gerald that she'd positioned facing away from her desk, as if she couldn't bear his two-dimensional scrutiny. "It's been difficult managing everything since his passing." Before I could respond, Cleo launched into an elaborate explanation involving posthumous patron records maintenance and digital legacy preservation that made absolutely no sense, but somehow kept Marla nodding along. I used the distraction to casually survey the office, noting several interesting details: a security keypad on a filing cabinet near the window, a drawer labeled "Our Personal" that was slightly ajar, and most intriguingly, a desk drawer secured with a combination lock. When Cleo finally paused for breath, I steered the conversation toward more useful territory. "We understand you worked closely with Mr. Rutherford," I said, keeping my tone conversational. "How long were you his assistant?" "Almost 10 years, Marla replied. The tick beneath her eye pulsed again. "I started right after college." "You must have known his habits well," I prompted. "His schedule, preferences?" "Everything." A hint of pride broke through her nervousness. "I managed his calendar, correspondence, travel arrangements, even his lunch orders." "That's quite a responsibility," I said, "especially with someone as particular as Mr. Rutherford was known to be." Marla's lips twitched. "He was exacting," she admitted. "Everything needed to be precisely as he wanted it." I nodded sympathetically. "I imagine you handled sensitive information regularly." "Of course. Confidentiality was paramount." Her fingers found a stress ball on her desk, a worn globe that had seen better days. She squeezed it rhythmically. "I maintained all his files, including his contingency." She caught herself mid-sentence, blinking rapidly. "His business correspondence." "Contingency files," I repeated innocently. "That sounds important." Marla's eyes widened slightly. Her fingers squeezed the world so hard I worried for Australia. "Just standard business documents," she said, her voice tight. "Nothing unusual." Cleo, bless her intuitive heart, leaned forward with conspiratorial warmth. "It must have been stressful being responsible for so much. I get anxious just managing the library's Instagram account." The approach worked. Marla's shoulders lowered a fraction. "Mr. Rutherford believed in insurance," she eventually admitted, still fiddling with the stress ball. Her voice dropped to a near whisper as she continued. "He kept records on anyone who might someday become a problem, called it responsible business practice. I organized it all, every note, photo, financial discrepancy." The admission hung in the air. Marla's expression suggested this knowledge weighed on her like a physical burden. "That sounds like a lot to manage alone," I said carefully. Marla nodded, not meeting my eyes. "Everything was coded. Code names, filing systems, security protocols. Mr. Rutherford was paranoid, but thorough." I decided to push further. "Can you tell us about his final week? Was there anything unusual about his behavior?" The question hit a nerve. Marla's nervous tick intensified, fluttering beneath her eye like a trapped moth. "He was agitated," she said after a lengthy pause. "Someone kept calling, demanding a meeting about the files. He wouldn't tell me who." She twisted the stress ball between her palms. "The night before the accident, he told me someone was getting too close, that we might need to implement Protocol Blackbird." "What's Protocol Blackbird?" Cleo asked, all pretense of book donations forgotten. Marla shook her head. "I don't." Her phone buzzed loudly, the screen lighting up with a text message. Marla glanced down, and I watched the color drain from her face. She abruptly stood, nearly knocking over a cup of pens. "I need to prepare for a board meeting," she announced, her previously helpful demeanor replaced with rigid panic. "You'll have to leave now." She began frantically straightening papers on her desk, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. As Cleo and I gathered our belongings, I noticed 3 critical details in quick succession. First, a bruise encircling Marla's wrist, partially hidden by her sleeve, but visible when she reached across her desk. Second, a torn photograph in her trash bin showing what appeared to be Gerald with Mayor Vexley, my uncle, at some kind of private event. The setting looked like a hunting lodge, with mounted heads on wood-paneled walls. And most importantly, as Marla hurriedly cleared a folder from her desk, a small, unlabeled flash drive tumbled out, landing on the carpet beside my foot. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Cleo, who immediately launched into an impressively theatrical meltdown. "Oh no," she wailed, pressing her hands to her cheeks. "I just realized, what if our library archives are corrupted? What if the donation records have degraded? I can't handle another data loss incident." Her performance was ridiculous but effective. Marla froze, baffled by the sudden emotional display. "What are you?" "It happened at the Jefferson County Library last year," Cleo continued, her voice climbing toward hysteria. "They lost everything. Donor records, historical documents, digital backups, poof!" As Cleo's distress escalated, I knelt down, ostensibly to help her with her bag, and smoothly pocketed the fallen flash drive. "Do you have a tissue?" I asked Marla, gesturing toward the now sobbing Cleo. She gets like this sometimes, data anxiety. Marla, clearly desperate to be rid of us, hurried to a nearby cabinet and returned with a box of tissues. I helped Cleo collect herself, murmuring platitudes about deep breathing and data recovery specialists. "We'll just show ourselves out," I said, guiding Cleo toward the door. "Thank you for your time, Miss Dibbs. I'm sure we have everything we need." The flash drive felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket as we made our way back to the elevator. Cleo maintained her sniffling act until the doors closed behind us, then immediately straightened up with a grin. "Did you see her face when I started crying?" Oscar Wilde right? "It was something," I agreed, unable to fully suppress a smile. "Though maybe dial back the data loss anxiety next time. Jefferson County doesn't even have a library." "Details, details," Cleo waved a dismissive hand. "Did you get it? The thing she dropped?" I nodded, patting my pocket. "Flash drive. Unlabeled." "Ooh," Cleo's eyes widened. "Secret files? Blackmail material? Protocol Blackbird? Or family vacation photos?" I cautioned. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." But even as I said it, I knew. This wasn't vacation photos. This was something worth killing for. That evening, Morticia watched with regal judgment from her perch on the bookshelf, as Cleo and I huddled around my laptop. The flash drive had required a password, but it turned out to be remarkably simple. Blackbird, all caps. "Not exactly Fort Knox security," I muttered, as the drive's contents populated my screen. "Oh my fudging sugar cookies," Cleo breathed, leaning forward. "Look at all this." The drive contained dozens of encrypted files organized in folders with bird-themed aliases. I clicked through them methodically, feeling increasingly cold as their contents revealed themselves. Canary contained partial financial records for what appeared to be the mayor's office, my uncle's office, with suspicious transfers highlighted and annotated. Ironwood held redacted communications about zoning permits, with notes about who had been paid for what approvals. Rook featured surveillance photos of various town officials in compromising situations. The school board president accepting an envelope outside a hotel room. The planning commissioner with a woman who wasn't his wife. This is an entire blackmail operation," I said quietly. Gerald wasn't just corrupt himself, he was systematically documenting corruption throughout Ravenswood. "For leverage," Cleo added, her usual bubbly personality subdued by the gravity of what we'd found. Insurance. Like Marla said. I clicked through more folders. Sparrow, Wren, Mockingbird. Each contained damning information on different aspects of Ravenswood's power structure. Then I reached a folder labeled Falcon. Inside was a single document, a list of names. Mayor Thaddeus Vexley, Police Commissioner Rachel Hammond, District Attorney William Pierce, Planning Commissioner Edward Nolan, Gerald Rutherford, and at the bottom a final entry, Marla Dibbs, with a question mark beside it. "What does this mean?" Cleo whispered. I stared at the screen, pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. I think it means Gerald wasn't just blackmailing people, he was part of something bigger, something organized. Like what, a conspiracy? Cleo's voice held a mix of horror and excitement. "More like a syndicate," I said. "Look at these positions. Mayor, DA, police commissioner. That's not just garden variety corruption. That's systematic control of the entire town." I closed the laptop, suddenly aware of how exposed we might be. If Gerald's death was connected to these files, which seemed increasingly likely, then we had just stepped into something far more dangerous than a single murder. "We need to talk to Detective Stone," Cleo said, voicing my exact thought. I nodded slowly. "Yes, but carefully. We don't know who else might be involved. If this list is accurate..." I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't need to. If the list was accurate, then my uncle, the mayor of Ravenswood, was part of whatever corrupt enterprise Gerald had been documenting. And that meant I couldn't trust anyone in authority. Not the police, not the district attorney. Not even family. Morticia leapt silently from the bookshelf to my lap, her yellow eyes unblinking as she stared up at me. Her timing, as always, was uncanny. "What do we do now?" Cleo asked, her voice small. I absently stroked Morticia's fur, my mind racing. "We need more information, and we need to figure out who killed Gerald, and why." "You think it's connected to all this?" Cleo gestured toward the laptop. "I think," I said carefully, "that someone might have decided Gerald had collected too much insurance. The question is, was it one of his victims or one of his partners?" Chapter 8. The Devil in the Drafts. I trudged up the narrow steps to my townhouse, arms straining with the weight of takeout Thai food and a wobbly tower of reference books on encryption techniques I'd borrowed from the library's tech section. My thighs burned with each step, and in my head I was composing a new death scenario for whatever sadistic architect had designed these impossibly steep stairs. "Death by staircase," I muttered under my breath. Victim: whoever thought 27 steps at this angle was reasonable. Cause: their own hubris. Method: forced to climb their architectural monstrosity carrying 16 pounds of books and pad thai until their legs give out and they tumble backward, achieving perfect poetic justice. I reached my landing, fumbling for my keys while trying not to drop dinner. The metal slid into the lock and turned with suspicious ease, no resistance at all. The deadbolt was already unlatched. I froze, keys still inserted, as a frigid wave of awareness washed over me. I always locked my door. Always. I pushed gently, and the door swung inward on silent hinges, revealing my typically immaculate living room transformed into something else entirely. Not chaotic exactly, more methodical. Books pulled from shelves and arranged in neat stacks on the floor. Furniture shifted slightly off its usual alignment. My laptop on the coffee table left conspicuously half closed, though I distinctly remembered shutting it down completely before leaving. This wasn't random, this was calculated. I stood paralyzed in the doorway, the takeout bag forgotten in my grip as my eyes methodically catalogued the invasion. Nothing appeared broken or stolen at first glance, no shattered lamps or missing electronics. This wasn't a typical burglary, but a deliberate search, with particular attention paid to my bookshelves, where certain volumes had been removed and left in small stacks. I noticed with a chill that the stack seemed to contain mostly my mystery novels and true crime books. "Morticia," I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the violated space. The absence of her usual greeting, a disdainful meow followed by figure 8 weaving between my ankles, added a new layer of dread. I carefully set down my bags and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The soft click echoed like a gunshot in the unnatural stillness of my home. "Mort, where are you, girl?" "Nothing." I moved cautiously through the first floor, scanning for any sign of my companion. The kitchen was largely untouched, though someone had opened and reclosed my tea cabinet. The downstairs bathroom door stood ajar, the shower curtain drawn back. My heart pounded painfully against my ribcage as I approached the stairs to the second floor. I gripped the banister tightly, my palms slick with sweat. "This is your home," I whispered to myself. "Fudgesicle V, get it together." Each step creaked familiarly beneath my feet, yet somehow the sound felt wrong now, as if the wood itself knew it had been trespassed upon. At the top of the stairs I paused, looking down the short hallway to the 3 doors: bathroom, bedroom, and study. The study door was open. I never left it open. I crossed the threshold and stopped, my breath catching. If the living room had been disturbed, my study had been dissected. Desk drawers partially open, their contents rearranged. My bookcase, normally organized by subject and author, now displayed curious gaps and realignments. Papers on my desk had been shifted but not scattered, as if someone had lifted each stack, examined beneath it, then replaced it with unsettling precision. But it was my writing desk in the corner that drew my attention like a magnet. The antique cherrywood secretary had belonged to my grandmother, its elegant lines and hidden compartments a source of childhood fascination before it became mine. Now the central drawer stood partially open, and beyond it the false bottom that I'd installed myself had been discovered. The hidden compartment stood empty, the velvet lining displaying only a faint rectangular indentation where my leather-bound journal had once rested. My death journal, gone. The room tilted slightly, and I gripped the edge of my desk to steady myself. Every fictional murder, every morbid scenario, every darkly creative death I'd imagined, including Gerald Rutherford's, now in someone else's possession. A flash of white caught my eye. Something tucked beneath my favorite bone china teacup on the side table near the window. I moved toward it on unsteady legs, already knowing what it was before my fingers closed around the paper. A single torn page, the familiar handwriting unmistakably my own. "He never saw the last step coming." The final line from my entry about Gerald, now marked with a crimson X that stood out starkly against the cream paper. Not a pen. Something thicker. I touched it gingerly, relieved when it didn't smear. Marker, then. Not blood. My hands shook as I held the page, my mind racing between fear and fury at this violation of my private thoughts. Someone had invaded my sanctuary, rifled through my possessions, and stolen the most damning evidence connecting me to Gerald's death, only to leave behind this single page as... what? A message? A threat? A signature? A low, continuous growl emanated from beneath the window seat. I whirled, startled, to find 2 luminous green eyes glaring out from the shadows. Morticia sat hunched in her hiding place, hackles raised, tail puffed to twice its normal size, her gaze fixed not on me but on the torn page in my hand, as if it were a venomous creature. "It's okay, Mort," I whispered, although it wasn't, not remotely. I backed out of the study, suddenly needing to be anywhere else. Back on the first floor, I paced my kitchen, torn page still clutched in my hand, debating what to do. Call the police? But what would I tell them? That someone broke in to steal my journal full of elaborate murder fantasies that matched an actual killing? That would go over well. But I couldn't just do nothing. With trembling fingers, I retrieved my phone and scrolled to Stone's number, hesitating before pressing call. We weren't friends. We weren't even friendly. but he was the only law enforcement contact I had who already knew enough about me to make this slightly less catastrophic. The line connected after 3 rings. Detective Stone. His voice was gruff, even over the phone. I forced myself to sound calmer than I felt. "This is Virginia Varnell, from the library." An unnecessary clarification. He knew exactly who I was. "Someone broke into my townhouse. Nothing obviously stolen, but they went through everything." A pause, then, "Are you still there, in the townhouse?" "Yes." "Is anyone else there with you?" "No, just my cat." "Don't touch anything else. I'll be there in 15. He hung up without saying goodbye, but I found myself strangely comforted by his brusque efficiency. True to his word, Stone arrived 14 minutes later, his tall frame filling my doorway with unexpected reassurance. He wore jeans and a dark blue sweater rather than his usual suit. Off-duty, then, when I called. He didn't comment on it, simply nodded at me and stepped inside, eyes already scanning professionally. "Show me where they entered." I led him through the townhouse, pointing out the undamaged front door. I always double-lock it. Both were unlocked when I got home. He examined the door frame and lock carefully. No signs of forced entry. They either had a key or know how to pick locks. His gaze swept the living room. "Talk me through what's different." I pointed out the shifted furniture, the restacked books, the laptop. Stone moved methodically through each room, noting details in a small notebook he pulled from his back pocket. I hovered nearby, deliberately steering him away from too much focus on my study and the desk with the empty drawer, unable to admit aloud that my journal, my imagination made manifest, is what the intruder truly wanted. "Your bedroom's relatively untouched," he observed as we completed the tour. They knew what they were looking for, I guess. I tried for casual and missed by a mile. "And what was that, exactly?" I shrugged. "If I knew, maybe I could tell you what's missing." Stone's gray eyes narrowed slightly. He was too good at his job for my evasion to work. We ended up back in my living room, where he examined the window locks and door hinges with careful attention. "You're not telling me everything," he said finally, straightening to his full height and turning to face me. His gray eyes studied my face with unsettling perception. "This wasn't random, V. They were looking for something specific." His use of my nickname landed like a gentle accusation in the tense atmosphere. We'd never quite reached that level of familiarity before. I deflected with practiced ease. "I'm a librarian, detective. My life is painfully ordinary. Maybe they thought I had valuables hidden in books." He clearly didn't believe me. "And you're certain nothing significant was taken?" My gaze slid away from his. "Just my sense of security, detective." Stone sighed, pocketing his notebook. "I'll increase patrols in this area for the next few nights. Meanwhile, get your locks changed immediately. I can recommend someone if you need." "Thank you." "And V?" His voice softened marginally. "Whatever you're not telling me, you might want to reconsider. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were looking for and where to find it. That suggests they know you, and if they took something important, they had a reason." I nodded stiffly, unable to form words around the knot in my throat. "Lock up behind me. Call if anything else happens." After Stone left, I stood in the center of my violated sanctuary, the torn page still clutched in my hand. The full implications crystallized with terrible clarity. Someone didn't just know about my journal, they had read it, used it as inspiration for Gerald's murder, and now possessed the entire book with all its macabre imaginings. The ultimate proof that my hobby wasn't harmless after all. And worse, they knew exactly where to find me. Morticia finally emerged from upstairs, still bristling but marginally calmer. She wound around my ankles once, then sat looking up at me expectantly. "I know," I told her, dropping the page onto my coffee table. "We're in trouble." I pulled out my phone again, this time calling Cleo. She answered on the first ring. "You will not believe what Mrs. Pembroke said about the book club selections for—" "Someone broke into my townhouse," I interrupted. "They took my journal." A sharp intake of breath. The death journal? Yes. Oh, jam jars, she whispered. Was anything else? No, I said. Just the journal. And they left a page behind. The Gerald page. I'm coming over, she said immediately. Don't move. And V? Don't touch anything they might have touched. Stone's already been here. You called the police? Wait, you called Stone? I didn't tell him about the journal. Of course you didn't, she muttered. 15 minutes, I'm bringing reinforcement. What does that mean? But she'd already hung up. I sank onto my couch, suddenly bone-weary. The Thai food sat congealing in its containers by the door. The encryption books remained untouched in their bag, and somewhere in Ravenswood, someone was reading through my most private, morbid thoughts. With receipts for at least one actual murder. Morticia leapt onto the couch beside me, her warm weight against my thigh oddly comforting. I stroked her silky black fur absently, mind racing through possibilities. Who knew about my journal? Who would want it? And most importantly, what were they planning to do with it? The answer sent ice through my veins. They could implicate me in Gerald's murder. They could use my own imagination against me. Or worse, they could be looking for inspiration for their next victim. Chapter 9. The Suspect You Know. I barely registered the sunlight streaming through the library's tall windows as I reorganized our Murderous May display in the main reading room. My fingers worked on autopilot, alphabetizing Christie after Chandler, while my mind remained fixated on the missing journal. 3 days had passed since the break-in, and still no sign of it. Excuse me, is this where I find the true crime section? I glanced up at the elderly patron, momentarily disoriented. End of the third aisle on the right. Look for the red shelf markers. Thank you, dear. You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a smile, just lost in thought. As she toddled away, I returned to arranging Dorothy L. Sayers next to Josephine Tay, when movement beyond the glass doors caught my attention. Detective Stone stood at the entrance, his face set in grim lines I recognized all too well. He clutched a manila envelope in one hand, posture rigid as he scanned the room. When his eyes locked with mine, my stomach dropped. This wasn't his usual "I have questions" visit. This was something worse. Patrons glanced up as he strode through the reading room, his presence commanding attention without effort. Mrs. Pembroke looked up from her knitting circle, eyebrows raised. 2 teenagers whispering over shared headphones fell silent. Even Mr. Finch, perpetually absorbed in military histories, peered over his half-moon glasses. Stone didn't approach me directly. Instead, he tilted his head toward my office door and continued walking, clearly expecting me to follow. No morning, Varnell. No sardonic comment about my choice of cardigan, not even the usual barely there smirk. Just purposeful movement and the silent command to follow. Cinnamon twists. I smoothed my suddenly damp palms against my skirt and followed him, feeling the weight of curious stares as I crossed the reading room floor. He waited in the doorway of my small office, standing with perfect posture rather than leaning against the frame or slumping into the chair across from my desk as he usually did. His suit jacket was perfectly buttoned, his tie straight, Detective Stone in full professional mode. "Close the door," he said as I entered. I did, and the soft click seemed to echo in the tense silence. The envelope remained clutched in his hand, his knuckles almost white against the manila paper. "I need you to explain this," he said without preamble once we were alone, sliding the envelope across my desk. His eyes never left mine, their gray depths unreadable but intense in a way that made my skin prickle. This wasn't our usual verbal sparring, this was an interrogation. I sat down slowly, not touching the envelope. "Explain what?" "Open it." My fingers felt numb and clumsy as I reached for the envelope. Something in his expression, disappointment, suspicion, made my chest tighten uncomfortably. The flap wasn't sealed, just tucked in. I pulled out the contents and the blood drained from my face. It was a photocopied page from my journal. Not just any page. the entry describing Gerald Rutherford's death, complete with my looping handwriting and my precise description. He never saw the last step coming. At the bottom, someone had added a typewritten note. She always writes the truth. My private words, my imagination, my secret thoughts, all laid bare under the harsh fluorescent light of my office. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to keep my expression neutral. But I couldn't hide the flicker of recognition as I scanned the familiar words. "Where did you get this?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. The violation of seeing my private journal in such an official context made my stomach twist. Stone remained standing, deliberately creating distance between us. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "It was mailed to the station yesterday. No return address, no fingerprints, professionally photocopied." His tone carried an edge of disappointment that cut deeper than any accusation would have. "You know, I've been aware of your hobby since the archive case, but this is different." "The archive case, of course." Enid Burple's death by suffocation under a pile of historical ledgers had mirrored one of my entries too, but that had been coincidence, or so I'd thought, until Gerald's murder. I pushed the page back toward him, defensiveness rising within me like a shield. So someone broke into my home, stole my journal, and is now mailing pages to frame me. Shouldn't you be looking for them instead of interrogating me? My voice took on the brittle quality it gets when I'm trying not to show how rattled I truly am. "You never mentioned a journal was stolen when I came to your townhouse," Stone countered, his expression hardening. "You said nothing significant was taken." I didn't think it was relevant then. A journal containing detailed descriptions of deaths that match actual murders isn't relevant? His voice remained level, but I could hear the tension beneath it. "It's fiction," I said, the words sounding hollow even to my own ears. "Morbid imagination, creative writing that happens to match Gerald Rutherford's murder scene, detail for detail." Stone straightened from the wall, taking a step closer to my desk. "I need to see the rest of your journal, V." The use of my nickname softened the demand only slightly. He added with quiet intensity, "This isn't just about clearing your name anymore. If your other entries detail potential victims, people could be in danger." The room suddenly felt too small, too warm. I rose from my chair, needing to stand, to move, to put some distance between us. I crossed my arms protectively over my chest. "My journal was stolen, as I told you when you came to my townhouse. Or did that detail get lost in your rush to suspect me?" The hurt beneath my sarcasm was barely concealed, and I saw it register in the minute softening around his eyes before his professional mask slipped back into place. "You didn't mention the journal when I was there," he said quietly. "If you'd told me it was missing then, we might not be having this conversation now." His observation landed with precision, cutting through my defenses. He was right, and we both knew it. Our usual rhythm of banter had turned sharp-edged and painful, cutting in ways it never had before. I moved to the small window behind my desk, needing a moment to collect myself. Outside, patrons moved along the sidewalk, blissfully unaware of what was happening in this small room. Mrs. Finch walked her poodle. The barista from Moonbean's Coffee hurried across the street with a tray of drinks. Normal life continuing while mine spiraled out of control. I turned back to face Stone, keeping my voice low and measured. "Have you considered that whoever is doing this might be closer to your investigation than to me? Someone who knew about my journal, who had access to police reports, who could make sure evidence pointed in a specific direction?" The implication hung in the air between us that someone in his department might be involved. Something flickered across Stone's face, a flash of consideration, perhaps even agreement, before he regained his professional demeanor. He picked up the envelope and tucked the photocopied page back inside. "You are now officially a person of interest in this investigation, Ms. Varnell," he said as he turned to leave. The formal address stung more than I wanted to admit. "I suggest you find that journal, or remember what else you wrote in it, before someone else does." The door closed behind him with a quiet click that somehow felt more devastating than if he'd slammed it. I sank back into my chair, the silence of my office pressing in around me. My gaze fell on the small ceramic mug Cleo had given me last Christmas, Pros Before Bros painted in looping script across the side. The normality of it felt absurd in that moment. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Cleo. "Stone just walked out looking like thunder. What happened?" I started typing a response, then deleted it. This wasn't something I could explain in a text message. Instead, I wrote, "Meet me at Moonbeams after work, emergency strategy session." Her reply was immediate. "OMG, is this about the journal? Can't wait 4 hours. Coming to find you now." Before I could respond, there was a soft knock at my door. I straightened, half expecting Stone to have returned, perhaps with handcuffs this time. "Come in," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. The door opened to reveal Marla Dibbs, her thin face pinched with anxiety. She glanced over her shoulder before slipping into my office and closing the door behind her. "I saw the detective leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He looked upset." That's one word for it. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "What can I do for you, Marla?" She sat down, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I think I know who might have your journal." My heart skipped a beat. "Who?" "Not here," she said, glancing at the door again. "Meet me at the old boathouse by Raven Lake tonight at 7. Bring Cleo if you want, but no one else." She rose, smoothing her sensible skirt. "And Virginia? Be careful who you trust." With that cryptic warning, she slipped out of my office, leaving me staring after her. I sat frozen for a moment, then pulled out my phone and amended my text to "Cleo, change of plans, need to talk now, and pack your murder board markers. We have a lead." I glanced at the empty space on my desk where the photocopied page had been. Stone's words echoed in my mind. "You're now officially a person of interest." The implications were clear. I needed to find my journal before anyone else died, and before I ended up arrested for murders I'd only imagined. Tucking my phone away, I composed myself and stepped back into the library. The whispers followed me across the reading room, patrons pretending not to watch as I approached the circulation desk. "Mrs. Pembroke?" I said, keeping my voice low. "I need to take an early lunch break. Can you manage the desk for an hour?" She peered over her reading glasses, curiosity evident in her shrewd eyes. "Of course, dear. Everything all right?" That handsome detective seemed rather serious today. "Just routine questions," I lied smoothly. "Nothing to worry about." Her expression made it clear she didn't believe me, but she nodded. "Take your time. Things are slow today anyway." I gathered my purse from under the desk, forcing myself to move at a normal pace despite the urgency pulsing through me. As I headed for the exit, I noticed several patrons watching me, including Mr. Finch, who usually noticed nothing beyond his military tomes. News traveled fast in Ravenswood. I'd barely made it down the library steps when Cleo came hurrying around the corner, her bright yellow dress making her look like a daffodil in a hurricane. Her face was flushed, eyes wide with excitement. "Spill everything," she demanded, falling into step beside me. "And don't skip the juicy parts." "Not here," I murmured, nodding toward Mrs. Pendleton watering flowers nearby, ears practically perked up like satellite dishes. "Moonbeam!" Cleo nodded, uncharacteristically silent as we walked the 2 blocks to the coffee shop. Only when we were settled in the back corner, 2 steaming mugs between us, did I tell her about Stone's visit and the photocopied journal page. "Holy chocolate chip cookies," she whispered when I finished. "They're framing you." "Yes. And you didn't tell Stone about the journal when he came to investigate the break-in?" I sighed, wrapping my hands around my mug. "No. Because I didn't want him to know about it," I admitted. "Because it's embarrassing. Because I write fictional death scenarios for fun. Doesn't exactly scream innocent bystander." Cleo's expression softened. But now he knows and he thinks you're hiding things. I am hiding things, I confessed. Just not what he thinks. Before Cleo could respond, I told her about Marla's visit and the meeting at the boathouse. Her eyes widened. That's totally a trap. Maybe, I conceded. But it's also the only lead we have. And if Marla does know who took my journal, then we need to find out. Cleo nodded decisively. But we're not going alone. I'm bringing pepper spray, and you should wear sensible shoes, not those adorable but useless vintage things. Despite everything, I smiled. Leave it to Cleo to consider fashion choices while planning a potentially dangerous rendezvous. There's one more thing, I said, lowering my voice. I think Stone suspects someone in the police department might be involved. Cleo's eyebrows shot up. Why would you think that? Because when I suggested it, he didn't immediately dismiss it. And who else would know about my journal, have access to police reports, and be able to frame me so effectively? Someone close to both of you, Cleo mused. Someone who knows your secrets and Stone's investigation. A chill ran through me as I realized what she was suggesting. You think it could be someone we trust? Someone close to us? Cleo reached across the table and squeezed my hand. I think we need to consider all possibilities, and I think we need to be at that boathouse tonight. I nodded, a strange calm settling over me. 7 o'clock. And Cleo, bring your murder board markers. We might need them. Chapter 10. Late fees and larceny. I sat cross-legged on Cleo's living room floor, surrounded by printouts from Gerald's encrypted files. My back ached from hunching over for the past 2 hours, but I couldn't stop now. The papers around me told a story, one of money, power, and secrets that someone had killed to protect. I think I've got something, I muttered, more to myself than to Cleo, who was busy pacing energetically between her collection of true crime memorabilia. Her apartment looked like a museum exhibit dedicated to murder. Framed newspaper clippings of infamous cases, signed books by forensic experts, and an entire shelf of podcast merchandise. She darted back to our makeshift investigation board. A corkboard that had once displayed her most eligible true crime podcasters was now covered with photos, sticky notes, and red yarn connecting various suspects to Gerald's murder. What is it? She uncapped a purple marker, poised to circle whatever pattern I'd found. Look at this, I said, holding up a series of invoices from a company called Ravenswood Property Management. Each showed identical monthly payments of $17,500, 0 cents, to an entity listed only as Consultant Services. The address matches a warehouse district on the edge of town. Nobody's developed that area in decades. Cleo's eyes lit up like I'd just handed her an autographed confession from Jack the Ripper. Regular payments to a ghost company at an abandoned address? That's textbook money laundering. She circled the warehouse address on our map with such enthusiasm that the marker squeaked. We have to go there. Tonight. Before I could object, she was already across the room, pulling a sparkly tote bag from her closet. The sequined exterior read True Crime Junkie in glittery letters. What is that? I asked, though I already knew the answer. My investigation kit. She pulled items out with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been waiting her entire life for this moment. Flashlights, latex gloves, pepper spray, protein bars for sustenance, my camera. It cost more than my car, but the night vision is phenomenal. Oh, and these! She proudly displayed a set of metal tools that looked suspiciously like lock picks. Those can't be legal, I said. They're for educational purposes only, she replied with a wink. Come on, V, this could be what connects everything. Gerald, the missing money, possibly even your stolen journal. I sighed, knowing I'd already lost this argument. Fine, but I'm driving and we're not staying long. Cleo squealed and threw her arms around me. This is exactly how Holmes and Watson must have felt. If Watson frequently contemplated pushing Holmes into traffic, then yes, I muttered, pulling on my darkest cardigan. This is how people die in the first act. Don't be dramatic, Cleo said. the irony apparently lost on her as she stuffed emergency flares into her tote bag. "That's my job." Dusk settled over Ravenswood as we approached the warehouse district. The abandoned buildings loomed against the purple sky, like forgotten monuments, their windows broken and walls tagged with faded graffiti. I parked my sensible sedan several blocks away, turning off the engine with more reluctance than I'd care to admit. "We should establish a clean extraction route," Cleo whispered, unnecessarily, her voice hushed despite us being alone in the car. "We're investigating suspicious accounting, not extracting a spy from behind enemy lines," I replied, but still found myself speaking softly. Something about the decaying industrial landscape made normal volume feel wrong. We walked in silence, Cleo practically vibrating with excitement while I cataloged all the ways this could go horribly wrong. The address led us to a corrugated metal structure with faded lettering that might once have spelled storage. Unlike the surrounding buildings, this one had a relatively intact exterior and a solid padlock securing the front door. "Fudge," I muttered. "Now what?" Before I could finish, Cleo had dropped to her knees in front of the lock, pulling 2 bobby pins from her hair. "What are you doing?" I hissed, glancing around nervously. "I learned this from that locksmith who got murdered on episode 87 of True Detective Stories," she explained, bending one pin into an L shape and inserting it into the lock. "He said most padlocks are ridiculously easy to pick if you understand the mechanism." I watched in equal parts horror and fascination as she worked, her tongue poking out between her lips in concentration. After less than a minute, the lock clicked open. "I'm both impressed and concerned about your extracurricular skills," I said, as she beamed up at me. "I contain multitudes," she replied, swinging the door open with a dramatic flourish that was immediately undermined by the ominous creak of rusty hinges. We stepped inside, flashlights sweeping across the space. The warehouse was mostly empty, our beams cutting through dust motes that danced in the air like microscopic ghosts. The concrete floor amplified our footsteps despite our attempts at stealth. "There," I pointed toward the far corner where a metal desk sat alone like the last guest at a party nobody wanted to attend. Surrounding it were stacks of bankers' boxes, each labeled with dates spanning the last 5 years. "Jackpot," Cleo whispered, already moving toward them. I followed more cautiously, my flashlight beam catching on a trash can beside the desk. It was filled with partially shredded documents, many bearing the Rutherford Developments letterhead. "Someone was trying to destroy evidence," I murmured, carefully extracting a shredded paper. Only fragments remained, regarding the plaza development and council votes scheduled for. Meanwhile, Cleo had discovered a locked filing cabinet tucked behind the desk. "Another lock?" I asked. She shook her head, already reaching into her tote bag. "Not worth the bobby pins." Instead, she produced a letter opener with a flourish. "Sometimes the old ways are best." "You carry a letter opener for breaking and entering?" "I carry a letter opener because I'm a civilized person who appreciates proper mail opening etiquette," she corrected, wedging the tool between the cabinet drawer and frame. "The breaking and entering utility is just a bonus." With a metallic pop, the cabinet gave way. Inside was a single manila folder labeled "Redocked" in red marker. "That's not suspicious at all," I said, taking the folder while Cleo held her flashlight over it. The contents were a puzzle, pages of payment records in some kind of code. Each entry consisted of dates, followed by initials and amounts. Handwritten notes in the margins referenced insurance policies and contingency plans. "These aren't just bribes," I said, studying the pattern. "This looks like blackmail. Someone was paying to keep secrets buried." Cleo leaned closer, her brow furrowed in concentration. "The initials. Could they be people? T, V, C, R, MS? "Thaddeus Vexley," I whispered. "My uncle's initials are here." We hunched over the documents, both so engrossed that we almost missed the sound of a car engine rumbling to life outside. Headlights swept across the dusty windows, illuminating the warehouse interior for a brief, terrifying moment. "Someone's coming," I hissed, hastily replacing the folder in the cabinet. As I did, a torn receipt fluttered to the floor. I grabbed it and shoved it into my pocket, then seized Cleo's arm, pulling her behind a stack of empty pallets as the warehouse door creaked open. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, much brighter than our own. We pressed ourselves against the wall, barely breathing. The intruder moved with purpose, directly to the filing cabinet, boots echoing on the concrete. In the dim light, I could make out only a silhouette in dark clothing, not enough to identify them. Cleo shifted beside me, and I sensed she was about to speak. My hand clamped over her mouth just as the cabinet drawer screeched open. The figure methodically removed the folders, stuffing them into a bag. Then, unexpectedly, they pulled out a phone. "It's done," a voice said, too quiet to identify as male or female. "Everything's secured, nothing left behind." I felt Cleo tense beside me as the figure moved to the trash can, dumping lighter fluid over the shredded documents and dropping a match. The papers caught immediately, casting an orange glow across the warehouse. The fire was our chance. As the intruder's attention fixed on the flames, we began a painfully slow crawl along the periphery of the warehouse. Every few seconds, the flashlight beam would sweep in our direction, and we'd freeze, pressed against the cold floor, hearts pounding so loudly I was certain they could hear us. Finally, we reached a broken window at the back of the building, our escape route. I gestured for Cleo to go first. She squeezed through the jagged opening, her tote bag catching momentarily on a shard of glass before she yanked it free. I followed, my cardigan tearing and something sharp scraping across my forearm. I bit my lip to keep from gasping at the sudden pain. Once outside, we didn't stop to assess the damage. We sprinted through the darkness, stumbling over broken concrete and rusted metal until we reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, adrenaline making my hands shake. "They're burning everything," Cleo whispered, her face pale in the moonlight. "They're destroying all the evidence." I started the car but kept the headlights off, navigating by memory until we reached the main road. Only then did I turn them on, my heart still racing. "Are you hurt?" Cleo asked, noticing the dark stain on my sleeve. "It's just a scratch," I said, though the throbbing suggested otherwise. "What matters is what we found, and what someone didn't want us to find." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the torn receipt. In the dim glow of the dashboard lights, we could make out a payment to Falcon Consulting dated 2 days before Gerald's death. "Look at the signature," Cleo said, pointing to the bottom of the receipt. There, in unmistakable handwriting, was my uncle's name. Thaddeus Vexley. The next morning I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the coffee I hadn't touched. Beside me, my laptop displayed an email I'd just sent to Detective Stone, an anonymous scan of the receipt with a note, "Some consultants are worth killing for. Check the warehouse on Fulton Street. Bring a fire extinguisher." My arm was bandaged, courtesy of Cleo's surprisingly well-stocked first aid kit. True crime enthusiasts must be prepared for anything. The cut hadn't needed stitches, but it stung enough to keep me from forgetting our midnight adventure. I just stood to finally make breakfast when I heard the mail slot creak. Early for our usual delivery. Curious, I went to the front door and found a plain white envelope on the floor. No stamp, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Block letters cut from magazines and newspapers had been pasted to form a message. "Stay out of it. Librarian." I stared at the collage of words, my blood running cold. This wasn't dropped in my mailbox. It was delivered to my door, my home address. The threat was clear, and more chilling than any flowery warning could have been. My sanctuary was no longer safe. I reached for my phone to call Cleo, then stopped. What if her place wasn't secure either? What if whoever took my journal, whoever was eliminating evidence, whoever killed Gerald, what if they were watching us right now? The sound of Morticia's collar jingling broke my paralysis. She rubbed against my legs, innocent of the danger surrounding us. I picked her up, finding comfort in her warm weight. "What do we do now, Morticia?" I whispered into her fur. She blinked at me slowly, offering no answers but steady companionship. I looked again at the threatening note, at my bandaged arm, at the morning sunlight streaming through my curtains, and made a decision. I wouldn't run, and I wouldn't hide. Whoever thought they could intimidate me with magazines and glue clearly didn't know what I was capable of imagining. After all, I'd written worse threats in my journal over breakfast. Chapter 11, Charity for the Damned. I studied my reflection in the hallway mirror, adjusting the sleek black dress I'd paired with a vintage brooch shaped like a raven. The brooch had been a rare, impulsive purchase from an estate sale 3 years ago, morbid enough to suit my aesthetic, subtle enough to pass for normal person jewelry in polite company. A swipe of classic red lipstick completed what I mentally labeled my librarian noir chic look. Not that I was trying to impress anyone, this was armor, not fashion. The invitation to the mayor's annual charity auction sat propped against a stack of mystery novels on my entryway table. Beside it, my uncle's handwritten note, "Your presence is expected, Virginia," more command than request. The cream-colored cardstock practically radiated passive-aggressive family obligation. "What do you think, Morticia?" I asked my cat, who sat watching me with unblinking yellow eyes. "Too much red lipstick for someone who might be a murder suspect?" Morticia's tail flicked once, supportive as always. I tucked my essentials into a small black clutch. Lipstick, phone, the folded scrap of paper with the key code names I'd memorized from Gerald's files. A last-minute decision had me adding a small notebook and pen, old librarian habits. "Don't wait up," I told Morticia, who had already claimed my reading chair and showed no signs of concern for my impending social torture. The sprawling Victorian mansion that served as both the mayor's residence and Ravenswood's most ostentatious landmark glowed with warm light against the evening sky. A line of luxury vehicles crawled along the circular driveway as valets hustled to park them efficiently. Guests in formal attire ascended the wide stone steps, their jewelry catching the light from strategically placed lanterns. I bypassed the line, flashing my family connection to the security guard, a burly man with the approximate dimensions and personality of a refrigerator. "Mayor's niece," I said simply. He nodded with uncomfortable recognition. "M.S. Varnell." His eyes darted once to my face, once to his clipboard, then fixed firmly on the middle distance, the universal stance of someone who'd heard rumors but was paid not to acknowledge them. Inside the foyer, another security guard waved a metal detector wand over me with practiced boredom. The device remained silent, confirming I'd left all my murder weapons at home. What a relief. "Enjoy your evening, ma'am," he droned. I nodded, swallowing the urge to correct his use of ma'am. 35 wasn't ma'am territory yet, was it? Sweet custard, I was turning into Cleo with these concerns. The grand ballroom had been transformed into an auction showcase that screamed old money trying to outspend new money. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over everything, making even the gaudy look tasteful. Glass display cases lined the perimeter, featuring donated treasures from Ravenswood's elite, rare books, antique jewelry, weekend getaways to coastal properties. Each item was accompanied by a placard listing its donor and estimated value, all to benefit the Ravenswood Renewal Initiative. I suppressed a snort. Everyone in this room knew that Renewal Initiative was code for my uncle's downtown development projects, the ones conveniently built by contractors who donated generously to his re-election campaigns. A server glided past with a tray of champagne flutes. I snagged one and took a fortifying sip, scanning the room for familiar faces, both friendly and potentially homicidal. I positioned myself strategically near a massive floral arrangement, the perfect vantage point to observe while appearing to admire the hydrangeas. From here, I could catalog key players, like a naturalist documenting exotic species in their natural habitat. Lydia Rutherford held court near the main auction items, resplendent in a low-cut black gown that managed to be both appropriately somber for a recent widow and scandalously eye-catching. Her circle of sympathizers cooed and patted her arm at regular intervals while she dabbed at perfectly dry eyes. Mayor Vexley, Uncle Thad, to my eternal regret, charmed a cluster of elderly donors near the champagne fountain. His silver hair caught the light as he leaned in conspiratorially, no doubt promising naming rights on a park bench or decorative trash can. Most interestingly, Councilwoman Dana Holt stood awkwardly by the bar looking distinctly out of her element. Her navy pantsuit was at least 2 seasons out of date, and she clutched her wine glass like it might try to escape. The woman was known for 2 things: excessive committee participation and an inability to keep secrets after her second glass of Chardonnay. I made a mental note to accidentally bump into her around drink number 3. From across the room, I spotted Cleo in a surprisingly tasteful emerald dress. My perpetually enthusiastic colleague had secured an invitation through her podcast connection with the event photographer, a gangly young man who followed her around like an overgrown puppy when she visited the library. Our eyes met briefly across the sea of wealth and pretension. Cleo tapped her ear and pointed subtly to her purse, where I knew she'd stashed her recorder. Despite my endless warnings about the legality of secret recordings, Cleo insisted it was just backup for my memory, and basically the same as taking notes. I gave her a slight nod. Tonight, I wouldn't argue. We needed evidence, not ethical debates. As I sipped my champagne, my attention snapped to Lydia and Mayor Vexley. They'd moved to a quieter corner, their heads bent together in what appeared to be casual conversation, except for the tension visible in my uncle's shoulders and Lydia's white-knuckled grip on her clutch. I drifted closer, pretending to examine a porcelain vase while straining to hear their exchange. Expect me to honor Gerald's arrangement when he's not even cold in his grave? Lydia's voice carried just within earshot. The agreements transcend individual circumstances, my uncle replied, his tone softer but unmistakably firm. There's unfinished business that requires... Lydia hissed something I couldn't quite catch, but whatever it was made Uncle Thad's practiced smile falter momentarily. His hand moved to her elbow with what appeared to be warning rather than affection. Consider carefully, Lydia. Gerald understood the implications of withdrawal. They separated as another donor approached, social masks sliding seamlessly back into place. I retreated, filing away the exchange for later analysis with Cleo. I made my way toward the dessert table, where an array of tiny, elaborate pastries offered the only honest value in the room. As I reached for a chocolate concoction, Councilwoman Holt practically ambushed me, the wine in her glass sloshing dangerously close to the rim. Virginia, isn't it? The librarian? Her voice carried more than she realized. The mayor's niece, right? I nodded, calculating her intoxication level. Councilwoman Holt, enjoying the evening? She snorted, an oddly refreshing sound amid the cultivated laughter surrounding us. These people and their charity. Do you know what real charity would be? Transparent accounting. She took another sip, emboldened by the alcohol. The budget numbers for the plaza make no sense. We're missing nearly $1 million between what was allocated and what's been spent. I raised an eyebrow, keeping my expression neutral while my pulse quickened. The plaza where Gerald Rutherford... Exactly, she interrupted, leaning in conspiratorially. Gerald was supposed to explain it next week. To the finance committee. Her eyes widened suddenly as she realized what she'd revealed, and to whom. I mean, that was just routine, of course, nothing suspicious about, oh, look, they're bringing out more of those little crab things. She scurried away, leaving me with the distinct impression that Gerald's death had been very convenient for someone's accounting department. As the auction itself began, guests gravitated toward the seating area where my uncle would play auctioneer, a role he relished for its performative authority. I used the opportunity to casually drift toward the display of printed materials near the entrance. While pretending to examine a first edition of The Great Gatsby, overvalued if anyone asked me, I palmed a donor list from the information table, My pulse quickened as I scanned the names and recognized several that matched the code words from Gerald's files. Canary likely referred to State Senator James Yellowbird, whose campaign had received suspiciously generous support from Ravenswood development interests. Ironwood potentially matched Irene Woodson from the Zoning Commission, who'd pushed through controversial variances for 3 of Gerald's projects, despite community opposition. I slipped the list into my clutch, careful to maintain an expression of bored sophistication. As I turned from the table, a subtle movement caught my attention. The unmistakable flash of a camera phone directed at me from behind a column. It was gone before I could identify the photographer, leaving only the unsettling certainty that someone was documenting my presence and actions. Wonderful. I was being surveilled at a charity auction. This was turning into the most expensive episode of paranoia I'd ever experienced. After weighing my dwindling options, I implemented a calculated risk. I positioned myself where Lydia Rutherford could clearly observe me slipping the donor list from my clutch, pretending to consult it before returning it, with deliberate furtiveness. I waited until our eyes met across the room. The widow's expression shifted from social plasticity to something unexpected, a flash of what appeared to be genuine fear rather than the anger or suspicion I'd anticipated. Interesting, very interesting. Within minutes of our visual exchange, Lydia made hasty excuses to her conversation partners and exited the ballroom with uncharacteristic speed, leaving her auction paddle behind on a table. My uncle attempted to intercept her at the door, his hand outstretched in what looked like placation, but she brushed past him without stopping. Her abrupt departure created ripples of gossip through the crowd. I caught fragments as I made my way toward Cleo. Always been high-strung? The stress of widowhood. Probably the medication. Cleo met me by a potted palm, her eyes bright with excitement. "Did you see that? What did you do to spook Widow Rutherford?" "Nothing definitive," I murmured. "But she's either an exceptional actress or genuinely afraid. And not of me." "The mayor tried to stop her," Cleo observed. "He looked concerned, angry, desperate," Cleo decided, like someone watching their leverage walk out the door. I considered this. We need to follow up on Councilwoman Holt's comment about the missing plaza funds. And the donor list matches several of Gerald's code names. Cleo's phone buzzed. She checked it, then whispered, "My photographer friend says Lydia practically ran to her car. He got a few shots." "Ask him to send them," I said, "and let's regroup tomorrow at—" My own phone vibrated in my clutch. I excused myself and stepped into a quiet alcove to check the notification. It was another text from my uncle. "My study, 10 minutes. Family matters." His preferred euphemism for "I need to tell you to mind your business." I texted Cleo that I'd be delayed, then made my way through the crowd toward the mansion's private wing. Whatever lecture awaited me in my uncle's study would have to be endured. For now. The next morning, I awoke to Morticia kneading my chest and the dull headache of too little sleep after too much social performance. I reached for my phone to check the time and saw an email notification. The sender was an address composed entirely of numbers: 7,823,945,617 at securemail.com. The subject line was blank. I opened it, suddenly fully awake. The message contained only 9 words that sent a chill down my spine. "She's not your killer. Look closer. Not everyone wears masks." Below the text was an attached image. I tapped to enlarge it. The photo showed Lydia Rutherford in the mansion's parking lot, her face a mask of fear, as she looked over her shoulder. The timestamp indicated it had been taken mere minutes after she fled the auction. I zoomed in on her expression. This wasn't the calculated distress of a socialite making a dramatic exit. This was raw terror, the face of someone who believed they were in imminent danger. Which raised the question, what was Lydia Rutherford afraid of? And more importantly, Who had sent me photographic evidence of her fear? I forwarded the email to my secure account and deleted it from my phone. Then I texted Cleo. Library. Back room. 30 minutes. Bring coffee. The pieces were starting to align, but the picture they formed was more complex and more dangerous than I'd anticipated. Chapter 12. Stalked by the scenario. I left the library much later than intended, the weight of research materials heavy in my tote bag as I locked the back entrance behind me. The fluorescent streetlights cast puddles of artificial yellow across Ravenswood's empty sidewalks. Everyone sensible was already home, tucked behind locked doors and drawn curtains. I shifted my bag to my other shoulder, wincing at the dig of hardcover corners. Crime and Punishment, The Maltese Falcon, and 3 massive volumes of town financial records weren't exactly light reading, but sometimes the answers to present mysteries hide in the echoes of the past, or at least in fictional detective work. The financial ledgers, though, those were proving most interesting. Just get home, Varnell, I muttered to myself, calculating the most direct route. 3 blocks east, 2 north, and I'd be safely inside with Morticia and a cup of tea strong enough to stand a spoon in. Easy enough? I made it exactly 1.5 blocks before the first prickle of awareness crawled up my spine. Someone was following me. Not the usual small-town coincidence of parallel paths. This was deliberate. A shadow that paused when I paused. Footsteps that echoed mine with just enough delay to suggest mimicry rather than coincidence. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped to pretend check my phone, the footsteps behind me ceased with unnatural abruptness. My pulse should have quickened. Instead, it steadied, as if my body recognized danger before my mind fully processed it. The sensation was oddly familiar. I'd written about it often enough in my journal, imagining the cold clarity that comes with genuine threat. I resumed walking, this time with purpose but not panic. Leading a stalker directly to my front door seemed like the kind of terrible decision that gets fictional characters killed in Chapter 3, and I had no intention of becoming a cautionary tale in someone else's story. Instead, I began making deliberate turns, not running, not even walking particularly fast, just moving with the confidence of someone who knows exactly where they're going. Left at Hemingway Avenue, right on Austin Street. Another right at the corner where the drugstore's security camera would catch a decent view of anyone following me. My mind flipped through fictional scenarios like a Rolodex of survival strategies. I'd written one 6 months ago about a character who used urban camouflage to escape pursuit. The principle was sound: change your silhouette, create a decoy, hide in plain sight. 3 blocks from home, I spotted my opportunity. A narrow alley between Thornfield Bakery and Winterson's Antiques. The antique shop had been shuttered for weeks, its owner mysteriously on extended vacation, according to the handwritten sign on the door. The bakery was closed for the night, but its rear service entrance created a recessed doorway about 10 feet down the alley. Perfect. I cut into the alley without hesitation, as if this had been my destination all along. Immediately, I shrugged off my dark cardigan and stuffed it into a discarded plastic garbage bag that someone had propped against the dumpster. I positioned the bag against the alley wall, adjusting it to roughly my height, creating a human-shaped silhouette visible from the street. Then I pressed myself into the bakery's recessed doorway, my black dress blending into the shadows. I held my bag close. The substantial weight of knowledge, both fictional and factual, suddenly transformed from burden to weapon. I didn't have to wait long. The stalker approached the alley entrance with visible hesitation. They paused at the mouth, a black hooded figure that seemed to assess the narrow passage before committing. I couldn't make out a face beneath the hood pulled low, but their posture spoke of controlled tension and practiced stealth. This wasn't some random opportunist. This was someone who knew what they were doing. They entered the alley with careful steps, moving toward my improvised decoy with the deliberate patience of a predator. I measured my breathing, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, the way I'd described for a character trapped in a wine cellar with a killer on the loose. The technique kept me silent and steady. The stalker reached for the garbage bag silhouette, their gloved hand extending toward where a throat would be. I swung my tote bag with all the accumulated strength of someone who'd spent years shelving books in the library's highest stacks. The weighted canvas connected solidly with their shoulder, the thud of leather-bound classics against flesh, producing a satisfyingly literary justice. They stumbled backward with a grunt that seemed oddly measured, a controlled sound as if even their pain was carefully modulated to reveal nothing. I advanced, tote bag raised for a second strike. "Who are you?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The stalker regained their balance with unexpected agility, backing toward the street. They raised black-gloved hands in what might have been surrender or simply preparation for defense. The streetlight at the alley's entrance caught something at their wrist, the distinctive glint of silver beneath the hoodie's cuff. A cufflink. An incongruously formal detail for someone dressed for covert pursuit. Before I could process the significance, they turned and bolted from the alley, footsteps rapidly fading into the night. I considered pursuit for approximately half a second before common sense prevailed. Chasing someone who had been stalking me through the darkened streets of Ravenswood was firmly in the category of decisions that get the protagonist killed before the mystery is solved. I waited 5 full minutes, counting seconds with the precision of someone who grew up shelving books by the Dewey Decimal System, before emerging from the alley. My cardigan went back on despite the early summer warmth. I took a circuitous route home, doubling back twice and crossing the street random intervals, watching for any sign of renewed pursuit. There was none, but the absence of visible threat offered little comfort. My stalker hadn't selected me at random. The silver cufflink suggested someone of means, perhaps even respectability, someone who knew exactly who I was and had been waiting for the right moment. I reached my townhouse with every nerve ending humming like an overtuned piano string. The street was quiet. Too quiet. Even Mrs. Abernathy's usually vocal terrier was silent. I unlocked my front door, stepped inside, and immediately relocked it. Then I checked the deadbolt. Twice. I set my bag down silently and stood motionless, listening to the house. Morticia didn't come to greet me. That, more than anything, set off alarms louder than any security system. I conducted a room-by-room search with methodical precision, starting with the downstairs. Kitchen, clear. Living room, undisturbed. Dining room, exactly as I'd left it, half covered in research notes and empty teacups. Upstairs, Morticia appeared from under the bed, looking distinctly affronted but otherwise unharmed. She wound between my ankles, purring with an intensity that suggested either forgiveness or a particularly empty food bowl. Bedroom showed no signs of intrusion. The closet doors sat exactly as I'd left them, the right one slightly ajar, the left fully closed. My nightstand remained organized chaos, books stacked in precise disarray. I pushed open the bathroom door and the atmosphere shifted. The mirror above the sink was impossible. A thick layer of condensation covered the glass surface, as if someone had just taken a scalding shower. But the room felt cool, perhaps even colder than the hallway. The bathtub was bone dry. The hand towel hung perfectly aligned on its ring. Written in the condensation were 3 words that stopped my breath. Finish the story. The message was already beginning to deteriorate, droplets of moisture elongating the letters so they appeared to bleed down the glass surface, like something from a low-budget horror film. I stared at it, a chill creeping up my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. My stalker hadn't just been following me tonight. They'd been here, inside my home, while I was buried in research at the library. They'd left this message recently enough that it hadn't yet evaporated, which meant they might still be nearby, watching, waiting to see my reaction. I grabbed my phone and called Stone. He answered on the 3rd ring, his voice gruff with either sleep or irritation, probably both. "Someone broke into my house," I said without preamble. "Are you safe? Are they still there?" The shift in his tone was immediate. professional concern replacing personal annoyance. "They're gone. I already checked every room. Nothing seems to be missing or damaged, but someone was definitely here. Don't touch anything. I'll be there in 10 minutes." He arrived in 8, squad car lights discreetly off but moving with enough purpose that Mrs. Abernathy's curtains twitched across the street. Stone conducted his own search of the premises, more thorough than mine, checking locks and potential entry points with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this countless times before. "No signs of forced entry," he said finally, holstering his weapon. "Are you sure someone was here?" I hesitated. The mirror message had already evaporated completely by the time I'd shown him to the bathroom, leaving only a faint smudge where my finger had tested its reality. Telling Stone about words written in disappearing condensation seemed guaranteed to sound like the paranoid imagination of someone who writes fictional murder scenarios for fun. "I'm certain," I said instead. "Morticia was hiding under the bed when I got home. She never does that." Stone raised an eyebrow. "You're basing this on cat behavior?" "Cats are creatures of habit. Any disruption to their environment registers immediately." He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "We'll take fingerprints, but without evidence of forced entry or anything missing." "I understand." And I did. I couldn't explain why someone would break into my home just to leave a cryptic message that would vanish within an hour. Not without explaining about the journal, the deaths, and my growing suspicion that someone was using my imagination as a murder manual. After Stone left prom, promising to have an officer drive by periodically throughout the night, I sat at my writing desk, a fresh leather-bound journal open before me. I'd purchased it after the theft of my original, a replacement that felt both necessary and ominous. My hand remained steady as I uncapped my fountain pen and began to write. This time, I crafted a scenario with deliberate care. No specific victim, no named target that could be twisted into accusation, just atmospheric detail, rich and precise. The gazebo in Ravenswood Park stands isolated against the midnight sky, its white paint ghostly in the sporadic illumination of distant lightning. Rain falls in sheets, drumming against the ornate Victorian roof. Inside, the wooden floor bears the dark stain of many seasons' water damage, a circular pattern like a target around the central post. The perfect place for secrets, or for endings when thunder drowns out all sound and visibility extends only as far as the next lightning flash. I continued for 3 pages, describing the location with the obsessive detail of someone mapping an imaginary crime scene, which, I supposed, was exactly what I was doing. When I finished, I deliberately left the journal open to those pages and placed it on the desk beside the window. I drew the curtains back just enough that someone watching from outside might glimpse its presence. I was done hiding. Whoever had been using my imagination as a blueprint needed to understand. I was setting the terms now. If they wanted to finish the story, they'd have to do it on my narrative terrain. Let them come to the gazebo. I'd be waiting. Chapter 13. Patterns in the Static. I arrived at the library before opening hours, the building silent and dimly lit as I let myself in through the staff entrance. The early morning shadows stretched across the reference section like long fingers, and the scent of old books mingled with lemon-scented cleaning products. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors, unnervingly loud in the pre-dawn quiet. I found Cleo already waiting in our makeshift investigation headquarters, formerly known as the supply closet, surrounded by color-coded printouts and 3 empty coffee cups from Ravenswood Roasters. The small space was transformed into what looked like a true crime documentary set, complete with a corkboard covered in photographs, printouts, and multicolored sticky notes. I cross-referenced everything, Cleo announced without preamble, gesturing to a sprawling chart taped to the wall, where she'd mapped connections between the charity auction donor list, Gerald's encrypted files, and city records. Red string connected names to aliases in a web that would impress even the most dedicated conspiracy theorist. "When did you do all this?" I asked, staring at the intricate network of connections. "I couldn't sleep, too much caffeine." She gestured vaguely at the empty cups. "Also murder." I moved closer to the board, taking in the meticulous organization. Cleo might present herself as a bubbly, perpetually cheerful librarian, but beneath the pastel cardigans lurked the mind of an exceptional analyst. I studied the connections with growing unease, noticing that Gerald wasn't primarily blackmailing for money, as we'd assumed. Instead, he was trading information for favors, influence, and strategic advantages, the pattern suggesting a man who collected secrets as currency rather than simply extorting for profit. He was like a spider, I murmured, weaving a web of obligations and favors across town. This wasn't just about getting rich. It was about power, Cleo agreed, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Classic narcissist behavior. Money was just a bonus. I traced a line leading from Gerald's name to the City Planning Commission, then to several local businesses that had mysteriously changed hands in the past year. Look at these dates, I said, pointing to a cluster of entries from 6 months ago that coincided with contentious library board appointments and budget allocations, a realization dawning that Gerald's influence extended into my professional domain in ways I hadn't imagined. The library expansion funding, I whispered. I always wondered how my uncle pushed it through when the town budget was so tight. And look who was appointed to oversee it. Cleo tapped a photo of Marvin Whitaker, a real estate developer with connections to Gerald. Tons of snickerdoodles, I muttered. I continued examining the board, trying to grasp the full scope of Gerald's operation. He hadn't just been corrupting officials. He'd been playing a long game, positioning allies in key positions throughout Ravenswood. The library had been just one piece in a larger puzzle. Cleo's enthusiasm dimmed to concern as she hesitantly handed me a printout from one of the encrypted files. I found this last night. I wasn't sure if I should show you, she said, her usual bubbly tone subdued. The page revealed an entry labeled Canary, with my home address, work schedule, and a cryptic note. Leverage if necessary. Family connection established. The revelation hit me like physical impact. Gerald had been monitoring me long before his death, possibly through my uncle's connection, collecting information not as a passing interest but as deliberate surveillance, turning me from investigator to subject in our unfolding mystery. I'm Canary, I said flatly, the pet name twisting my stomach. Why would he be watching me? I'm just a librarian. A librarian with the mayor as an uncle, Cleo pointed out, and someone who knows every dusty corner of town records. I sank onto a nearby stool, my mind racing. The timing matches when I started questioning the new development proposals during town meetings. I was vocal about preserving the historical district, which would have interfered with Gerald's plans, Cleo added. Plus, you have access to all the town archives. If anyone could piece together his little scheme, it would be someone like you. Fantastic, I muttered. So, I was on his radar because I'm good at my job and occasionally challenge corruption at public forums. The audacity. I flipped through the other pages, looking for more information about Canary, but found nothing else explicitly labeled. My skin crawled knowing Gerald had been watching me, collecting details about my life, planning to use me as leverage if needed. "Oh, sugar cookies," Cleo whispered, her dessert-based expletive, adopted from me, preceding the moment she pulled a folded page from her bag. I found this mixed in with the files from Gerald's office. It looks like one of your journal entries, but I don't think you wrote it. She unfolded a typed page that attempted to mimic my writing style while describing the gruesome hypothetical death of Councilman Warren by electrocution during a routine inspection. The page was formatted like my journal entries, with similar structural elements and even a few phrases I recognized as my own. I examined the forgery with growing horror and recognition. The prose was similar enough to my style to fool someone unfamiliar with my writing, but missing my distinctive cadence and metaphorical flourishes, clearly manufactured to implicate me in advance of a planned accident. "This is bad," I said, skimming the detailed description of Councilman Warren's imagined demise. Whoever wrote this knows about my journal, not just that I keep one, but what's in it, the style, the format. They've seen your actual journal, Cleo concluded softly. The one that was stolen. And they're not just copying the existing entries. I traced my finger over the typed words, noting the subtle differences in voice and imagery. This is new content, premeditated. Why focus on Warren, though? He's just the head of the Electrical Inspection Committee. Cleo stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening. The Electrical Committee that's scheduled to inspect the new town center infrastructure tomorrow morning. They're not just using my journal for inspiration, I realized aloud, my voice unnaturally calm as the full picture emerged. They're creating their own versions to frame me for murders they haven't committed yet. This isn't about Gerald. It's about creating a pattern that leads back to me. Cleo clutched her coffee cup so tightly I thought it might crumple. But why? To what end? Discredit me, perhaps, or make me the perfect scapegoat for Gerald's murder and whatever comes next. I paced the small space, mind working furiously. If multiple people die exactly as described in my journal entries, no jury in the world would believe it was coincidence. We need to warn Councilman Warren. Cleo reached for her phone. Wait. I placed my hand over hers. If we tip him off directly, we risk looking guilty, especially if whoever's behind this has connections to the police. Instead of retreating, my expression hardened with decision as I took the forged page to the library's copier, making multiple duplicates while explaining to a confused Cleo, if they want to play author, let's see how they handle an editor. What are you doing? Cleo asked, watching me efficiently sort the copies into stacks. Changing the narrative, I replied, pulling a box of library envelopes from a drawer. If this forgery is meant to be discovered after Warren's accident as evidence against me, we're going to make sure everyone sees it before anything happens. I addressed envelopes to local reporters, police officers including Detective Stone, and town officials, even slipping one into my uncle's personal mail slot at Town Hall. But won't this just make you look more suspicious? Cleo whispered as we worked. It would be monumentally stupid for the actual killer to distribute evidence against herself before committing the crime, I pointed out. And while people might question my intelligence, no one has ever accused me of being stupid. That afternoon, I mailed the anonymous packages containing the forged entry with a simple note. Watch for this. Someone is planning murder, deliberately turning the forgery into a widely known prediction rather than secret evidence, transforming it from weapon to warning in a calculated risk. You're forcing their hand, Cleo said as we watched the last envelope disappear into the mail drop. Either they abandon their plan, or they rush it and make mistakes, I finished. Either way, Warren lives and I don't get framed for murder. I call that a win. And if it backfires? I shrugged, but my casual gesture belied the twisting anxiety in my stomach. Then I've just provided more evidence that I'm an unstable woman with a death obsession, I suppose. The next morning, Cleo and I sat silently in my car outside the town hall, watching emergency vehicles cluster around the electrical inspection site where Councilman Warren had been found unconscious but alive. The staged accident had followed the forged scenario with chilling precision, except for the victim's survival, proving that the killer had been forced to rush their plan after my distribution exposed their intentions. They still went through with it, Cleo whispered, her face pale in the flashing lights of the ambulance. Even after you warned everyone? They had to, I replied, watching paramedics load Warren's stretcher into the ambulance. Abandoning their plan would have meant starting over. But our warning meant Warren was cautious and emergency services were practically on standby. Stone emerged from the building, speaking into his radio with sharp gestures. His gaze swept the area and briefly locked with mine across the parking lot. His expression was unreadable, but he immediately changed direction, heading toward us. Time to face the music, I muttered, straightening my cardigan. Remember, we're concerned citizens who acted on an anonymous tip that crossed our desks at the library. Cleo nodded, fidgeting with her novelty bookmark earrings. What if he doesn't believe us? He doesn't have to believe us, he just has to consider the possibility that I'm not behind this. I watched Stone's approach, his stride purposeful and expression grim. And more importantly, whoever is behind this now knows that I'm not playing by their rules anymore. Stone rapped on the driver's window and I rolled it down, attempting my most innocent librarian expression. "Detective, fancy meeting you here." "Save it, Virginia," he said, using my full name, never a good sign. "You want to tell me how you knew an electrical accident would happen today, and why you sent that warning to half the town but didn't bother calling it in officially?" "Would you have believed me if I had?" I asked. Meeting his gaze directly, his silence was answer enough. "Someone's trying to frame me," I said. "They stole my journal, copied my style, and are staging deaths that match what they've written. I sent those warnings because I knew nobody would take me seriously until something happened, but I hoped it would at least keep Warren alive." Stone's face remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "That's either the truth or the most convoluted cover story I've ever heard." "Excuse me," Cleo interjected, leaning across me, "but would a guilty person really mail evidence of her crime plans to the entire police department before committing said crime? That would be criminally stupid, and V is many things. Morbid, sarcastic, questionably caffeinated, but stupid isn't one of them." I shot her a glance that conveyed both gratitude and mild irritation at her character assessment. Stone sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Warren's going to live. Minor burns, smoke inhalation. He says someone locked him in the electrical room and he smelled gas before passing out." "Guess wouldn't have been in my in the forged entry," I said. "It described electrocution from faulty wiring, which suggests our culprit improvised when they couldn't access the electrical panel as planned," Stone concluded, and I felt a small rush of vindication that he was following the same logical path. "I think we need to talk," he said finally. "Officially. Both of you down at the station this afternoon." "We'll be there," I agreed, relieved that at least he was willing to listen. As Stone walked away, Cleo turned to me. "We're really in it now, aren't we?" I watched the ambulance pull away, its lights still flashing but siren silent, a good sign for Warren's condition. "We've been in it since I found Gerald's body," I replied. "The difference is, now we're finally understanding the game. And whoever was behind this would soon discover that I wasn't the easy target they'd imagined. After all, I'd spent years imagining perfect fictional deaths. I was equally capable of plotting the perfect defense." Chapter 14. Trapdoors and Triggers. I waited alone in the library's rare books room, the space illuminated only by a single desk lamp casting long shadows across leather-bound volumes. The building had settled into its nighttime silence, that particular quiet that feels almost sentient, as if the books themselves are holding their breath. My fingers nervously traced the edge of an envelope containing documents I'd pulled from Gerald's encrypted files, evidence I wasn't yet sure I should share. The flash drive had yielded more than just code names and suspicious payments. It held meeting minutes, confidential emails, and most damning of all, surveillance photos. Of me. Taken over months. Someone had been watching my movements, documenting my patterns, possibly even breaking into my apartment long before Gerald's death. But why? I'd come to the library after hours, needing the sanctuary of books and silence to think clearly. The main lights were off, and I'd locked the doors behind me. Only Cleo and Stone knew where I was, and Cleo was currently elbow-deep in conspiracy theories at home, creating what she called a backup murder board in her bathroom. "Because no one looks for evidence behind a shower curtain, V," she'd explained, as if this were common knowledge. The staff entrance door clicked open, followed by measured footsteps that I recognized instantly. Detective Stone moved through darkness with practiced ease, finding me without calling out. His silhouette appeared in the doorway before he stepped into the pool of lamplight, his face half illuminated, half in shadow. "Councilman Warren will recover," Stone said without preamble, loosening his tie as he took the chair opposite me. He looked more exhausted than I'd ever seen him, the lines around his eyes deeper, his usual composure fraying slightly at the edges. "You distributed that forged entry as a warning, not a question. I know it was you," he added quietly, his tone lacking accusation but filled with something more complex. I met his gaze directly, abandoning my usual deflection. "Someone is writing death scenarios in my style, planning murders and making sure all evidence points to me. I couldn't let them stage another death without warning the potential victim, even if it meant exposing myself." Stone's expression remained neutral, but his eyes watched me with that penetrating intensity that always made me feel like he was reading my thoughts directly off my cerebral cortex. "You could have come to me," he said, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "Would you have believed me?" I asked, not accusingly, just stating the facts. "You've considered me a suspect from the beginning. Professionally, I have to consider all possibilities. And privately?" The question hung between us. Stone sat back, glancing at the shelves of rare books surrounding us as if they might offer guidance. The rare books room felt impossibly intimate. With just the small pool of light between us, the rest of the library vanished into shadow. Even the air felt different here, weighted with the scent of old paper and leather, preservation chemicals, and the faint cologne Stone wore that I'd secretly catalogued in my mind as citrus and sandalwood, with notes of barely suppressed intensity. "I think," I began, choosing my words carefully, "that someone with access to police information and city records is orchestrating events, possibly manipulating evidence." My voice dropped almost to a whisper as I concluded. "Someone who knows exactly how to frame a librarian with an unfortunate hobby." Stone was unnervingly still as he absorbed my words. For a moment he seemed to be debating something internally. Then he reached inside his jacket and produced a worn manila folder, placing it carefully on the table between us, as if it might contain something volatile. 3 years ago, before I came to Ravenswood, I worked a case with disturbing similarities to this one, he said, his voice low and controlled. I pulled the folder toward me, some instinctive caution making my movements slow. Inside were crime scene photos and reports about a young journalist named Ellen Parrish. My breath caught as I examined the details. Ellen had been killed in a manner identical to a fictional death she had described in her personal diary. The case had ultimately been ruled a bizarre coincidence when no suspects could be identified. "Good gravy," I murmured, flipping through the meticulously documented evidence. My fingers stilled on a photocopy of a diary page, the handwriting neat and slanted. "This is..." Ellen's diary entries were fiction, thought exercises about ironic deaths, just like yours, Stone explained. For the first time since I'd known him, his professional detachment slipped to reveal genuine concern. Her case was closed, unsolved, too many dead ends, inconsistent evidence, and a department that seemed strangely eager to move on. The implication hung heavy in the air between us. I stared at Ellen's photograph, a woman about my age with bright eyes and a tentative smile who had written about deaths and then become the victim of one herself. "You think it's connected?" I said. Not a question. Stone's silence was confirmation enough. My hand trembled slightly as I examined the parallels. Ellen had been a journalist investigating local corruption. I was a librarian who had stumbled onto evidence of similar misconduct. Ellen wrote fictional death scenarios in a journal. So did I. Ellen had been found dead in a situation mirroring her own writing. Gerald had died exactly as I had imagined. "Do you believe the same person who killed Ellen is now in Ravenswood, using my journal the way they used hers?" I asked, voicing the question we were both thinking. Stone moved from his chair to lean against the table beside me, close enough that I could smell his cologne mingled with coffee. The proximity sent an unwelcome flutter through my stomach, which I attempted to squash with the mental equivalent of a fly swatter. "I requested transfer to Ravenswood after evidence in Ellen's case disappeared from lockup," he admitted, his voice low. "I've been following similar patterns ever since." When I first learned about your journal during the archive case, I thought it might be coincidence, but now—" His words trailed off, but their significance hit me with full force. Stone hadn't come to Ravenswood for a quiet posting. He'd been tracking something or someone long before I entered the picture. "You've been investigating this the whole time," I said, the pieces shifting in my mind. "That's why you were so interested in my journal from the beginning. You weren't just suspicious of me, you recognized the pattern." Stone nodded. "I couldn't say anything officially. The department in my previous posting made it clear that reopening Ellen's case would be problematic. Because her investigations were focused on corruption within local government and law enforcement." He tapped Ellen's file. "Sound familiar?" "All too familiar." Gerald's blackmail files had revealed similar patterns in Ravenswood: the mayor, the commissioner, the planning department, all tied together in a web of favors and threats. "So you've been working this unofficially," I said, studying his face in the half-light. "Alone." "Until now," he replied, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my breath catch. The atmosphere shifted as our shared understanding deepened. The space between us felt charged with unspoken recognition that we were no longer detective and suspect, but something more complicated. Allies, perhaps. Partners, even. Stone remained leaning against the table beside me, his proximity both reassuring and unsettling. "I need to see your journal," Stone said, his voice gentle but firm. "The real one." I hesitated, protective instinct flaring. My journal was more than just a record of fictional deaths. It contained my thoughts, fragments of myself no one was meant to see. "No one will know," he added, seeming to read my reluctance. "This stays between us." I found myself leaning slightly toward him, drawn by the gravity of trust beginning to form. Our faces were close enough in the dim light that I could feel his breath against my cheek, the moment suspended in possibility. I began, not entirely sure what I was about to say. Morticia materialized from the darkened stacks with eerie timing, leaping onto the highest shelf and sending a massive atlas crashing to the floor with a thunderous bang. Stone and I sprang apart as if electrocuted, the spell effectively shattered. My cat stared down at us with what I swore was deliberate judgment, her green eyes glowing in the darkness like twin lanterns of feline disapproval. "Your cat has impeccable timing," Stone muttered, straightening his tie. "She makes her opinions known," I replied, my heart still racing from the moment, or its interruption. I couldn't be entirely sure which. Morticia jumped down with silent grace, landing on the table directly on top of Ellen's file. She fixed her eyes on me in that unnerving way cats have, communicating volumes without words. "I've caught her reading over my shoulder," I said, attempting to regain my composure. "Sometimes I wonder if she understands more than she lets on." Stone's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Right now she seems to be telling us to focus." I gently moved Morticia aside and gathered Ellen's documents. The interruption had given me clarity. There was something too neat about all of this. The parallels between Ellen's case and mine, the missing evidence, the conveniently timed threats. "If the same person who killed Ellen is framing me," I said slowly, "then they know about your connection to her case. They know you'd recognize the pattern." Stone's brow furrowed. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying, what if this isn't just about framing me? What if it's about you as well?" The theory was taking shape as I spoke. What if whoever is behind this wants to draw you out, force you to reveal what you know about Ellen? "By using you," Stone concluded, his expression darkening. "They've studied me," I said, pulling out the surveillance photos from my envelope. "They know my patterns, my journal writing habit, probably even that we have history." I faltered slightly on the last word, unsure how to characterize our years of antagonistic encounters before Gerald's murder. Stone examined the surveillance photos, his jaw tightening. "These are professional grade. Long-range lens, multiple angles. This wasn't casual observation." I found them in Gerald's encrypted files, I explained. But I don't think Gerald was the one watching me. I think he was just the middleman. Maybe he had information about Ellen's case too, part of his blackmail collection. Stone's expression shifted to one I'd never seen before. A cold, controlled anger that transformed his usually composed features. So Gerald had evidence related to Ellen, and instead of coming forward, he used it for leverage. And got killed for it, I finished. Which means we're dealing with someone who can access police records, surveil private citizens, and eliminate threats without getting caught. Someone in a position of power, Stone murmured, connecting the same dots I had. I need to go home and get my journal, I said, the decision crystallizing. The real one. You need to see what I've written, and I need to see if there are parallels to Ellen's entries that might tell us who's behind this. Stone nodded, looking relieved at my cooperation, but still troubled. I'll drive you. As we gathered the documents, Morticia jumped down and padded toward the door, stopping to look back at us expectantly. I really think she understands, Stone commented. Sometimes I think she knows more than both of us, I replied. The interruption had given me the clarity I needed. I couldn't rely on traditional protection, not when we didn't know how high this conspiracy reached. I needed to finish this story myself, writing one final scenario that would bring the real killer into the light. As we followed Morticia toward the exit, I found myself wondering if I could write a scenario convincing enough to trap a killer without becoming their next victim. After all, the line between fiction and reality had already blurred beyond recognition. In Ravenswood, imagination had proven deadly, but perhaps it could also be a weapon. Chapter 15. The Death She Didn't Write. I sat at my writing desk, the pre-dawn light casting my shadow against the wall like a silhouette puppet show for an audience of one. Morticia perched atop my bookshelf, her green eyes reflecting the lamplight with eerie precision. The blank pages of my new journal lay open before me, pristine and expectant. It has to be perfect, I murmured to Morticia. Clear enough to be unmistakable, personal enough that it couldn't be coincidence. My cat blinked slowly in response. Encouraging, judging, both probably. I uncapped my favorite fountain pen, the one with the ink that resembled dried blood, and began to write with deliberate strokes. Each word was a calculated move in this twisted chess game. I wasn't just writing fiction anymore. I was laying a trap. The scene, Ravenswood Town Plaza, dawn. The fountain where Gerald Rutherford met his end becomes the stage for a second act. Water flowing crimson, food coloring perhaps, or something that only appears to be blood. Scattered around the fountain's edge, precisely 37 overdue library books, their due date slips prominently displayed. I paused, tapping my pen against my lower lip. 37 books. The exact number Gerald had refused to return, claiming he'd donated enough to this backwater institution to own the whole building. The memory of his smug face still made my jaw clench. The centerpiece of this macabre display? A child's lunchbox, designed to resemble a Victorian coffin, painted matte black with silver filigree, the lid propped open like a waiting maw. My childhood lunchbox. A gift from my eccentric aunt who believed children should confront mortality early and with style. My mother had been horrified. I had been delighted. For 3 years I'd carried that lunchbox everywhere, until social pressure finally forced me to abandon it. Now it sat in a box in my attic, a relic known only to me, and apparently someone else. I continued writing, adding details only I would recognize. The specific pattern of wear on the lunchbox's clasp, the distinct way the hinges squeaked, the faded sticker of Edgar Allan Poe I'd placed inside the lid. When I finished, I did something I'd never done with my death journal entries. I signed it. With a flourish that wasn't my usual style, I wrote, Varel, April 12th. To be continued. I tore the pages out carefully, making sure the edges remained clean. Morticia jumped down, padding across my desk to inspect my handiwork. "What do you think? Too obvious?" I asked her. She sneezed, which I chose to interpret as approval. From my drawer, I withdrew a hollowed-out copy of Murder on the Orient Express. I'd spent the evening carving out the inner pages to create a hidden compartment, leaving just enough of the text intact that it would feel natural when picked up. The symbolism wasn't subtle, a mystery about multiple killers working together to commit what appeared to be one crime, a conspiracy hiding in plain sight. I slid my written pages inside, making sure they fit perfectly against the carved interior. The book closed with no visible sign of tampering. "Now we wait," I told Morticia, who had already lost interest and was grooming her paw with studied indifference. The library was quiet when I arrived, still 40 minutes before opening. I moved through my morning routine with practiced efficiency, checking the overnight returns, powering up the computers, brewing a pot of coffee strong enough to peel paint. All perfectly normal. When everything was in place, I casually walked to the main entrance with the hollowed Christie novel. Our staff picks display stood prominently on a wooden table visible to anyone entering the building. I positioned the book front and center, angling the cover to catch the light. On a small card, I wrote in my neatest handwriting, "Sometimes the most obvious solution isn't the correct one," V said. "Varnell." I smoothed the card against the book's cover, my fingers lingering for a moment. The bait was set. At precisely 9:15, Cleo burst through the door, looking like she'd stepped out of a beatnik poetry reading. She wore head-to-toe black, including an unnecessary beret pulled at a jaunty angle. Under her arm, she carried what appeared to be a camera equipment bag. "I'm here," she stage whispered, despite the library being empty. "In full stealth librarian mode." "I see that," I replied, eyeing her outfit, though I'm not sure actual stealth requires a beret. "It's about the attitude, V. Mindset is everything in covert operations." She patted her bag. "I brought our secret weapon." From the bag, Cleo produced what looked like an ordinary wooden bookend shaped like an owl. "State-of-the-art wireless camera," she explained, her voice vibrating with excitement. "HD video, motion-activated, and it uploads directly to my cloud storage." "Where did you get that?" I asked, both impressed and mildly disturbed by her preparedness. "True Crime Convention in Portland last summer. The booth guy said it was for home security, but we both knew what was up." She positioned the owl bookend on the shelf with a clear sightline to the staff picks table. "If someone takes that book, we'll have them on video." "You're enjoying this way too much," I observed. "You're not enjoying it enough," she countered, adjusting the beret. "This is literally what I've been training for my entire podcast listening career." "Just try to act normal," I said, knowing it was a hopeless request. Cleo's version of normal was already several standard deviations from the median. "Roger that, boss." She gave me a mock salute before sauntering off to her desk, black canvas sneakers squeaking slightly against the polished floor. Throughout the day, I maintained my usual routine, helping patrons locate resources, processing new acquisitions, mediating a heated dispute about meeting room schedules, all while keeping the display shelf in my peripheral vision. I cataloged each person who approached the staff picks table with the same methodical attention I applied to rare book acquisitions. 10:17 IEM. Elderly man with tweed jacket. Picked up Steinbeck, put it back, moved on. 11:42 a.m. email middle school teacher with her class. No one touched the display. 1:15 p.m. Woman in red coat. Examined 3 books including Christie, purchased none. 2:30 p.m. Teenage boy, clearly looking for the manga section, irrelevant. By 4 p.m., the Christie novel remained untouched. I began to wonder if our trap was too obvious or not obvious enough. Had I miscalculated? At 4:47, I was helping a patron locate materials on herb gardening when I glanced toward the security camera mounted in the corner near the entrance. Something wasn't right. It had shifted position, just slightly, but enough that it now pointed away from the staff pic's display. A chill crawled up my spine. 3 minutes later, the lights flickered throughout the building. Once, twice, then steady again. A brief power surge, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Several patrons looked up, then returned to their activities. But I knew, somehow I knew. When I looked back at the display, everything appeared unchanged. The Christie novel sat exactly where I'd placed it. But something felt wrong. "Cleo," I called quietly as I passed her desk, "meet me in the rare books room in 5 minutes." She nodded, her expression shifting instantly from cheerful to serious. "Son of a snickerdoodle." Cleo's dismayed exclamation echoed through the empty library as we watched the footage from her owl camera after closing. The video played normally until 4:50 p.m., exactly when the lights had flickered. Then, static. Digital snow filled the screen for precisely 3 minutes before clearing to show the Christie novel gone from the display. "How is that even possible?" Cleo demanded, rewinding and playing the sequence again. "No one could time a power surge that precisely unless they had access to the building's electrical system," I finished. "Or they used an EMP device small enough to affect just this area. Either way, we're dealing with someone who knows what they're doing." She tapped the screen. "Maybe we can enhance the footage before and after, look for shadows, or—" "This isn't a TV crime show, Cleo. We can't enhance beyond what the camera captured." I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache building. "But we don't need to. The book is gone, which means they took the bait. For them to complete the scenario. According to my journal entry, the next scene takes place at the town fountain plaza. Dawn tomorrow." Cleo's eyes widened. "You're going there alone. What if—" "Stone knows the plan. He'll have plainclothes officers nearby." I didn't mention my suspicion that whoever was behind this might have connections within the police department. Some fears were better kept to myself. The next morning dawned gray and misty, the sort of atmospheric gloom that would feel heavy-handed in fiction but somehow worked perfectly for real-life drama. I approached the town fountain plaza with measured steps, my breath fogging in the cool air. Despite knowing exactly what I would find, I felt my breath catch at the sight. The fountain water was stained crimson, the color of overripe cherries, not blood, food coloring or dye, but effective nonetheless. Floating in the center was my childhood coffin lunchbox, its lock broken and the lid hanging open like a silent scream. Around the fountain's edge, precisely 37 books were arranged in a perfect circle, their spines facing inward like some sort of bibliophilic ritual. I stepped closer, careful not to disturb anything. The lunchbox was undeniably mine, the worn clasp, the post sticker inside the lid, even the small dent on the back corner, where I'd once dropped it. Looking inside, I found the torn pages of my journal entry, arranged like a paper flower. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I answered without checking the caller ID. "I'm here," I said. "Don't touch anything." Stone's voice was tight with tension. "We're 3 minutes out. Already ahead of you." I scanned the plaza, noting the empty benches, the closed coffee shop. "No signs of who left it, but they can't have been gone long. The dye is still spreading in the water. Stay in the open, where I can see you when we arrive." I ended the call and took a step back, surveying the scene. Whoever had done this had followed my scenario to the letter. Every detail was perfect. Unsettlingly so. Stone arrived with surprising speed, his unmarked car pulling up to the curb with just enough restraint to avoid squealing tires. 2 other officers followed in a separate vehicle. Within minutes, the area was cordoned off with yellow tape, and Stone was at my side. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes searching my face. "I'm fine. It worked exactly as planned." Stone guided me away from the fountain, out of earshot of the other officers. His expression was grim as he surveyed the scene. "This was meant for you specifically," he said quietly. "The lunchbox. How would anyone know about it?" The question confirmed what I already suspected. Someone had been watching me for far longer than just since Gerald's death. Someone who knew my past, my secrets, perhaps even my childhood. I don't know, I admitted. I kept it in my attic, haven't taken it out in years. We should get you to a safe house. If they know that much about you. No, my refusal was immediate and firm. That's exactly what they'd expect. I need to finish this on my terms. Stone's jaw tightened. This isn't just about solving Gerald's murder anymore, is it? It never was. I looked back at the fountain, at my childhood lunchbox floating like a tiny coffin. This is personal. They made it personal. That evening I checked and rechecked every lock in my townhouse. I pulled all the curtains shut, then methodically went through each room, looking for signs of intrusion. Nothing appeared disturbed, but that meant little. Whoever was watching me was clearly skilled enough to leave no trace. Morticia followed me from room to room, her tail occasionally brushing against my leg in what felt like reassurance. It ends tonight, I told her as I sat down at my writing desk. One way or another. I opened a fresh journal, not the new one I'd purchased to replace my stolen one, but an old leather-bound volume I'd kept empty for years, saving it for something important. The paper was thick, cream-colored, with a slight texture that caught the pen just so. I began to write one final entry. This time, there was no death scenario, no elaborate murder tableau. Instead, I crafted the beginning of a confrontation. The scene: Ravenswood Library after hours. The rare books room, with its heavy oak table and wall of locked glass cases. A librarian waits, having arranged first editions of famous mysteries in a semicircle. Christie, Doyle, Poe, the masters of revelation. She knows the watcher will come. She has left the side door unlocked, disabled the alarm system. This is not an invitation, it is a summons. I deliberately left the entry unfinished. The final pages were blank, awaiting an ending. When I was satisfied, I carried the journal to my living room and placed it on the coffee table, positioned with precise casualness, the pages open to my unfinished entry. Then I drew back my curtains, revealing the lights still burning bright inside my home, a clear invitation to whoever might be watching from the darkness. I moved to the center of the room, standing directly in front of the window. I know you're reading my work, I said, my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. Now I'm inviting you to finish this story. Together. Morticia jumped up onto the coffee table, settling beside the journal, her green eyes fixed on the window, unblinking, as if she already sensed the approach of our uninvited guest. I took a seat in my armchair, positioned to see both the door and the window. Then I waited, perfectly still, for the author of this nightmare to arrive and write our final chapter. Chapter 16. The Librarian's Last Chapter. I sat alone at the central reading table of the darkened Ravenswood Library, watching moonlight filter through the tall windows. The silver beams cast elongated shadows across the polished wood floors, transforming familiar shelves into looming sentinels. Above me, the antique clock collection along the mezzanine filled the space with a soft chorus of ticking, each timepiece marking seconds at slightly different intervals, creating an unsettling symphony of time passing. I'd chosen this spot deliberately, the exact center of the main reading room, illuminated by a single brass lamp that cast a warm circle around my open journal. The pages glowed almost amber in the light, my neat handwriting visible, but the ending conspicuously absent. An unfinished story. Bait. Morticia had been furious when I'd left her locked in the bathroom at home. I'd apologized profusely, pushing a tuna treat under the door while she howled in betrayal. But I couldn't risk her being here, not tonight. Sorry, old girl, I'd whispered. Some stories weren't meant for cats. Now I waited, perfectly still, breathing in the familiar scent of old paper and furniture polish. The library after hours had always felt like a sleeping creature to me, even more alive than during the day somehow. Tonight, that feeling was amplified. The building seemed to hold its breath along with me. 3 hours had passed since I'd left the journal at my townhouse as bait. I'd slipped out the back, circling around to the library where I'd disabled the alarm system and left the side door with its faulty lock slightly ajar. If my theory was correct, my watcher would take the journal, read my invitation, and come looking for me here. I straightened my cardigan and adjusted the vintage watch on my wrist. In mysteries, these confrontation scenes always seem to happen at midnight, but it was only 10:43. Evil, apparently, didn't adhere to literary conventions about timing. The side door opened with a barely audible click. I remained motionless, breath catching in my throat. My fingers curled around the pen I'd been holding, suddenly aware it made a poor weapon. The footsteps were measured, cautious. They hesitated for a moment, then continued with growing confidence. Whoever had entered was now moving through the stacks, their shadow occasionally visible in my peripheral vision. I watched the reflection in the darkened window across from me, using the glass as a mirror to observe without turning my head. A familiar silhouette moved between the shelves, smaller and more tentative than I might have imagined for someone who had orchestrated such elaborate crimes. My mind had conjured images of a menacing figure, perhaps even someone physically imposing, but the reality was ordinary. I saw the glint of glasses catching moonlight, a cardigan not unlike my own, a slight frame that I recognized immediately. "I knew you'd understand the invitation," I said without turning, my voice carrying in the quiet room. Marla Dibbs emerged from the shadows, Gerald Rutherford's unassuming assistant transformed by purpose. I'd seen her countless times in the library, nervous, fidgety, forever apologizing for existing. The woman who stood before me now moved with an unsettling calm, her typical anxious demeanor replaced by something steadier. In her hands, she clutched a battered copy of my original stolen journal. "Virginia," she said, her voice soft but firm, "you left such lovely breadcrumbs." I gestured to the chair across from me. "I thought you might appreciate the setting. Libraries have always been sacred spaces for transformation." Marla approached the table with deliberate steps, running her fingers along the spines of nearby books as if drawing strength from them. Her hand lingered on a copy of Crime and Punishment before she pulled out the chair. "You're the only one who understands how stories need to end," she said with unexpected steadiness. "When I found your journal in Gerald's files, he had copies of everything, you know. It felt like finding a map to freedom." I kept my expression neutral, though my heart hammered against my ribs. "Gerald had my journal?" "Not the original. Photographs." Marla smiled thinly. "He collected leverage on everyone in town, even the quiet librarian who wrote such inventive death scenarios. He thought it might be useful someday. And you found it." "I was responsible for organizing his blackmail materials." Her fingers drummed lightly on my stolen journal. 20 years as his assistant, filing away other people's secrets while he held my brother's financial crimes over my head. Did you know that? How he kept me close, his perfect little assistant and scapegoat. The revelation unspooled as Marla circled the reading area, her voice taking on a dreamlike quality. She moved with the confidence of someone who had rehearsed this moment, perhaps repeatedly, in her mind. "I discovered your journal entry during a routine scan of his files," she continued. "The scaffold, the plaque, all of it. It wasn't just a story. It was permission, instructions." Her eyes gleamed. "The perfect ending for a man who collected other people's nightmares." I maintained my outward calm while my mind raced, carefully gauging the distance between us. Marla's fingers tapped rhythmically against the journal she carried, a nervous tick I recognized from our previous encounters at the library, when she'd check out obscure mystery novels with trembling hands. "So you killed him, exactly as I described," I said, "and then stole my journal to frame me when things started pointing back to you." Marla's laugh had a brittle edge. "Not to frame you, to understand you, to continue your work." Her eyes widened with something like reverence. "The librarian who writes death into existence." Her expression shifted between admiration and resentment as she moved closer. "I even tried to write like you, but it never came out right. My scenarios felt flat. Functional, not poetic like yours." "You copied my handwriting for the second death," I observed. "The councilman. I practiced for weeks." A flash of pride crossed her face. "I thought it would be enough to throw suspicion permanently on you, but then you did something unexpected. You distributed copies of my forgery, used my own work against me." She shook her head almost admiringly. "That's when I knew you were a worthy adversary." The air between us grew charged as Marla placed my stolen journal on the table, opening it to the dog-eared page describing Gerald's death. Her fingers trembled slightly as they traced the words I'd written months ago in a moment of creative frustration, never imagining they would become a murder blueprint. "You made me the author of my own freedom," she said softly. "But then you started investigating, threatening to unravel everything. The story wasn't supposed to continue. It was supposed to end with Gerald." I glanced at the journal, seeing my handwriting through new eyes. The elaborate description I'd crafted of Gerald's death now seemed ghoulish rather than cathartic. Had I really been so specific about the angle of the fall? The way his body would land on the ceremonial plaque? Sweet cream cheese Danish I had. "What about the emails?" I asked. "The warnings?" "I needed to guide your investigation," Marla said. "Keep you looking at Lydia, at your uncle, anywhere but at me. The perfect assistant. Invisible as always." The bitterness in her voice was palpable. I watched as Marla withdrew something from her pocket. A letter opener from Gerald's office, ornate and dangerously sharp. Her expression hardened as she turned it over in her hand, the moonlight catching on its polished surface. "I studied all your entries," she said, her voice almost gentle. "There's a beautiful one about a librarian stabbed among her beloved books, bleeding onto first editions." She smiled, an unsettling curve of the lips. "I thought we could make that one real tonight, a fitting end for the original author." The ticking of the clocks above us seemed to intensify. I could almost feel the seconds contracting around us. With deliberate calm, I reached for the new journal I'd brought with me, opening it to my most recent entry. "Before we get to that," I said, "I'd like to read you something I wrote tonight. Consider it my contribution to our collaboration." Marla tilted her head, curiosity momentarily overriding her murderous intent. I cleared my throat and began to read aloud. She didn't hear the door open behind her, too focused on her misguided belief that she was writing the ending when, in fact, she had become a mere character in someone else's story. Marla's eyes narrowed. "What are you—" "The assistant believed she had crafted the perfect murder," I continued, my voice steady as her expression changed from confusion to dawning realization. "But she failed to consider that someone else might be watching her watch the librarian." "Stop it!" Marla hissed, the letter opener now gripped tightly in her hand. She didn't realize that her midnight visit to the library had been anticipated, planned for, that her confession would be heard not just by her intended victim, but by those hidden in the shadows. Marla's eyes darted to the darkened corners of the library. "There's no one here." I smiled thinly. "Are you sure about that? Did you check the rare books room, the archives, the study carrels? This building has so many places to observe from." That's when the library door swung open, revealing Detective Stone with his weapon drawn. His face was all hard angles in the dramatic lighting, jaw clenched as he assessed the situation with a detective's precision. Behind him stood Cleo, her wide-eyed expression suggesting she never expected our plan to work so perfectly. She clutched her phone, likely still recording. The tableau froze for a suspended moment. Marla with the letter opener, me seated at the table, Stone and Cleo in the doorway. Then Marla lunged toward me with a strangled cry, the letter opener arcing through the air. Stone intercepted her in a swift, controlled movement that belied his size. He caught her wrist, deflecting the blade away from me, and in one smooth motion had her face down on the table, hands behind her back. "Marla Dibbs," he said, his voice gravelly and formal as he cuffed her, "you're under arrest for the murder of Gerald Rutherford and the attempted murder of Virginia Varnell." Marla struggled briefly, then went limp. "She wrote it first," she insisted, her voice muffled against the polished wood. "She's the true author. I just executed her vision." "You made your own choices," Stone said, pulling her upright. "No one wrote that for you." As two officers I hadn't noticed before emerged from the shadows to take Marla away, she fixed her gaze on me one last time. "We're the same, Virginia," she said. "We both understand the power of a well-crafted ending." I didn't respond. What could I say to a woman who had twisted my private catharsis into permission for murder? The officers led her out, her protests fading as they exited through the main doors. Cleo immediately rushed to my side, engulfing me in a hug that smelled of vanilla and anxiety. "Oh my goodness gracious, V, I was so scared when she pulled out that letter opener. I almost jumped out too early, but Detective Stone made me wait and, wow, it worked exactly like you said it would, and I got everything on video and—" "Breathe, Cleo," I said, patting her back awkwardly. "One thought at a time." Stone approached more cautiously, holstering his weapon and running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "You took one sugar-frosted risk tonight, Varnell." I raised an eyebrow at the nickname. "Would you have preferred I let her stab me first? More dramatic that way." His mouth twitched. "We had enough evidence to bring her in already. Cleo's surveillance photos, the fingerprints on the forged journal entry. This confrontation wasn't necessary." "It was for me," I said quietly. Stone nodded, understanding in his gray eyes. He'd been surprisingly receptive when I'd called him that afternoon, laying out my theory about Marla and my plan to draw her out. He'd insisted on backup, on recording devices, on doing things properly. But he'd trusted my instincts. Cleo had already been watching her, he explained as Cleo finally released me from her enthusiastic embrace. "She followed Marla from Gerald's office to your townhouse multiple times, gathering evidence of stalking. That gave us cause to track her movements tonight." "I used the zoom lens from my dad's old camera," Cleo added proudly. "I told you my true crime podcast obsession would come in handy someday." "You did," I conceded. "I'll never doubt your sleuthing skills again." "So it's over?" Cleo asked. "Like really over?" I glanced at the journal on the table. My words, twisted into something unrecognizable by another's hand. "The case is closed," I said carefully. "As for the rest, I'm not sure anything is ever really over in Ravenswood." Later that night, after giving my statement at the station, I reclaimed my stolen journal from the evidence table. Stone had pulled some strings to let me take it home, arguing it was personal property that had already been thoroughly documented. "Just don't write any more death scenes for a while," he'd said, the ghost of a smile playing at his lips. "Give me a break, Varnell." Now I sat in my armchair at home, Morticia purring forgiveness in my lap as I flipped through the dog-eared pages. My neat handwriting stared back at me, interrupted occasionally by Marla's attempts at imitation. Her forgeries skilled but distinctly foreign, like someone speaking my language with an accent. The journal bore the fingerprints of multiple authors now. My imagination, Marla's desperation, Gerald's exploitation. Even Stone's official handling had left its mark on these pages. I closed the book and set it aside, feeling a strange mixture of reclamation and loss. Stories had power, I'd always known that, but I'd never fully considered how dangerous they could become in the wrong hands, how words penned in private frustration could become blueprints for destruction when refracted through another's broken perspective. Morticia headbutted my hand, demanding attention. I scratched behind her ears, drawing comfort from her rumbling purr. "Don't worry," I told her softly. "I think I'll stick to writing happy endings for a while." The lie tasted strange on my tongue. We both knew I wouldn't stop writing death scenes. They were my refuge, my release valve. but perhaps I'd be more careful about where I left my journals. After all, in Ravenswood, one never knew who might be reading over your shoulder. Chapter 17. Filed under closure. I flipped through the morning newspaper while sipping from my chipped death by chocolate mug, a gift from Cleo that felt less ironic these days. 3 weeks had passed since Marla's arrest, and Ravenswood's gossip machine had finally begun to slow its churning. Today I'd reclaimed my morning ritual, arriving an hour before opening, alphabetizing the return cart, and enjoying the library's particular silence that felt miles away from the tomb-like quiet of my apartment. The newspaper's headline featured Marla's formal charges in bold print: second-degree murder, stalking, breaking and entering, evidence tampering. I ran my finger down the list, feeling a strange detachment, as if reading about a fictional character rather than a woman I'd inadvertently inspired. Next to it, a smaller article detailed the ongoing dismantling of Gerald Rutherford's extensive influence network that had apparently wormed through every level of Ravenswood's government, like bookworms through a first edition. Extensive influence network, I muttered to no one. Just say corruption racket and save the ink. I set the paper aside and returned to the book cart, lifting each volume with practiced care. My fingers paused over a well-worn mystery novel, Agatha Christie's The Body in the Library, its spine creased from countless readings, its cover corners softened to velvet. 3 weeks ago, I might have simply noted it for rebinding. Now I found myself staring at the title, contemplating the strange alchemy that transformed fictional deaths into entertainment. I'd always read mysteries for their puzzles, their locked rooms and impossible alibis. I'd appreciated the cleverness, the way death on the page was sanitized into an intellectual exercise. But after watching Marla take my written words and translate them into Gerald's broken body at the base of that scaffolding, I set the Christie aside for repair, my thoughts drifting to my own journal. Stone had returned it days ago, but it remained unopened in my desk drawer, like a box that might contain either treasure or snakes. The staff entrance door opened with a soft click. I didn't need to look up. Only 2 people had keys to that door at this hour, and Cleo never arrived before 10 unless bribed with pastries. "Morning," Detective Stone said, his footsteps measured across the hardwood floor. I glanced up, taking in his appearance, rumpled suit that somehow still looked intentional, hair slightly damp at the temples from his morning shower, and most tellingly, 2 coffee cups from the velvet scone. A manila envelope was tucked under his arm. "Most people call before dropping by," I said, but without the bite that would have accompanied those words a month ago. "Most people aren't returning evidence from a murder investigation." He set 1 coffee cup beside me. Earl Grey with a splash of milk, he'd remembered. "Case closed." Stone slid the manila envelope across the desk, his fingers lingering a moment longer than necessary. "Official statement of non-involvement for your records, and the return of personal property no longer needed as evidence." I opened the envelope with careful fingers, sliding out a formal letter embossed with the Ravenswood Police Department seal. The bureaucratic language declared me cleared of all suspicion in relation to the death of Gerald Rutherford, the same department that had once photographed my bookshelves as potential evidence. Beneath the letter, wrapped in protective tissue, lay my original journal. Its leather cover bore new scuffs from evidence handling, and a small evidence tag still dangled from the spine. "They processed it for prints," Stone explained, noting my inspection. "Standard procedure." "Is there any part of my life that hasn't been swabbed, catalogued, or photographed by your department at this point?" I asked, trying for levity, but hearing the brittle edge in my voice. Stone leaned against the circulation desk, watching me over the rim of his coffee cup. "Have you written any deaths since that night?" The directness of his question caught me off guard, though it probably shouldn't have. Stone's bluntness had evolved from irritating to strangely comforting over the weeks. He never wrapped things in gentle euphemisms, never treated me like I might shatter. "Not yet," I admitted, wrapping my hands around the warm coffee cup. "I've been thinking about what Marla said. about my entry giving her permission, about becoming the author of someone else's violence. I kept my voice steady, though the words came out quieter than I intended. Stone set his cup down, leaning forward slightly. His gray eyes met mine without flinching. Your writing didn't create a killer, V. Marla was already broken by years of Gerald's manipulation. She would have found another way, another excuse. You sound pretty certain for someone who suspected me of murder. I considered all possibilities. That's different than suspicion. He almost smiled. Besides, if I'd really thought you did it, I wouldn't have let you keep cataloging evidence. I arched an eyebrow. You mean my job? In the public library? Where half the town's secrets are buried in the archives? Yes. This time he did smile, briefly. I've worked enough cases to know the difference between someone processing darkness and someone creating it. You do the former. I tapped my fingers against the journal's cover, not quite ready to open it. How's the mayor handling the fallout? Stone accepted the subject change with a slight nod. Vexley's distancing himself faster than a kid from Broccoli, claiming he was duped by Gerald, that he had no idea about the kickbacks or the shell companies. And you believe that? About as much as I believe in the Easter Bunny, but without Gerald's black book, we can't prove direct knowledge. Stone's jaw tightened. Funny how that flash drive disappeared from evidence. Hilarious, I said flatly. And Councilwoman Holt? Singing like a canary with perfect pitch. Once we found her name in Marla's files, she couldn't volunteer information fast enough. Stone took another sip of coffee. She's detailed every budget discrepancy for the past 5 years, provided meeting minutes Gerald thought were destroyed. She's either genuinely remorseful or terrified of jail. With Dana, both. She keeps stopping by the reference desk to confess her civic failures while checking out self-help books on ethical leadership. I shook my head. How's Cleo handling her 15 minutes of fame? Stone's expression softened slightly. She's turned down 3 interview requests and started fact-checking a true crime podcast special about the case. Said she wasn't letting them sensationalize her best friend or demonize a woman Gerald Rutherford had systematically broken. That sounds like Cleo, I said, warmth blooming in my chest. For all her bubbly enthusiasm, Cleo understood nuance better than most. She's starting to rival your evidence board, by the way. The supply closet now has color-coded index cards and string connecting every participant in Gerald's network. Tell her to send me pictures, might help with the ongoing investigation. Stone glanced at his watch, then stood straighter. I should get to the station. I nodded, expecting him to leave with his usual abrupt exit. Instead, he hesitated, shifting his weight slightly. The library's organizing that author event next weekend, isn't it? He asked. I blinked at the apparent non sequitur. Mystery writer panel, Saturday at 7. I thought I might stop by. He paused, then added, off duty. The invitation hung in the air between us, offering something neither of us was ready to name but both recognized was evolving. I found myself nodding. They're discussing the ethics of true crime writing, I said. Might be relevant to your interests. My interest isn't in the panel, Stone said simply. His directness still caught me off guard sometimes. I'll save you a seat, I offered. Far enough from the refreshments that Cleo won't interrogate you, close enough to the exit for a quick escape if Mrs. Pembroke tries recruiting you for the Friends of the Library Committee. A smile flickered across his face, one of the real ones that reached his eyes. Strategic seating. I appreciate tactical thinking. He gathered his empty coffee cup and nodded toward my journal. Whatever you decide about that, writing again or not, it doesn't change what I said. You process darkness. You don't create it. Then he was gone, the staff door clicking shut behind him. I sat in the emptiness he left behind, fingers tracing the edge of my journal. The building remained quiet for another 40 minutes before opening. The only sound the occasional settling of old wood and the distant hum of the heating system. Something batted against my ankle and I startled, looking down to find Morticia weaving between my feet. I hadn't even heard her approach. "You're getting better at that," I told her, reaching down to scratch behind her ears. "Or, I'm getting worse at paying attention." Chapter 18. Bookmarks and Battle Scars. I folded the Gazette in half and set it on the break room table, unable to decide whether to laugh or roll my eyes. "Town healing after Rutherford scandal," the headline declared, with all the subtlety of a marching band. The article beneath presented our recent brush with murder and corruption as some kind of inspiring community triumph, complete with quotes about Ravenswood's resilient spirit and transparency moving forward. "That's one way to spin a blackmail ring and a murderous assistant," I muttered into my tea. The article didn't mention the missing evidence or my uncle's convenient memory lapses about those mysterious payments. It certainly didn't mention my journal or how close I'd come to being framed. Just a sanitized narrative about civic redemption, wrapped up with a quote from Dana Holt about her commitment to ethical governance moving forward. I snorted. Dana had checked out 3 different books on crisis management yesterday alone. The break room door swung open as Mrs. Pembroke bustled in, her eyes lighting up when she spotted me. "Virginia?" I noticed a young man lingering by the true crime section for nearly 40 minutes, very suspicious posture. She lowered her voice to a stage whisper. "Should I alert the authorities?" Was he reading a book or just loitering? "Reading," she admitted, but with great intensity. "That's generally what we hope people do in libraries, Mrs. Pembroke." She looked disappointed but rallied quickly. "I'll keep an eye on the premises, you can count on me." The strange new reality of the Ravenswood Public Library continued as I walked through the main floor. Our circulation numbers had jumped 20% in the past week. The mystery section, usually a quiet corner frequented by retirees and the occasional true crime enthusiast, now saw steady traffic throughout the day. Most noticeable were the looks, patrons stealing glances when they thought I wasn't watching, some with curious admiration, others with the uncomfortable recognition you might give a minor celebrity you're not sure you should approach. One woman had actually asked for my autograph on her library card yesterday. I retreated to my office, only to have the door fly open minutes later as Cleo burst in wielding a staple remover like a tiny weapon. She wore what appeared to be a homemade T-shirt with iron-on letters reading, "I helped solve the Rufford case," and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. "It's time to dismantle the murder board, boss," she brandished the staple remover. "Unless you think we should preserve it for historical purposes." The Ravenswood Historical Society already called twice asking if we donate our investigation materials to their archives. I set down my pen. "Absolutely not. We are not encouraging this, whatever this is. This is small-town fame, V. Embrace it. Mrs. Billings at the bakery named a muffin after you. It's cinnamon apple with a dark chocolate center. She calls it sweet but dangerous." "Oh, for fudge's sake. I already got us each one. They're actually really good." I sighed. "Fine, let's dismantle the evidence board. But we're not donating it to anyone." The supply closet had taken on mythic status in my absence. The red string connecting suspect photos had multiplied like some kind of crime-solving spider had moved in. Every available surface bore sticky notes, printed emails, and what appeared to be a timeline written in 3 different colors of marker. Cleo, naturally, insisted on documenting everything before we took it down. "For posterity," she explained, snapping photos from multiple angles. "Also, I'm thinking of writing a memoir." "You're 28? It's never too early to document a formative life experience. Besides, this is actual crime-solving methodology. Future generations of amateur sleuths might need to reference our process." I watched as she carefully removed pushpins from the corkboard, each one extracted with a small sigh, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. For all her theatrics, Cleo had been genuinely brave during the investigation. She'd followed Marla that night, realized what was happening, and called Stone in time to save me. Beneath her bubbly exterior lay the kind of friend who stepped into danger without hesitation. When the last of the evidence was packed away in a cardboard box, which Cleo insisted on labeling "Case Closed" in large black letters, she pulled out her phone once more. "Just one picture," she pleaded, steering me toward the mystery section. "To commemorate our success." "Fine," I conceded with feigned reluctance. "One picture." She positioned us between Agatha Christie and Dorothy L. Sayers, throwing an arm around my shoulders and beaming into the camera while flashing a peace sign. I kept my expression deliberately neutral, a stark contrast to her megawatt smile. "This is going in my future memoir," she announced, checking the photo with satisfaction. "Dewey Decimated: How My Librarian Friend and I Solved a Murder." "That title is almost criminal enough to investigate," I replied dryly. Cleo just grinned. "You love it." The rest of the morning passed in relative normalcy, except for Mrs. Pembroke, who had apparently appointed herself deputy library security. She now greeted me each morning with a respectful nod, and I caught her twice scrutinizing the return bin, as if expecting to find evidence tucked between the pages of a romance novel. Just before lunch, Mayor Thaddeus Vexley made his first appearance at the library since the scandal broke. He stood in the doorway of my office, his usual commanding presence diminished by an uncharacteristic hesitation. "Virginia," he said, straightening his already perfect tie, "the town council asked me to discuss next quarter's budget allocations with you." I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "Did they?" He closed the door and settled into the seat, manila folder in hand but making no move to open it. "I also wanted to express appreciation for your handling of the situation." "Which situation would that be, Uncle? The murder, the corruption, or the attempt to frame me?" His smile tightened. "All of the above, I suppose. The town appreciates discretion almost as much as resolution." I raised a single eyebrow, saying nothing. He fidgeted with his tie. "The council has approved a 5% increase to your acquisitions budget," he continued briskly, "and the zoning committee has finally cleared the permit for your outdoor reading garden." "How generous." "Virginia," he paused, seeming to struggle with whatever he really wanted to say. "Family is important, especially in difficult times." I thought about the encrypted files, the missing flash drive, the payments from Gerald's shell company to another account labeled only as Falcon, the evidence now gone from police custody, the investigation quietly winding down. "Yes," I agreed. "Family is important. So is justice." He studied my face, perhaps looking for hints of what I knew or suspected. Whatever he saw there made him stand abruptly. "I'll have my assistant email the budget details," he said, retreating toward the door. "Give your mother's portrait my regards." The moment he exited, Cleo materialized as if she'd been waiting around the corner. Which, knowing her, she absolutely had been. "He's sweating more than a popsicle in July," she whispered, slipping into my office and perching on the edge of my desk. "Did he apologize for almost letting you get murdered?" "Not in so many words, but the library is getting an outdoor reading garden." "Blood money," Cleo nodded sagely. "Speaking of which, I've started categorizing the returned books by most likely to contain a fictional murder that resembles our case. So far, I've found 3 mysteries with corrupt real estate developers and 2 with bludgeoning deaths. Maybe redirect some of that investigative energy into actual work?" "I am," she protested. "This is reader advisory research. Also, I'm organizing a true crime book club for next month. 9 people have already signed up." I shooed her out of my office but couldn't help smiling once she was gone. Cleo's enthusiasm was exhausting but genuine, and oddly comforting in its consistency. During the afternoon lull, a woman in sensible shoes and a cardigan approached the reference desk. I recognized her as one of the elementary school teachers from Washington Heights. "Ms. Varnell," she said hesitantly, "I wonder if you could help me find some resources?" "Of course. I'm looking for age-appropriate books about citizen detectives for my 3rd grade class." I blinked at her. "Any particular reason?" She flushed slightly. "Well, since everything that happened, Several of my students have developed a sudden interest in library science as a career path. They think librarians are," she lowered her voice, "secretly solving crimes and protecting the town." I was momentarily speechless. "Homeboy even brought in a notebook where he's writing down suspicious behavior on the playground," she continued. "I'm trying to channel this energy in a more constructive direction." "Encyclopedia Brown," I managed finally, Nancy Drew for the advanced readers. "And maybe some basic books on research skills and critical thinking." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, perfect. Something that emphasizes investigation without, well, confronting murderers." "Definitely without that part," I agreed. After she left with a stack of books and a promise to bring her class for a library tour, I checked my email. A message from the library board waited in my inbox. The board of directors formally commends Virginia Varnell for her dedication to the institution during recent difficulties. In recognition of administrative challenges faced during this period, we have approved a one-time bonus of $500, 0 cents. The board also wishes to express its gratitude for maintaining the library's reputation as a safe and welcoming community space. Sincerely, Elizabeth Hargrove, Chairperson. I showed it to Cleo when she stopped by my desk with the afternoon mail. She snorted. "That's bureaucrat speak for thanks for not getting murdered in our library," she said, flipping through catalogs. "You should frame it next to your sleuth certification." "My what?" She grinned. "The certificate I made you. It's laminated and everything. Says Certified Murder Solver with a gold star. You're never going to let this go, are you?" "Not until the next murder," she said cheerfully, then quickly added, "which I am not hoping for, just stating facts." As closing time approached, I moved through my end-of-day routine. Ms. Chen was gently herding the last few teenagers from the computer stations. Mrs. Pembroke was peering suspiciously into the returns bin. Cleo was, inexplicably, wearing a deerstalker hat as she straightened the new releases display. The front door opened, and Detective Stone stepped in, exchanging a nod with Miss Chen. He made his way to my desk, seemingly unbothered by Cleo's not-so-subtle thumbs-up from across the room. "Varnell," he said, hands in the pockets of his rumpled coat. "Got a minute?" "We're closing, but I suppose crime waits for no man." The corner of his mouth twitched. "Not here on official business." He pulled a small package from his pocket and set it on the desk. "Just dropping this off." The package was wrapped in plain brown paper, about the size of a deck of cards. I looked at it, then back at him. "It's not going to explode, is it?" "No guarantees with you involved," he said, but that almost smile appeared again. "See you Saturday." He turned to leave, pausing only to add, 7 o'clock, I remember. After he was gone, I carefully unwrapped the package. Inside was a vintage silver bookmark, elegant and understated, with a small note card for marking new chapters. I ran my finger along the smooth metal, surprised by the lump forming in my throat. It was thoughtful and precise, exactly the kind of gesture that respected boundaries while suggesting continuation. I tucked it into my journal with uncharacteristic care. Walking home that evening, I found myself noticing details about Ravenswood I'd overlooked before. The way sunset bathed the town square in golden light, warming the old brick buildings, the familiar nods from shopkeepers closing for the day, Mr. Finch watering the hanging baskets outside his hardware store, Mrs. Collins walking her ancient poodle, who, despite looking half mummified, still managed to bark at every passing squirrel. I'd always considered myself stuck here, a reluctant resident of a town too small for anonymity and too insular for comfort. Yet, somehow, in the aftermath of chaos, I'd found myself belonging to this place in ways I never expected or sought. Morticia greeted me at the door with her usual imperiousness, weaving between my ankles until I set down my bag. I fed her, made tea, and settled into my reading chair as darkness fell outside my windows. My journal sat on the side table, the silver bookmark catching the lamplight. I flipped to a new page and began to write. not a death scene, but simply the day, as I'd seen it. Not every story had to end in tragedy. Some were still being written. Chapter 19. The Librarian, Uninterrupted. I stepped out of my apartment into the cool dawn air, greeted by a sky streaked with icy blue and gentle pinks. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't scanning rooftops or peering into shadows. My tote bag hung comfortably against my hip, containing nothing more incriminating than a ham and mustard sandwich, crusts removed naturally, a thermos of Earl Grey, and Kieran Millwood Hargrave's The Dance Tree, which had been sitting on my nightstand for far too long. "Morning, Miss Varnell," called Mr. Finch from where he was sweeping the sidewalk in front of his hardware store. "Mr. Finch?" I nodded back, still unaccustomed to the friendly acknowledgement that had replaced the wary distance of before. Ravenswood was waking up around me, blinds rising in apartment windows, the smell of coffee drifting from the velvet scone, a jogger nodding as she passed. The ordinary rhythms of small-town life continued, and I found myself, against all expectations, grateful to be part of them. I unlocked the library's side entrance, flipping switches as I moved through the building. The heating system rumbled to life, computers began their morning boot-up sequence, and fluorescent lights flickered overhead. I breathed in the comforting smell of books and furniture polish, letting the familiar sensory experience settle into my bones. "Good morning, Virginia," Mrs. Pembroke called, her orthopedic shoes squeaking authoritatively across the marble floor as she made her way to the circulation desk. 7 books in the overnight return, 2 were late. "Catastrophic," I murmured, hiding a smile as I pulled the books from the return bin. Mrs. Pembroke had been tracking overdue books with the dedication of a bloodhound for 30 years. Some things never changed, and suddenly I was profoundly thankful for that constancy. "I'll process these," I said, arranging the returned books on my cart. "Would you mind starting the coffee in the break room?" "Already done," she replied, with a sniff that somehow conveyed both disapproval of my question and satisfaction at her own efficiency. I settled into the rhythm of morning tasks, checking emails, processing holds, answering overnight reference questions. Cleo wouldn't arrive until 10, giving me these quiet hours to work without her enthusiastic interruptions. I found myself actually looking forward to her arrival, a realization that would have horrified my previous self. The library doors opened at 9 and our morning regulars trickled in. Mrs. Abernathy with her crossword puzzles, Mr. Chen who read every newspaper we carried, 3 homeschool students who always claimed the study table near the encyclopedias. At 10:30, a harried-looking college student approached my desk, clutching a laptop and wearing an expression of barely contained panic. "The printer ate my research notes," she blurted. "I have a presentation in 2 hours, and I need these primary sources, or Professor Harmon will fail me." I recognized the look of scholarly desperation. "Show me." She led me to the printer, which was making an ominous grinding noise. The display flashed "paper jam," with the cheerful implication that this was a problem I should be able to solve. "This happens at least once a week," I told her, opening the side panel. "That's why I keep these here." I pulled a set of slim tools from the drawer beneath. As I methodically dismantled the machine, locating the crumpled paper caught in its depths, I found myself explaining, "You mentioned primary sources. What's your research topic?" "Women's labor movements in the 1920s, she said, watching me work with transparent anxiety. "I found these amazing letters from a union organizer in the university archives, but Professor Harmon won't accept my analysis without hard copies of the original documents." "Smart professor," I commented, teasing free a particularly mangled sheet. "Secondary sources can be valuable interpretations, but they're filtered through someone else's perspective. Primary sources—" I extracted the final piece of jammed paper with a flourish. "Give you the raw material to draw your own conclusions." I reassembled the printer with practiced precision, pressed the reset button, and handed her the rescued pages. "Try again." She sent her documents to the printer, which obligingly produced crisp, unmarked pages, The relief on her face was almost comical. "You're a lifesaver," she breathed, gathering the papers. "Seriously, thank you." "Just doing my job," I replied, but found myself adding, "Good luck with your presentation. Those women fought hard. They deserve to have their stories told well." Her grateful smile as she hurried away gave me a peculiar sensation in my chest, a lightness I wasn't accustomed to. By 11, the library had settled into its mid-morning lull. I was shelving returns in the reference section when an elderly gentleman with bushy white eyebrows approached, hat in hand. "Excuse me, miss, I'm looking for information on beekeeping." "Fiction or nonfiction?" I asked automatically. He blinked. "Nonfiction, I should think. Unless you're suggesting I learned from novels?" "You'd be surprised what you can learn from fiction," I replied. "But for beekeeping, you'll want to follow me to the 638th section." As we walked, he explained, "My grandson gave me a starter kit for my birthday. Says it's good for old fellows to have a hobby. I'm not sure if he's trying to get me stung to death or genuinely interested in honey." "Probably both," I said, which startled a laugh out of him. I guided him through the Dewey Decimal System, pulling various titles on beginner beekeeping. Instead of simply handing them over and retreating, I found myself lingering. "You'll want this one for equipment basics," I said, placing a book with clear illustrations in his hands, "and this covers seasonal maintenance. Are you planning a stationary or mobile apiary?" His eyebrows rose. I hadn't considered there were options. "Some beekeepers transport their hives to follow flowering seasons. It's called migratory beekeeping," I explained, pulling another volume from the shelf. "Though for a beginner, stationary is usually recommended." "Fascinating," he murmured, examining the books. "My property backs up to a wildflower meadow. Do you think that would be suitable?" Before I knew it, we were seated at a reference table, paging through beekeeping manuals and discussing the merits of various hive designs. He was considering a top-bar hive for ease of access given his arthritis. "Less bending," I noted, "and better for observation. If you're interested in the behavior aspects rather than just honey production." "I find I'm looking forward to the companionship as much as the honey," he admitted. "My wife passed last year. The house is too quiet." I nodded, understanding the particular silence of absence. "Bees communicate through movement. They dance to tell each other where to find flowers." "Dancing bees," he smiled. "Margaret would have liked that." We talked for nearly 40 minutes before he gathered his selected books and library card. As I processed his checkout, he said, "Thank you for your time, Ms. Varnell. I didn't expect such personal attention." "The library is here to serve the community," I replied, surprised to find I meant it. As he left, I noticed a sleek black shadow materializing on the windowsill in the reading room. Morticia had emerged from whatever mysterious corner of the library she'd been patrolling to claim the perfect patch of sunlight. She stretched luxuriously, front paws extending, before curling into a glossy circle. Her presence drew immediate attention. A young boy tugged his mother's sleeve, pointing. "That's the detective cat," he whispered loudly. His mother smiled apologetically in my direction. "He saw the article about you in the Gazette. He thinks your cat helps solve crimes." "She does," I said seriously to the boy. "She's very observant." Morticia, aware of her audience, opened one green eye and closed it again with deliberate indifference. The circulation desk's phone rang, and I left Morticia to her adoring public. Mrs. Pembroke was taking a question about our upcoming author reading when the front doors swung open with more force than necessary. Cleo burst in, windswept and bearing a pink bakery box. Her gold star earrings caught the light as she waved enthusiastically. "I bought every flavor of Tuesdays," she announced, loud enough to earn a glare from Mrs. Pembroke. Tuesday was experimental day at the Velvet Scone. The baker, inspired by whatever cooking show she'd binge-watched over the weekend, produced limited edition flavors that ranged from brilliant to bewildering. Last week had featured a lavender lemon scone that I grudgingly admitted was excellent, and a savory option involving blue cheese and pears that I politely declined. Break room, I murmured, nodding toward Mrs. Pembroke's disapproving stare. Cleo winked and dashed toward the staff area, box held aloft like a trophy. I finished processing a stack of new acquisitions before curiosity and hunger drew me to the break room. The pink box sat open on the table, revealing an assortment of scones in various shapes and colors. One had been set aside on a napkin, a delicate V written in icing across its top. "Cinnamon pear," Cleo said, looking up from her phone. "I saved it for you because it's the least sweet. And I know how you feel about excessive sugar before noon." "That's thoughtful," I said, genuinely surprised. "I can be thoughtful," she replied, biting into something alarmingly pink. "Raspberry white chocolate with cardamom," she explained through a mouthful of crumbs. "Life-changing." I picked up my designated scone, warm and fragrant. "How was your morning?" I asked, a social nicety that would have felt forced weeks ago. Cleo launched into an elaborate story involving her neighbor's escaped ferret, a misdelivered package, and the barista at the Velvet Scone who was definitely flirting but in that hipster way where they pretend they're not. I ate my scone, which was excellent, and found myself nodding along, offering occasional comments that made Cleo beam with delight at my engagement. When I returned to the main floor, a gentle snore emanated from the wingback chair in the nonfiction section. Mr. Halloway, his white hair standing on end, had succumbed to his usual post-lunch drowsiness. A heavy tome on quantum mechanics lay open on his lap, his reading glasses sliding precariously down his nose. Every Tuesday, like clockwork, he arrived at 11, browsed until noon, ate lunch from a paper bag, and fell asleep reading until precisely 2:17 p.m., when he would wake with a start, check his watch, and depart with a courteous nod. Rather than waking him, I simply placed a quiet zone sign on the table beside his chair. The steady rhythm of his breathing was oddly comforting. Another piece of normalcy in a world that had briefly tilted off its axis. I was guiding a student toward the biographies when I spotted Detective Stone through the glass doors. He entered with a rectangular package tucked under his arm, scanning the room until he spotted me. The familiar intensity of his gaze made something flutter uncomfortably in my chest. "Varnell," he said, approaching with the measured stride I'd come to associate with him. He was wearing what I assumed was his off-duty uniform, dark jeans and a navy button-down that had actually been ironed. Progress. "Detective," I nodded. "No dead bodies today, I hope?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Not yet, though the day is young." He handed me the package. "Donation for the library. Local author asked me to drop it off." I unwrapped the brown paper to reveal a signed collection of regional mystery stories. The inscription read, "To the Ravenswood Library, where truth is sometimes stranger than fiction." Looking forward to featuring a brainy librarian character in my next work, Marcus Wells. "He was inspired by recent events," Stone explained, hands in his pockets. "Said something about art imitating life, but with better dialogue." "Charming," I said dryly, "though I'm not sure how I feel about becoming a fictional character." "Could be worse," he replied. "At least you won't be the victim." Small mercies. I placed the book on my processing cart. Stone remained standing there, showing no signs of leaving despite having completed his errand. "Was there something else?" I asked. He glanced around at the quiet library. "Just taking a break. Busy morning." I raised an eyebrow. "Problems with the Begonia Society again?" "Tulip theft from the community garden," he replied seriously. "High crimes in Ravenswood." "Sounds riveting." "About as riveting as your day-shelving books," he countered. "I'll have you know I saved a student's academic career by defeating a paper jam this morning." The almost smile appeared again. Heroic. We moved toward the reading area, where Stone examined the display of new releases. "Read any of these?" he asked, gesturing to the mystery section. "Most of them," I admitted. "That one's particularly good." I pointed to a novel featuring a forensic botanist. "I've been thinking about starting a garden," he said unexpectedly. "Something small. Herbs, maybe." "You don't strike me as the gardening type." He shrugged. Need a hobby that doesn't involve paperwork or dead people. Fair point, I conceded. Did you know that rosemary symbolizes remembrance? That's why they used to plant it on graves. Of course you'd know the morbid plant facts, he said, but there was something like fondness in his voice. We drifted into conversation about books. He preferred audiobooks for his commute, which I assured him absolutely counted as reading despite what literary snobs might say. He'd recently finished a history of cold cases that he thought I might enjoy. Though maybe you've had enough of crime for a while, he added. Fictional murders are still acceptable, I replied. It's the real ones I could use a break from. We talked for nearly 30 minutes before his phone buzzed. He checked it with a sigh. Duty calls. Apparently there's a heated dispute over parking at the senior center. The exciting life of law enforcement, I said. Never dull, he agreed, turning to leave. At the door he paused. Still on for Saturday? Unless there's another murder, I replied. Let's hope not. The full smile finally appeared, transforming his face. See you then, V. After he left, I found myself lingering in the poetry section, reorganizing volumes that had been misplaced by browsers. Poetry had always been my secret indulgence, the careful economy of language, the concentrated emotion. I'd developed my own subcategorization system within the Dewey framework, grouping poets by theme rather than strictly by alphabet. My fingers traced the spines, lingering on verses about transformation and renewal. I pulled Rilke's Letters to a Young Poet from the shelf, turning to a dog-eared page about embracing uncertainty. Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart. When the last patron had left and Mrs. Pembroke had gone with a reminder about tomorrow's book club, I found myself alone in the quiet building. Shadows lengthened across the floor as twilight approached. I sat at my desk, pulled a new journal from my drawer, a red moleskine rather than my traditional black, and opened to the first blank page. The story began to take shape beneath my pen, a librarian who solved mysteries through literary references and careful observation. Not a death scene, not this time, but something with a pulse, something alive with possibility. The words flowed with surprising ease, without the weight of dread I'd grown accustomed to. I wrote until the security lights clicked on automatically, then gathered my things. Morticia appeared as if summoned, stretching languidly before following me to the door. Walking home beneath the first stars, I felt the weight of my tote bag against my hip, the rhythm of my steps on familiar sidewalks. Mrs. Collins waved from her porch. The bakery was closed, but light spilled from the kitchen where tomorrow's dough was already being prepared. I realized with quiet surprise that my journal habits need not be abandoned but transformed. My imagination was still dark and strange, that hadn't changed, but now it felt purposeful rather than merely cathartic. Perhaps my fictional deaths could serve as warnings rather than wishes. Perhaps there was value in my peculiar perspective. Morticia trotted beside me, tail held high, occasionally glancing up as if checking that I was still following the correct path home. The stars brightened overhead as we walked, and for the first time in longer than I could remember, I felt no need to look behind me. Chapter 20. Check out. I spent a moment admiring the prismatic light filtering through the stained glass windows, watching as it transformed my circulation desk into a canvas of color. The rainbow danced across my hands as I examined a returned copy of The Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie, running my fingers along the spine to check for damage. Finding it in acceptable condition, I added it to the reshelving cart with a small nod of approval. Tuesdays, I murmured to myself, scanning the library. The place hummed with its particular Tuesday energy, not the frantic pace of Monday returns, nor the weekend rush of families. Just the steady rhythm of a community going about its business as if a murderous scandal hadn't recently unfolded within these walls. Mrs. Pembroke dusted the display cases with the determined focus of someone who believed dust mites were personally insulting. A young mother knelt beside the picture bookshelves, patiently helping her toddler select something that wasn't about trucks for once. In the corner, a college student hunched over a laptop, the glow highlighting the dark circles under her eyes. Finals week, most likely. I spotted Morticia making her rounds, slinking along the top of the mystery section with predatory grace. Her green eyes narrowed at a patron who reached too quickly for a paperback, then softened as the human properly respected the book's binding. Satisfied with her inspection, she settled into a sphinx-like pose atop a collection of Agatha Christie novels. The Queen of Crime and the Queen of Cats, a fitting combination. Excuse me? I turned to find a woman clutching a guidebook like it contained lottery numbers. The glossy cover reflected the colored light from above, and I could see a newly added Ravenswood tourism section open to a page featuring our library. Wonderful. Mayor Vexley had wasted no time capitalizing on our recent notoriety. Is this where all that murder business happened? She practically vibrated with excitement, eyes darting around as though expecting to spot a chalk outline, or perhaps a conveniently forgotten murder weapon. Can I help you find something specific? I asked, ignoring her question with practiced neutrality. The guidebook says this library has a literary mystery connection, and that a real-life murder was solved by... She glanced down at the page. A librarian with a morbid imagination. She looked up at me with sudden recognition. Is that you? Our local history collection is in the West Wing, I said, gesturing toward the appropriate shelves. You'll find materials on Ravenswood's founding, architectural significance, and notable residents there. The tourist leaned forward, undeterred. Is this place always this interesting? I heard Cleo snort from where she was sorting returns. We're a library, I replied, keeping my voice deliberately bland. Our excitement is generally limited to overdue books and the occasional paper cut. The woman's face fell slightly. Oh. But the murders. I reached behind me to the staff recommendations shelf and selected a pristine copy of Death on the Nile, sliding it across the counter. If you're interested in mysteries, Christie crafted better ones than anything Ravenswood has produced, I said. This one has a particularly satisfying resolution. She accepted the book, thumbing through it with a mixture of disappointment and intrigue. I guess fictional murders are safer anyway. Considerably, I agreed. As the tourist wandered toward the history section, Cleo sidled up next to me. You know, we could cash in on this murder lemme fame. Book-themed murder mystery nights? Dewey Decimal and death? Absolutely not. We could have punch and cookies shaped like little death journals. I will fire you. No, you won't. You need me for your alibi when the next body drops. I was formulating a suitably cutting response when I heard familiar footsteps approaching from the entryway. The sound was unmistakable. Steady and purposeful, but lacking the official rhythm that usually accompanied Detective Stone while on duty. Cleo noticed, too. Speaking of murder, she whispered, here comes your favorite investigator. Shouldn't you be reshelving travel guides or something? And miss this? Not a fudging chance. Stone approached the desk wearing jeans and a navy button-down rather than his usual detective attire. The civilian clothes made him look younger, less severe. He carried a paperback in one hand. I recognized the worn spine of The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler. Returning this, he said, sliding the book across the counter. The cover was dog-eared, clearly read multiple times. He met my eyes with the hint of a smile. It's a few days late. I scanned the barcode, checking it into the system. 4 days to be precise. Should I expect the full weight of library justice? 60 cents, I replied, adding the fee to his account. No exceptions for law enforcement. I'd expect nothing less. He reached for his wallet. Cleo suddenly developed an intense interest in a card of reference materials, wheeling it away with theatrical importance while remaining well within eavesdropping distance. I processed Stone's payment and handed him the receipt. Our fingers brushed briefly, a touch so light it might have been accidental, except for the way his gaze lingered on mine afterward. The moment stretched between us, understated but undeniably charged with possibility. "Any recommendations?" he asked, breaking the silence. I turned to the shelf behind the desk, surveying the mystery section before selecting the Maltese Falcon. I handed it to him, our fingers brushing again. "Different approach to the detective story," I explained. "Less procedure, more character." He nodded, accepting both the book and my expertise. I could use a change of pace. "Tired of procedure?" "Sometimes," he examined the cover. "How does it compare to the movie?" "The book has more internal monologue. Bogart couldn't quite capture Spade's moral ambiguity with just a facial expression." "Challenging him might have been a mistake," Stone said with a half-smile. "I've heard Bogart could express entire paragraphs with a single look." "So I've been told," I replied, suddenly aware of how comfortable this felt, discussing books and films, as if we were simply a detective and a librarian who hadn't recently closed a murder case together. Stone checked his watch. "I should go. I'm supposed to be off duty, but the station keeps calling. The relentless crime wave of Ravenswood waits for no one. Mrs. Henderson reported another suspicious van this morning. Let me guess, it was the plumber." "Close. Florist delivery." His phone buzzed and he checked it with a sigh. "I'm still planning to attend that author event on Friday, the one with the true crime writer. Sebastian Montgomery, 7 o'clock. Save me a seat?" I nodded, ignoring the warmth that crept up my neck. "I'll mark your name in the ledger." "See you then, V." He lifted the book in a small salute before turning toward the exit. I watched him leave, aware that Cleo had abandoned all pretense of working and was now staring at me with undisguised glee. Not a word, I warned as she approached. "You know," she said, leaning against the counter, "for two people who investigated a murder together, you'd think you could manage a complete sentence that isn't about books." I raised an eyebrow. "That look doesn't work on me anymore," Cleo said, her grin widening. "I've seen you hide from the UPS guy by ducking behind the biography shelves. He always wants to discuss his podcast. My point is, your intimidation tactics are severely undermined by the fact that I've watched you name your desk plants after literary murderers. They're succulents, they deserve dignity. You named one Moriarty because it refuses to die." I couldn't argue with that. "Don't you have work to do?" Fine, she pushed away from the counter. "But just so you know, I've already mapped out your future wedding seating chart. Mrs. Pembroke gets her own table because she'll critique everyone's posture." I rolled my eyes, but my usual annoyance at Cleo's meddling felt half-hearted at best. Perhaps I was finally developing an immunity. The afternoon passed quickly. I helped a teenager locate research materials on the Dust Bowl, mediated a heated debate about whether magazines belonged in plastic sleeves or not, and diplomatically suggested that Mr. Finch might enjoy reading in the courtyard rather than napping loudly in the reference section. As closing time approached, the library gradually emptied. I completed my end-of-day routine with a precision that brought me genuine satisfaction. Straightening chairs, checking that computer terminals were properly shut down, making sure all patrons had left. I scanned the reading nooks to ensure Morticia hadn't trapped herself somewhere for the night, though she usually materialized at precisely 5:57 p.m., 3 minutes before closing, as if she wore a watch beneath her fur. Sure enough, she appeared beside my desk with a silent meow as I locked the cash drawer. I scratched between her ears and she permitted it with regal indulgence. "Ready to go home?" I asked. She blinked slowly, which I interpreted as agreement. I gathered my things and did a final walkthrough, turning off lights as I went. The stained glass windows now cast deeper, more saturated colors as the setting sun hit them directly. For a moment, I stood in a pool of amber light and considered how much had changed since that first journal entry about Gerald. How much I had changed. Back at my desk, I settled into my chair and opened my journal, the new one, bound in red leather rather than black. I smoothed my hand over the blank page, considering all that had happened and all that might come next. My life had never been ordinary, but it had been predictable. I had cultivated that predictability, finding comfort in routine and fictional deaths rather than messy human connections. Now that routine had been disrupted, irrevocably changed by real murder and unexpected alliances. I wasn't entirely comfortable with this new reality. The town watched me differently now. Stone looked at me differently. Even Cleo, who had always been friendly, now treated me with the familiar affection of a true friend rather than just a coworker. Morticia hopped onto the desk and curled beside my journal, her purr a low vibration against the wood. She extended one paw to rest on the blank page, as if offering her own feline suggestion for what should come next. I lifted my pen, considering the possibilities. Not an obituary this time, not a fictional murder, something new, something beginning rather than ending. I pressed the nib to paper and wrote a single word in my distinctive script: begin. Morticia's purr intensified, seemingly in approval. I added a period after the word, making it a command rather than a suggestion, a commitment to whatever came next, whether it involved more mysteries or simply the quiet pleasure of recommending the right book to the right person at the right time. The library stood silent around us, a repository of thousands of beginnings and endings bound between covers. My own story, unusual and unexpected as it had become, was just one more narrative taking shape within these walls. I closed the journal and slipped it into my bag. Tomorrow would bring new patrons, new books, new challenges, perhaps even new mysteries, though I hoped they might be slightly less lethal than the last. "Come on," I said to Morticia, who stretched languidly before jumping down. "Let's go home." She trotted ahead of me toward the door, tail held high like a tour guide leading the way. I switched off the final light and stepped outside, locking the library behind me.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.